Girl from the Stars, Book 5, Day's Hunt. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michele Carpenter. Chapter 1. Liora's lungs burned and she struggled, but there wasn't any oxygen to be had. She couldn't fight the Cretans in the depths of the ocean. The breather was on the ocean floor, and the last of the air had escaped her. Arms held her in an iron grip as the three men waited for her to drown. "Breathe." "I can't," Liora replied. "Breathe," the voice of the silver-haired woman said again.
"Give up, darling. It's much easier that way,"
the dark voice said. Though it didn't make any sense at all. If there was a chance, no matter what in the macrocosm it could possibly be, Liora wasn't about to let the dark voice win. She pulled whatever life she had left in the still vessel that was her body and closed her mouth. With the last vestige of a heartbeat, Liora breathed in. Slits opened on the sides of her throat, and oxygen filled her lungs. Liora's eyes flew open, and she took another breath. She flung her arms to each side, breaking the hold the red-haired Cretan had on her. She met the wide eyes of the other two.
"What is she?"
the big Cretan asked his companion. Terror filled his gaze.
"I have no idea,"
the first said, swimming backwards.
"We need to get out of here."
Liora found the breather on the ocean floor. When she lifted it up, she stared at her hand. Purple webbing filled the space between her fingers. It was dark, almost black, and made a startling contrast to her pale skin. She turned her hand over and stared at the way it pulled through the water. With shaking fingers, Liora lifted her hand to the side of her neck. Her fingers found the gills that had not been there before. They opened and closed with each breath, filtering the oxygen from the water and filling her lungs just as smoothly as if she had breathed in the air above. Liora put the breather over her nose and mouth. She drew in a breath and felt her neck tighten. A touch to her skin revealed that the gills that had been there just a moment before were gone. "What am I?" she asked aloud and to the voices in her head. The only sound that answered was the beating of her heart. Liora swam slowly back up the side of the coral building. She could see the Cretans inside, wandering through the halls and rooms within the glass. Other Cretans left the buildings around her and swam through the huge city of Reese. Liora had begun to worry that she had forgotten which room was hers when she saw the glint of the purple gem in the hilt of the knife Tarek had given her. The fact that he was yet again the reason she found herself held her. "Tarek, what am I going to do without you?" she asked. Liora hesitated before the window, grateful for the water that hid her tears. She had to be done crying sometime, but the way her heart hurt said she wasn't anywhere near ready to let go. She put her hand to the window, and the glass opened. It amazed her how the luminescent water stayed where it was, even with the glass gone. She pulled herself through the window and sat on the couch beneath it. Passing from the water into the room had also dried her Ventican clothing. The stitches along the back of her shirt were a reminder of the claws from the creatures in the dome, where Tarek had died. Her back still ached from the skin that had been burned to cauterize it before she bled to death. Liora welcomed the pain to chase away thoughts of Tarek. Footsteps sounded, followed by a knock at the door. Liora rose and crossed to it, expecting her brother and Mally the Cretan, who was quickly winning Brandis's heart. Instead, when the door slid aside, Liora found herself face to face with Devrin. She took a step back. "Devrin," she said, her voice catching in her surprise. Devrin looked at the ground, his dark gaze filled with regret.
"Liora, I'm sorry."
Liora shook her head. It took a moment for the words to come to her, and when they did, she couldn't hold back the anger that filled her voice. It's been a month, Dev. The lump in her throat made it hard to talk. I told you about Tarek's death a month ago, and you disappeared.
I know, he said, without looking at her. I shouldn't have done that.
No, Leora's hands clenched into fists. It took all of her self-control to keep from hitting him. No, you shouldn't have. You were the only one. She swallowed, and her words were stronger when she continued. The only one who understood Tarek, who knew what was lost the day he was killed, who knew what I lost. Devon looked up at her.
I know, Liora.
He reached out a hand to her, as if to offer comfort. Liora shook her head. You don't get to do that, Devon. You don't get to show up here and pretend like you're a good friend. That ship left a long time ago. Devon lowered his hand and clasped it behind his back. His jaw tightened, as though he held in something he wanted to say. Liora turned away from him. Her gaze fell on the knife resting on the couch. It was too late to put it away, yet its presence reminded her of Devon's kindness and support of her relationship with Tarek. The day Tarek bought the knife for her was the day Devon found out about how his best friend felt. He had been so supportive. Guilt filled Liora for the way she had spoken to him.
I didn't come here on my own account.
Liora glanced behind her to see Devon looking out the window, past her shoulder instead of at her. His expression appeared carefully emotionless, and the words sounded cold. His entire demeanor rubbed her wrong. Then why did you come? Liora snapped. Devon's gaze flickered to her, then back to the window.
Your father asked me to bring you home.
She was caught off guard. He approved of Brandis and me coming here. We've only been on Kree a week. Why would he change his mind now?
He didn't mention Brandis,
Devon replied.
He only said that he had something he needed to discuss with you, and it had to be done in person.
Liora couldn't deny her father's request, but the thought of returning to Corian made her chest tighten. She didn't want to face the crew of the SS Kratos or Devon's family. Answering questions about Tarek was far beyond what she felt ready for, but she knew her father wouldn't ask if there wasn't a good reason. I'll let Brandis know, she said, her words quiet. Devon nodded and turned toward the door. He was about to leave, but hesitated in the doorway.
I should have come when you told me, he said.
When she didn't respond, he left and the door slid shut. Liora listened to his footsteps fade away. She picked up the knife on the couch and ran a finger over the sunburst on the blade. Her touch lingered on the purple gem. She couldn't say why the knife had caught her eye on Brandis's ship. Tarek hadn't asked. In her memory, Tarek ran his fingers over the purple stone in the hilt.
I've never seen you want anything, he told her. You fight for everyone else. You do whatever you need to, but you never ask for anything in return.
He held the knife out to her.
You deserve this.
Liora picked it up by the handle and gripped it so hard she felt it biting into her skin. She shoved the knife into her sheath and left her room, her head whirling from everything that had happened in the last hour. Liora debated whether to tell Brandis what had happened in the water. She didn't know how to describe it. The way she had choked, sure she was about to die, and then breath filled her lungs and she became an entity of the water. It was a strange feeling to be so at home in the liquid of Kree's ocean. The way the Kretians had looked at her when they swam away echoed in her heart. She didn't know what she was or who to talk to about it. Where would she even begin? When she lifted a hand to Brandis's door, it flew open.
Oh, thank goodness,
he said with a relieved look on his face.
One of Mally's cousins said they saw you captured by some of the Rylocks from the lower depths. They looked like they meant trouble. Her mother sent out guards to search for you.
He shook his head.
Liora, I'm going crazy here. Her family is all over me about a proposal and—"
Liora cut him off. A proposal? Thoughts about what she wanted to talk to him about fled at his words. What proposal? Brandis lifted a shoulder in a half shrug.
They want me to propose to Mally.
Liora stared at him. Brandis, you just met her.
Not just, Brandis replied. It's been over a month.
Liora was about to protest, but he cut her off with a wave of his hand.
That's beside the point. I'm not ready to get married yet, or engaged for that matter, but I do like Mally.
His features softened, and when he smiled, it filled his dark eyes.
I like her a lot. I think I might even love her.
Leora's heart ached at the words. She forced her emotions aside, reminding herself that her brother was spilling his feelings to her, and she wasn't supposed to change the topic to be about herself. So, what are you going to do? She asked. Brandis shook his head.
I have no idea. I need time to think, which would be much easier with space from Mally's family.
You can't help that they like you so much. You saved their daughter's life, Liora pointed out.
Actually, you saved their daughter's life, Brandis reminded her. You're lucky they're not trying to set you up with someone.
Liora shied away from the thought. Thank goodness for that. You'll figure it out. Just don't rush into things.
I won't,
Brandis replied. He paused, then said,
I just realized I never asked why you came to my door. For that matter, we're still talking in the hallway. Come inside. I can at least be hospitable in the middle of my emotional crisis.
He gave her a worried look.
Are guys even supposed to have emotional crises?
A ghost of a smile touched Leora's lips. Don't ask me. Brandis gave a huff of laughter as he led the way into his quarters.
That's right. You grew up to Macklin. I think the answer for that race when they get emotional is to hit things.
It helps, Liora replied. Brandis shook his head and motioned for her to take a seat.
So, why are you here?
Liora didn't know how to tell him she was leaving. It was obvious by his outburst that he needed someone to rely on who wasn't directly related to Mally's family, or Cree for that matter. At her hesitation, Brandis gave her an encouraging smile.
Come on, it can't be that bad.
I need to leave Cree. Brandis's eyebrows rose.
Why? It's wonderful here. Besides the screeching.
Dad sent Devrin to bring me back to Corian. He wants to talk about something and didn't trust it to communicators. Liora watched him closely, worried about how he would take it. To her surprise, a huge smile filled Brandis's face.
That's wonderful.
It is, Liora replied. She didn't think her brother disliked her company that badly. She was about to ask him about it when he continued.
I can go back to Corian with you. I feel so claustrophobic here. It's like I can't even go outside without getting wet. And I'm not good at the breathers. I feel like I'm going to do it wrong and drown. Do you know what I mean?
Liora knew exactly what he meant, and more, but she refrained from saying so. She merely nodded. Brandis took that as acceptance.
So we agree. I'm getting out of here. Finally. A week's been more than enough.
Is Mally going to be all right with it? Liora asked.
I'll bring her with us, Brandis replied. She said she'd like to see Corian, and we'll be back. It's not like my father has a shortage of starships we can borrow.
He might not be thrilled about the number of nines we lost surviving the trip to the drier galaxy, Liora replied. She tried to keep her tone light. We might be grounded. The thought brought a laugh out of Brandis.
Grounded? That'd be hilarious. I want to see Dad ground his Demaclin daughter. It'd make my day.
Liora crossed her arms in front of her chest. Brandis raised his hands.
Okay, just kidding, really. I think he's just thrilled we made it to Cree. He's not going to mind if I show up back home with you, and I'd like to introduce him to Mally face to face."
The enthusiasm that filled Brandis's gaze was impossible to deny. Liora couldn't argue against the thought of bringing someone with her to act as a barrier against Devrin. The thought of the trip home at his side hadn't been a pleasant one. "How long do you think you need to leave Cree?"
2 days, Brandis replied. "Do you mind waiting that long?"
Liora shook her head. Trepidation lingered in the back of her mind at the thought that whatever her father needed to talk about, it had to be in person. Also, there was the Kratos crew and Devrin's family. Both would no doubt have questions about Tarek's death. Questions she didn't want to think about. She didn't mind putting off returning to Corian for another 2 days. That night, nightmares swarmed Liora. She heard the conversation with the Evil One again. It played over and over in her mind, tangling around her while she struggled on the bed and gasped for air, caught in the memory of drowning when the Rylock stole her breather. They waited for her to die, and the Evil One taunted her thoughts. It was a vicious, endless cycle.
"Die, little Temaclin. Just let go. Run away and leave this macrocosm to those who know what to do with it."
Leora's heart stuttered, and her breath caught. She pushed, daring to use what little strength she had as she struggled not to suck in a breath. "Who are you?" Laughter filled her mind. It was dark, and she felt tainted for feeling it.
"You're so busy fighting mere insects that you don't know who the real enemy is. Go to sleep, Liora, darling. Let go of the pain. Forget about love and loss. Put away memory and what you thought was joy. Clear the way for me, for with you gone, there's no one else to bar the way."
An image flashed in her mind. It showed planets being blasted apart, galaxies filled with exploding stars. The screams of trillions filled her thoughts with deafening terror.
"Give in, Liora. You've been through too much. Follow your love to the beyond. Let the macrocosm fend for itself. Let go, weary warrior. Give up."
The voice was filled with sarcastic tenderness. The words taunted her, mocking her weakness, knowing how close she was to slipping away. "I won't," she replied. The humor in the voice deepened and carried with it a challenge.
"You think you can survive this? I've seen less than this take far stronger warriors than you. Your mother, for example."
That caught Leora's attention. "You know nothing about my mother," she shot back.
"Did she tell you about your abilities? Did she warn you about the consequences of unbalancing the cosmos? Liora, dear, your birth caused far more than Obruo's justified hatred. You made a rift, a stone dropped in a pond, a pillar, rocks on one end and the other in the air. The balance must be attained."
"I don't have that impact on the macrocosm," Liora said. She could feel her thoughts blurring.
"Tell yourself that, innocent girl. Give up now and fade away in naive belief if it makes things easier on you."
He was mocking her again. He was egging her on, making her use her precious strength. Liora was done with games. "I will find you," she vowed. "I will find you, and I will stop you." His laughter filled her mind again.
"I will be waiting."
Liora awoke, sweating and gripping the knife Tarek had given her. She had to stop the Evil One. The problem was that she had no idea where to even start. Chapter 2. Liora avoided anywhere she might run into Devrin for the next 2 days. She carried her food back to her room, dining on the roasted fish, seaweed, and assortment of tentacles and a variety of sauces that made them at least palatable. While she didn't mind food from the Cretan oceans, she found herself missing simple dishes like braised poulan, tarlon eggs, or some of Jarston's steamed manicoma in nukmuk sauce. The thought of the cook from the SS Kratos filled her with an ache of homesickness. She missed the crew as though they were family, yet she didn't feel prepared to see them again. The evening before they were going to leave, Liora had another knock on her door. She set aside the braised floundet wrapped in blue scales that had been steamed until only slightly crunchy. Making sure her knives were in their sheaths, Liora walked to the door. Devon stood there, his lips pressed together in a tight line, and hands held awkwardly at his sides, as though he didn't know what to do with them. "Can I help you?" Liora asked, her tone cold.
"You've been avoiding me,"
Devon replied. He looked past her shoulder to the plate on the couch. "Are you surprised?" Liora shot back. "Why are you even here?"
"I wanted to see if there's anything you need for our trip back to Corian tomorrow. I understand you've had a difficult time, and I—"
"A difficult time?" Liora replied. She shook her head, anger filling her gaze. "Don't even go there, Devon. I'll see you tomorrow in the hangar with Brandis and Mally. Other than piloting us back to Corian, I know of no need for us to be in contact with each other, ever again." She turned away. "We're through here. Please leave my quarters."
"I know that I failed you, Liora,"
Devon said. He paused, and something changed in his voice.
"But did you ever stop to think that you failed me too?"
Caught off guard, Liora turned back.
"You were supposed to bring him home,"
Devon continued. There was anger and pain in his gaze.
"He trusted you with his heart, and I trusted that you would protect him. He gave everything to everyone, and lost himself when his wife and child died. He was a broken man, and we both knew it. I saw him falling for you, and could have stopped him, or at least tried. But I didn't because I told myself that you were stronger than him. You would keep him safe, and not let him throw his life away for any little cause."
He speared her with his look, tears in his eyes and his chest heaving.
"You failed me, Liora. You failed to bring my brother back home. I never should have let you out of that cage on Malivian's Kirkos. Because of that one decision, I've lost Tarek, the best person who ever lived in this cursed macrocosm. He was too good for any of us, and he didn't deserve to die for nothing."
Devon left Liora standing there, feeling as though her heart had been torn open and left bleeding on the floor. She couldn't move, could barely breathe, and her thoughts swirled like a hurricane. The heat left her food. The jellied seaweed turned into a melted lump on her plate. But Liora didn't notice. The sound of Devon walking away echoed in her head, over and over again, and each time was louder than the last.
"You failed him,"
the dark voice taunted in her head. Liora ignored the voice. She stood there until the ache in her back told her it was time to spread Sousa's salve over the burn. Usually, she dreaded the pain. This time, she welcomed the chance to dull the fresh agony she hadn't known before that night. She sat on the couch below the window and pushed the plate away with numb fingers. The tin of salve waited on the side table. Reaching for it pulled at the healing scars, but Liora didn't scoot any closer. She opened the lid, and the scent of sartan leaves and pine gum made her nose tingle. Liora was about to dip her fingers in the slick substance when a form swam past the window. She recognized Devon's blue and silver uniform from her father's Corian fleet. She rose and put a hand to the window, only to pull it away at the whisper of a painful memory. She almost let him go, but thoughts of the Cretan lowlifes that had accosted her on her last trip out the window pushed her forward. She grabbed her breather from the back of the couch and pressed her hand to the panel as she adjusted the breather over her nose and mouth. As soon as the pain was clear, she dove out into the luminous ocean. Devon ghosted through the water far below, confirmation that he didn't know of the dangers lurking in the depths of Reese. Liora gritted her teeth and swam after him. Afraid of the inexplicable changes that had come over her the last time she swam through the same waters, Liora had avoided going out into the Cretan Ocean since. Fear that it would happen again pressed in on her with the increasing pressure of the water. Liora took a calming breath through the breather, held it in while she counted to 10, then let the air out again. The bubbles rose above her as she settled into the mindset of the Macrocosm. She wouldn't let fear rule her life. She lost sight of Devon when he swam between the coral buildings closest to the seaweed forest that made up the ocean floor. Shadows flitted between the stalks. Liora swam faster. She cut around a building whose base was gray and rotting and stopped in her tracks. 7 Cretans surrounded Devon. They were Rylocks, as evident by their patched clothing, dreadlocked hair and swirling tattoos that matched the color of the scales accenting their faces. Devon had his knife out, but the weapon looked paltry compared to the hooked staves the Rylocks held. Liora knew her knives wouldn't be much help in an underwater fight. She looked around quickly for other options. It was then that she noticed more Rylocks coming out of the seaweed forest. Their gazes were intent on her instead of Devon. Liora recognized 3 of the Cretans. They were the same Rylocks who had taken her breather. They had no qualms about causing pain, and apparently even less about murder.
"Come with us quietly, and your friend lives,"
the red-headed Cretan said in Tanli. His voice turned Devon's head. His eyes widened at the sight of Liora and the other Rylocks. Liora couldn't answer with the breather in her mouth. She glared at the Cretan and moved slowly toward Devon to place herself between them. The Rylocks didn't bar her way. Devon surprised her by grabbing her arm as soon as she was close enough and moving her behind him. The action brought a cruel smile to the red-haired Cretan's face.
"Thinks he's brave, does he? Wait until he meets Rocco."
Liora shook her head. She wanted to tell them that Devon had nothing to do with her, that they should let him go. The weapons aimed at his chest made her fear for his safety. She wouldn't do anything that would cause her to lose someone else. She slid the knives back into her sheaths.
"Good call,"
Red said, with an approving nod.
"We've been looking for you."
Several of the Rylocks swam on ahead. Red motioned for Liora and Devon to follow. Others fell in behind them. Liora caught Devon's questioning look. There was no doubt the danger they were in. The harpoons and staves around them weren't shiny new weapons. They were worn and battered, well used for whatever purpose they were designated. Liora could imagine the type of bite they would have across her skin.
"Rocco wondered what spooked us when we returned to the grunge the other day,"
Red said.
"When I told him what happened, he told us to do whatever it took to bring you to him."
Liora was getting tired of people doing whatever it took to get her somewhere. It endangered those around her and usually led to some very extreme situations. After the events of the previous day, she knew not to trust Red's amiable tone. She noticed he kept his distance and wondered if his nose still hurt.
"I don't spook easily,"
Red confided to her.
"So Rocco knew I wasn't just making it up."
He gestured to one of the other Rylocks.
"If it was just Ben over there, Rocco wouldn't give him a second thought."
The huge Cretan glared at his friend.
"Hey."
Red grinned.
"You know it's true."
Liora saw Devon looking from one to the other as they spoke. She knew he didn't understand the language and wondered what he thought they were getting into. He swam protectively close to her. His voice repeated in the back of her mind. "You failed me." Leora's jaw clenched. She would do whatever it took to ensure that Devon made it back to Corian safely. The buildings of Reese became more degenerated the further they swam. Huge gaps in the coral were filled with crawling, creeping beasts and Rylocks with tangled hair, tattered clothing, and the look of wild creatures in their eyes.
"Stay close,"
Red said, unnecessarily.
"You are under the protection of Rucko. Come here without it, and they'll eat you alive."
Liora didn't doubt by the expressions on the faces of the Rylocks who watched them pass that Red meant it literally. As several swam closer, she was tempted to draw her knives again, but she didn't want Red to take her action to mean she doubted their ability to keep her and Devon safe. It only took a glare from Ven to send the Rylocks back to their holes. Red's Cretians led them into a huge gaping cave in the side of the biggest coral building. Glowing plants ringed the cavern, creating a bright red and purple pulsing tunnel for them to swim through. Rylock stood at regularly spaced intervals and exchanged nods with their captors. Liora met a few interested glances. She wondered how much Red and the other two had told their comrades about what had happened and what their intentions had been. They swam past branching caverns, also lit with plants and the luminous water. Other walls were covered with huge, brightly colored flat fish, big enough to touch from the top of the coral hallway to the floor. They rested on the walls as though they had been placed there. Whether as a form of ornament or on purpose, Liora could only guess. Small fish clung to the walls, clearing them of any lingering scum. The effect made for a welcoming environment instead of the seedy residence Liora had expected. No matter what type of people lived within the depths of the grunge, somebody made sure that the caverns remained clean. The Rylocks around them paused in front of a massive flat orange fish lying on the wall. It gazed at them with its unblinking bulbous eyes. Red pulled something from the pouch attached to his belt and released it in front of the fish's nose. The orange fish lunged forward, revealing a gaping door in the coral. Red motioned them inside. Liora and Devon eyed the fish, but it waited for them to pass before it slid back to its spot.
"I brought her, Rucko. I told you she was real."
Liora turned the corner behind Red and paused. Creatures with huge spikes made up either side of the room. It took Liora a moment to ensure that the fish were real. At any movement of the currents of water, a rainbow of color ran through the spikes, illuminating the room and bouncing off the walls where smaller, spiky fish took up residence. In the middle of the room sat a single chair, though the word throne better described it. Massive bones curved forward, and others had been fastened in branching hoops that surrounded the Cretan who sat in the middle. The bones had been carved and inlaid with a glowing substance that depicted animals and plants Liora had never seen before. The Cretans who escorted them spread out along the walls, careful to avoid the spikes. At Red's motion, Liora, Devon, and 4 of their captors swam forward. The big Cretan on the throne watched them approach with a flat expression that set Liora on edge. He had heavily lidded eyes, dark green skin, and scales that were almost black. When he sat forward, the current from his motion caught in the cloak fastened at his neck, making it flow around him. Liora realized with a prickle of adrenaline that the cloak was made from the skins of humanoids sewn together.
"It took you 2 days,
he said, his voice a deep rumble.
"Yes, Rucko. I'm sorry. She didn't come back into the water."
A crooked smile lifted Red's lips.
"I think she was afraid."
Rucko eyed Liora.
"Then she's smart." "I don't know about that,"
Ven said with a deep chuckle.
"She came back."
Rucko's expression lit with curiosity.
"That's true. It makes one wonder why she would do that."
He pushed up to his webbed feet. Small spiked creatures that clustered around the throne scuttled out of the way. The huge spikes around him glowed blue, then red and purple.
"I've heard things about you,"
Rucko said. He swam slowly around them, his skin cloak flowing behind him. The empty eyes of the faces on the cloak showed the water beneath. Devon moved closer to Liora. She saw his hand inched toward his knife. Liora grabbed his wrist. When he looked at her, she shook her head. There were so many Rylocks in the cavern that any attempt at Rucko's life would be the last thing they did. She had to handle this situation carefully. It was obvious Rucko's tone put Devrin on edge. She forced a small smile, hoping it would alleviate his worry, but the effort didn't show behind her breather.
"Vist tells me you can change form,"
Rucko said.
"The problem is that I'm a bit of a doubter."
He paused in front of her.
"I need to see it in order to believe it."
Several chuckles cut through the water. Rucko crossed his arms in front of his chest.
"I also have a limited amount of patience, and waiting for Vist to bring you here has expended my patience in its entirety."
He eyed Liora.
"I have a feeling you're not going to reveal your secrets lightly, so extreme measures are necessary."
At his nod, Cretians grabbed Liora and Devrin, pinning them tight.
"I could take your breather and wait for you to finally give up and either die or show me what Vist says will happen."
Liora expected it. She was prepared to hold her breath for as long as she could and do anything possible to keep from giving in to Rucko's demand. She didn't know if her body would cooperate anyway. For all she knew, the events before had been a fluke. She wasn't ready to risk her life and Devrin's on the chance that something inexplicable happened twice. Rucko didn't give her that option. Instead of taking her breather, he grabbed Devrin's and pulled it from his mouth. Devrin's eyes widened and he struggled against the arms that held him. But the Cretians didn't let go.
"Now, his fate is in your hands,"
Rucko said. He pulled Leora's breather free and clutched both of them in one big hand. At his nod, the men holding Liora let her go.
"Save him,"
Rucko prompted her.
"Breathe for him, little fish."
Liora looked from Rucko to Devrin. The human's eyes were wide, and fear showed in his gaze. He had no idea what was going on, and she couldn't tell him. For all he knew, they were going to let him drown. He fought against the hands on his arms, but they wouldn't give. He didn't have leverage in the water. Liora had felt the difference the change in her body made before. The density lessened, and she could move through the water with ease instead of struggling in her human form. As a human, Devrin would have no chance to break free and get his breather back. Liora looked over her shoulder at Rucko. There was no guarantee she could change form again. Devrin's only chance, and hers, may be if she could get the breathers back from the big Cretan. He followed her gaze to his hand.
"Go ahead and try, little fish. I'll snap you in half."
He waved his other scaled hand, indicating the cavern.
"You may have strength up there, but in these depths I rule."
He lifted his palm to show the breathers.
"Breathe through gills or die."
He closed his hand into a tight fist. Then gave a deep laugh that reverberated off the walls.
"Show him, girl,"
Vist said.
"Show him what you showed me."
There was an edge of panic to the red-haired Cretan's voice, as though he worried that he had made a mistake. If he was wrong, and they both died, Liora wondered briefly the price he would pay. A glance behind Devrin showed a detached hand, impaled on one of the spiky fish. Leora's lungs began to burn. She kept the panic from her face. Devrin shook his head, fighting to keep in his last breath.
"Are you going to let him die?"
Rucko asked. Liora kept her gaze on Devrin's. She didn't know how to make her body change. She wanted to save him, to help him breathe, but so much depended on something she feared. She fought against that fear. Darkness colored her thoughts, and pain throbbed in her head. She saw the last few bubbles escape from Devrin's lips. His eyes were wide, and he pulled against the hands on his arms, but his struggles were weakening. "Let him go!" Liora tried to shout. Her breath escaped bubbles that drifted up to the ceiling. She dove for Rucko, attempting to get a breather from his hand. He backed away, keeping his fist easily out of her reach. He grabbed her by the throat and looked past her at Vist.
"What is this?" he demanded.
Vist shrugged.
"It happened just like I told you. I wouldn't lie, Rucko. Honest." "He's telling the truth,"
Ven said, confusion clear in his tone. Rucko lifted Liora up by her throat.
"You're letting your human die. Is that what you want?"
He growled at her. Liora tried to pull his hands away, but her grip was weakening by the second. She glanced over her shoulder to see Devrin's head lolling forward. His eyes were half shut, his gaze on her. Liora clawed at Rucko's hand, but the huge fingers wouldn't let her go. Devrin was drowning behind her. She felt the blanket attempting to smother her thoughts, to give in to the pain and pressure, to breathe the water into her lungs. She heard Devrin gulp behind her. The water would kill him. Liora glared down at Rucko. His orange eyes widened. She closed her mouth and drew in a breath. The slits formed on the sides of her neck, gills that brought in oxygen from the water. Rucko's hand opened in surprise. Strength filled her. Liora kicked Rucko in the face, flipped backwards in the water, and shot toward Devrin. It took 2 well-placed punches to drive the Cretans away. She grabbed Devrin's face in her hands, drew in a breath through her gills, and breathed it into his mouth. Devrin's head jerked back. He coughed out water. Liora drew another breath and breathed it to him. This time, Devrin sucked it into his lungs. He stared at her, his dark eyes filled with shock and questions she didn't know the answers to. Behind her, Rucko gave a grunt of approval.
"You didn't lie, Vist. It's a good thing. The urchins are hungry."
Vist's face paled, but he gave a twisted smile at the Rylok's words.
"I never lie to you, Rucko. See?"
Rucko nodded.
"You did good."
He motioned to one of the other Cretans.
"Get him his reward."
Liora glared at Vist and said in Tanli, "He doesn't deserve a reward. He deserves castration for what he was going to do to me." Rucko's black-scaled eyebrows lifted at her words.
"You speak quite fluently, little one. And what was his plan?"
"He and his comrades wanted to teach me a lesson for being what did you call it?" She speared Vist with her gaze. "A Starrock? You took my breather so that I would drown, and you could use my body however you wished before you disposed of it, where nobody would find it again." Vist's smile fell. He looked from Liora to Rucko.
I didn't mean it, Rucko. Honest, I wouldn't do that."
Rucko's expression was unreadable. He studied the Cretan. Vist ran a hand nervously through his red hair.
"Normally, I would look past such a thing,"
Rucko said. He met Leora's gaze.
"However, this is an unusual circumstance. You endangered my guest."
His eyes narrowed thoughtfully.
"Though she wouldn't be my guest if you hadn't been so inhospitable in the first place." "She'd be some other Rylok's plaything," Vist pointed out.
Rucko nodded.
"It's a conundrum indeed."
Liora pulled in another breath. Devrin held her gaze as she breathed for him. She was grateful he couldn't speak, because she wasn't ready to hear whatever he wanted to say. Rucko sighed.
"Though I am grateful for you bringing them here, your intentions weren't as pure as you first projected them to be."
He lifted a shoulder, his cloak of skins rising with the motion.
"Though I would be deceitful if I didn't admit to having a little fun of my own with a Starrock or two."
Vist gave a nervous laugh, as though unsure what the appropriate response should be. Rucko opened one meaty hand.
I can't punish my own for following in my slipstream, so to speak. Vist, you're free." He stabbed at the water with one big finger. "But if you find a Stark again, take care to remember in your tiny brain that they belong to me first, and then you, if I am feeling generous." "Yes, Rocco," Vist replied. He looked relieved that he had escaped punishment, but disappointed that whatever reward was to be his had been revoked. At a wave of Rocco's hand, he left the cavern with Ven and the other Cretan behind him. Rocco's gaze locked on Leora's. "Now, my little fish, we have things to discuss."
Chapter 3. "Can I have a breather for Devrin?" Liora asked. Rocco's lips cracked into a wry smile.
"You can't blame me for forgetting about the needs of humans in our company."
He held out one of the breathers. She gave it to Devrin. He quickly put it over his nose and mouth and took several deep breaths. "I'll get us out of this," Liora said in the common language to him. He nodded, but there was anger in his eyes when he looked at Rocco. Liora wished he could say all the things he so obviously wanted to. Perhaps it would knock Rocco down a notch. The Cretan could use a little lowering of his estimation of himself. "We're going back to Reese," Liora said in Tanli. Humor touched Rocco's gaze.
"Are you now?"
Liora nodded. "You aren't any better than Vist. You would have let us both die." Rocco nodded.
"Your skin would be a beautiful addition to my cloak, especially with those tattoos. What do they represent?"
"Lives I've taken," Liora replied in a level tone. Her response must have caught Rocco off guard, because he gave her an appraising look.
"Tiny and deadly. I may have gauged you wrong. If I didn't know any better, I would ask you to join my humble family."
His tone caught Leora's attention. "Yet you know better."
"More than I think you do,"
was his level reply. Liora crossed her arms in front of her chest to keep from listening to the instincts that begged her to pull her blades and shove them into his heart. "Explain yourself." Rocco watched her quietly for a moment. The sound of Devrin's breather was loud in the stillness. Rocco snapped. Movement caught Leora's eyes. She turned to see the Rylocks leaving the cave. To her surprise, Rocco didn't have any of them stay. The last Cretan filed out until it was just the three of them. "You're not afraid of me?" Liora asked to gauge his reaction. She didn't know why he would do such a thing. Either he felt truly confident in his strength over hers, or he wanted to project a feeling of camaraderie to put her at ease. She kept his mention of adding her to his skin cloak in the forefront of her mind.
"Terrified,"
Rocco replied. He gestured to where the others had left.
"They have no idea who you are."
He watched her closely.
"And something tells me you don't know either."
He looked at Devrin, who watched them both, his brow furrowed with confusion as to what was happening. Rocco switched to the common tongue.
"Perhaps we should speak in a language your friend understands."
"I appreciate that," Liora replied. It surprised her how easy it was to talk in the common tongue under the water. Something about the way her gilled mouth shaped the words made them easy to understand. She knew Devrin couldn't do the same. He appeared to realize it as well, and so instead ran his finger crosswise on the blade he held, testing the sharpness. Liora wondered how long he had held it in his hand.
"I suppose we should start with the boring necessities dictated by social etiquette,"
Rocco began. He had changed from the rough dialect of the Rylocks that dwelled in the grunge to the more sophisticated tones of Upper Reese. He must have seen the surprise Liora tried to hide because he tipped his head in acknowledgement of the change.
"To be a leader, one must be trusted by those he leads."
He waved a hand to indicate the cave.
"If they knew I grew up in the heights of Reese, they would never let me sit on this throne."
He swam behind it. running a hand over the carved bones in an admiring caress.
The things I did to sit here makes the deception small by comparison.
He held out a hand.
I am Drefo Ruck, cousin to the Fikes that run Reese.
Liora carefully kept her expression blank. Fike was Mally's last name. Given what she had learned of Rucko's lack of moral conscience, didn't dictate well for what he would do if he knew her brother was pretty much engaged into the Fike family. She didn't want the possibility of a ransom mixed up in everything else. I am Liora Day, she said, and this is Devon Metis. Rucko gave a mockingly noble bow.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Devon's eyes narrowed as he watched them both in silence. Rucko's eyebrows rose, and he gave Liora an interested look.
It just occurred to me that there were rumors. Yes, there were rumors of something just like this.
Like what? Liora pressed, her patience running out. Rucko's tone lowered.
Of a foundling's birth, its sire unknown. Though that foundling couldn't be you, he said with a hint of teasing in his tone. No, that child's skin was said to be gray as death, its eyes dark like the reaches of space where even the universes have yet to touch, and its aura one of fear and destruction. Everything in its path crumbles and fades away.
Rucko gave her another appraising look.
That couldn't be you.
What is the origin of the foundling? Liora asked. Rucko spread a hand, indicating the cavern in which they stood.
The origin is here. It's there. It's everything. The foundlings were the beginning and will be the end. They were the first specks of life, the first to eke out an existence amid the darkness and the dust that was the start of this macrocosm we call home.
Liora watched him carefully. You're saying I'm one of these foundlings. Rucko lifted his shoulders in a small shrug.
Who knows? None of the origin race has been seen in centuries.
He gave her a closer look.
Though as far as I know, you came down here human. Now you exchange pleasantries with me as a Cretan. The foundlings were form shifters. They evolved. It was their survival skill. Whatever the environment called for, they adapted to meet it. This is why there are so many races in the macrocosm. Their bodies eventually stopped changing. Their children's children lost the need, as their forms perfected survival in the harsh demands of the various galaxies. The foundlings died off. They became few and very far in between.
The look the Cretan gave her was calculating.
Though, if I'm looking at a foundling standing in the water before me, I know I have quite the bartering chip.
Liora glanced at Devon. Why is that? She asked Rucko.
As you can imagine,
Rucko answered.
My hold on the dwellers of this prestigious grunge is tenuous to say the least.
You seem to have done well for yourself, Liora replied, keeping her voice level. Rucko gave a half-smile of acknowledgement.
Just the same, I could use a little solidification of my position here in the recesses of Reese's finest.
Liora drew in a slow breath. She let it out in bubbles that rose to the cave ceiling. What do you want, Rucko? His gaze sharpened.
As I see it, I have the power in this situation.
She swam forward and drew her knives in the same smooth motion. Rucko lifted his hands.
Kill me, and there will be 1,000 Rylocks between you and the surface.
He indicated Devon.
You may survive, foundling, but your human there will be a hindrance and may have to be left behind. I've seen him swim. Not a pretty sight.
Devon's hands clenched into fists. His knife held tight. He swam forward to Leora's side. Rucko grinned, revealing perfectly straight teeth.
I'll call off my family if you do something for me."
"Out with it," Liora replied, tired of his game.
"I need the gem,"
Rucko told her. Liora and Devon exchanged a glance. "I don't have a gem," Liora said.
Rucko chuckled. "You don't have the gem yet, but you will. Follow me."
As much as Liora wanted to get back to Reese and ensure that Devon was safe, she knew Rucko wasn't lying about the number of Rylocks that lay between them and protection. She might be able to fight her way to their rooms, but having Devon at her side was a hindrance she couldn't overlook. Her Demaclan instincts whispered for her to bide her time and take whatever advantage she could make in the situation. If that involved listening to Rucko and perhaps doing what he asked in exchange for their safe travel, so be it. Rucko crossed to the back wall where a gray fish nearly blended with the rotting coral. Rucko released something that appeared to be a fish eyeball into the water, and the gray fish lunged forward to snap it up. The coral around the doorway it revealed was nearly black. Rucko grinned at them over his shoulder.
"And now to the part of Cree most people don't get to see."
"Lucky them," Liora said in an undertone to Devon. His hand touched her shoulder before she could follow Rucko into the hole. When she looked back at the human, he shook his head. "We don't have a choice at the moment," she replied. "Let's see what he wants. Then we can decide." Devon looked as though he wanted to argue, but taking off the breather wouldn't allow him to talk. He shook his head again, as though he didn't like the idea. "Wait up here," Liora suggested. Devon glared at her and followed her into the tunnel.
"I thought you might have gotten cold feet for a moment there,"
Rucko said when they turned at the first corner of the winding tunnel. "Just debating whether it's smart to follow some deep ocean Rylock lord into his dark and murky lair," Liora replied. She waved a hand in front of her face to move away a cluster of black particles drifting there. Rucko chuckled.
"You have a point,"
he said.
"This may be the most inhospitable place in all of Reese, or Cree for that matter. There's a reason the Rylocks won't even come down here." He winked at her. "The creature in the deep and all that."
"Sounds inviting," Liora replied.
"I figured you'd like it,"
Rucko said. Liora and Devon followed behind him. The empty eye sockets of the faces sewn to Rucko's cloak watched them as they made their way deeper into the murky depths. The black and brown pieces of rotting coral thickened in the water, and Liora found herself breathing shallowly to avoid taking it in. Creatures they could barely make out in the muddy depths scurried out of the way before they were stepped on. A long, skinny, snake-like reptile trailing 3 split tails slipped into a hole on Leora's right side, only to reappear with a toothy snarl before they passed. Liora and Devon carefully skirted the hole.
"It does have a certain charm, doesn't it?"
Rucko asked over his shoulder. "Pleasant," Liora replied, her tone dry. She followed Rucko's chuckle into the darkening water. They turned the last corner to find Rucko waiting in front of a metal gate. Seeing something so modern and new caught Liora by surprise. Whoever had installed the gate had sunk the hinges deep into the coral on each side after chipping away at the rot to ensure that the foundation would hold. Unlike the black fuzzy substance that covered the walls, the gate was completely clear of grime and debris. She wondered if the gate was there to keep whatever was inside in or to keep outsiders away. Rucko slipped a thick chain from around his neck and revealed a key that had been tucked beneath his shirt.
"Can never be too safe," he said.
It was the first time Liora had heard the tightening of his voice that spoke of fear. She figured the gate was to keep whatever was inside in because, apparently, nobody in their right mind would enter the cave in the depths of Cree.
"Don't ever say I didn't bring you anywhere fun,"
Rucko told them. The key turned in the lock with a click that reverberated through the water. He pushed the gate, and it swung inward without any resistance. Rucko entered and stepped to the side to wait for them to pass. As soon as they did so, He locked the gate and slipped the key back over his neck. Liora peered down the tunnel before them. It appeared to lead to a black cave. She couldn't see anything beyond that. Rucko stooped to pick up something behind the gate. When he turned around, she saw small fuzzy creatures with a multitude of legs in his hands.
"Gets a little dark down here,"
Rucko said. He snapped one of the creatures in his 2 beefy hands. Immediately, the body started to glow. Rucko shoved 2 more of the creatures in the pocket inside his cloak. Rucko held the glowing carcass over his head to illuminate their path through the muck.
"Not far now,"
he said with a forced smile, despite the catch in his voice.
"Just a little bit more."
He led the way to the end of the short tunnel, then stepped just inside the opening. Liora peered into the darkness. She couldn't tell how far it went on ahead of them. Rucko balled the carcass in one hand and chucked it. The 3 of them stared at the light that filled a cavern so deep the body couldn't illuminate the other side. It drifted down and continued drifting, further and further until it was eventually consumed by darkness. Devon put a hand on Leora's shoulder from behind her to keep her from swimming off the ledge by accident. The thought of the depths below sent a shiver down her spine. Rucko pulled out another of the fuzzy creatures and snapped its spine. It began to glow. He pulled a rock from his other pocket and tied the small worm-like body to the rock. He shoved the rock forward through the water in an arching aim that sent the rock and glowing creature down the pit. The rock's descent halted far below them. With the small illumination, Liora was able to spot a glow of red at the bottom of the deep cavern. "Is that the gem?" she asked. Devon leaned forward behind her to look at the object. He met Leora's gaze, his own filled with worry and disapproval.
"That's the gem,"
Rucko replied.
"Piece of cake, right? If you could just go get it for me, I would consider myself so grateful. I might even offer you a Rylock escort for your trip back to the upper reaches of Reese."
"Generous," Liora replied. She kept her gaze on the gem. "So if you want it, why haven't you just gone down there and picked it up?" Rucko couldn't even pretend to smile. He sucked in a breath through his gills and let out the bubbles.
"There's the minor detail of the Dornan Venda."
"The creature of death?" Liora translated from Tanley to the common tongue for Devon's sake. "Sounds pleasant." Devon grabbed her arm. Liora knew how upset he would be if she put herself in danger. But if she had any chance of getting them back up to Reese alive, she had to try all options.
"It's rather large,"
Rucko said in a tone that told her he was selling it far short.
"It has a few teeth and also appears to have a fondness for Cretan flesh. It may also be a they. It has yet to be confirmed."
He let out a breath.
"I've lost so many family members sending them down to get it. I nearly ran out of my entire following."
"That's a shame." Rucko gave a small smile at Leora's sarcasm.
"I've built it up again since, but have yet to find anyone able to bring me the gem."
He looked back into the depths.
"It's sure to satisfy my claim to the Bone Throne and the loyalty of the Rylocks. Trust me when I say that we are both better off with them under at least some semblance of control, rather than harassing Reese on a continued basis."
"I agree with that," Liora replied. She studied the depths below them, considering her options. If she gave Rucko the gem, they could go back safely. If she refused, he would either attempt to leave them in the cave, or they would be killed by the Cretans if they tried to leave without him. She could fight, but there was a chance neither she nor Devon would survive. "I'll do it." Rucko stared at her.
"Seriously?"
Liora forced a nonchalant shrug. "How hard can it be?" Devon grabbed her shoulder hard. He tried to pull her backward up the tunnel. She let him pull her up, out of Rucko's sight, then ducked under his arm and shoved him against the rotting tunnel wall. "We don't have a choice," she said. He nodded. Liora shook her head. Not if you don't want to get killed. Devron's eyes narrowed, and he pointed at the cave behind them. It's a risk I can take, she replied. He shook his head again, bubbles rising and his chest heaving. Devron, I have to try, she said. If it gets too dangerous, I'll come back. Devron shook his head. She could tell how much he wanted to tell her not to make a stupid decision. She knew he wanted to try battling their way out, but Liora had seen the Cretans fight. She knew far better what they were up against. She would rather face whatever was in the pit. I'm doing it. Wait here and guard the gate in case Rucko decides to go back on his word. Before Devron could stop her, Liora swam back down the tunnel. She paused at the edge of the ledge. A moment later, Devron was at her side again. She thought he would try to dissuade her, and her muscles tensed with the possibility of needing to remind him of the stubbornness of a Demaclin. When she turned, Liora paused at the sight of Devron's knives in his hand. He held them hilt out to her. Liora let out a breath. Thanks, she said. She accepted the knives and slid them behind her belt. Devron pointed to the bottom of the pit. Seriously? Liora replied with a touch of humor at his offer. I think you'd end up being bait for whatever I find down there. Devron rolled his eyes. Liora shook her head. No, but thanks for the offer. She looked at Rucko. I need to do this alone. Good luck, Rucko said. He rubbed his thick hands together in anticipation. Liora hoped it was in anticipation of holding the gem instead of the thought of her death. She looked back once at Devron, then dove into the wide pit. Chapter 4. Liora moved easily through the water. The density of her changed form made swimming feel as simple as walking. Her webbed hands pulled the water past her, and each kick of her bare, webbed feet propelled her forward. The black walls of the pit slid by, and the red gem drew near. She peered through the murky water she passed. It was obvious by the chills that ran along her arms that something watched her from depths her eyes couldn't penetrate. She figured that the sooner she had the gem in her possession, the quicker she could avoid whatever was in the pit and get back past the gate. Liora was almost there. The gem was on a platform about as wide as she was tall, and rested on a pile of plain stones, each the size of a fist. She wondered who had put the gem there originally. The pit fell away on every side of the platform to depths Liora could only guess at. Cold currents rose, toying with her hair and brushing across her arms and legs. Liora reached out a hand, her senses alert for any sign of attack. She was almost to the gem when her instincts tingled. She peered into the black water below the platform, and her heart skipped a beat. The darkness moved, undulating beneath her. The thick black water separated as the walls of the pit became instead the winding body of a snake-like creature so big Liora could barely comprehend what she was looking at. A huge scaled head lifted from further in the pit. The body separated, becoming 3 snakes instead of just 1. The first head rose so that it was eye level with the gem. The other 2 circled behind Liora, their fanged mouths open. Liora pushed at them, sending out feelings of peace and calm. The snakes appeared taken by surprise. They drew closer, circling her. Their bodies rose, filling the space above Liora as well as below with their writhing, undulating forms, blocking out any possible light from above and trapping her and the platform in the middle. Only the glowing light of the fuzzy creature Rucko had broken and thrown next to the gem illuminated the darkness. Liora didn't know what to do. She was tempted to reach for her knives, but the enormity of the creatures around her made her doubt the blades would do anything to slow them. The faces stared at her, their slit eyes unblinking, reflecting the red glow of the gem. The bodies closed in. Liora fought against a rise of claustrophobia. Devron and Rucko seemed so far away. Liora was alone, trapped. She knew if she made a move for the gem, it would be the last thing she ever did. There was something about the gazes of the snakes that gave her the idea. Their eyes, while slit, did not have the same cast as an animal's. There was high intelligence behind those eyes, thoughts, motives. They didn't guard the gem for no reason. She had to find out why they kept it safe in order to know what her next course of action should be. Liora gently pushed again. This time, she reached for their thoughts. The one who faced her loomed closer, staring at her, its partially open mouth inches from her. I have been sent for the gems, so that I can take my friend home safely. She pushed toward it. Knowing that the snakes might not understand her language, she also sent images of Rucko and Devrin, showing her wish to take Devrin back up to safety, far away from the Rylocks. Images flooded Liora from all of the snakes. She spun in a circle, looking at each of them in turn. They showed her pictures that clashed together, filling her mind so quickly she couldn't comprehend them. She put a hand to her forehead and lifted the other one. The images stopped bombarding her. Liora pointed to the closest snake. It lowered its head and pushed to her again while the other two waited. Liora saw the 3 snakes travel down the pit below them. What she had thought might be the bottom turned into yet another looping tunnel. The snakes followed it down much further than Liora had guessed the water went. The tunnel opened up, and suddenly she was in a cave so large it looked as though it made up the entire center of the planet. The snakes were everywhere. From them she felt hope, dreams, the love of family, of adventure, of peace. Snakes undulated in and out from hundreds of tunnels, traveling the planet from the inside out. They had no boundaries with the ocean above. They were safe and they were happy. In the middle of the cave, the glow of hundreds of gems in every color gave the core its energy. The snakes cared for the gems in a way Liora couldn't understand. The creatures laid their eggs around the glowing rocks. Baby snakes hatched and grew, slithering through the gems, healthy, loved by their parents that brought them creatures and plants to eat. A gem disappeared. Liora had no idea who or what had taken it, but the pile of gems felt different. The power of the gems began to fade. Their glow lessened, then vanished completely. The baby snakes were restless, and eggs didn't hatch. The snakes searched everywhere for the missing gem. They began dying off, and their numbers decreased. By the time they found the gem, they had dwindled to only a few of their family left. The snakes brought the gem back, but by that time, the damage had been done. The core no longer glowed, and the empty gems remained in a colorless pile to be tended by the 3 remaining snakes who had survived. The 3 snakes moved the final glowing gem to the middle of the pit. They guarded the pit because that was all they had left to do. It gave them purpose and the hope that perhaps in guarding the final gem, they would somehow, someday be able to have a family again, full of love and life. They didn't dare let anyone take it and would guard it to the end of their days. When the snake pulled back, Liora was confused as to what her action should be. It was obvious she couldn't take the gem. The fact that the snakes relied upon it so heavily left her with little choice. She couldn't remove the last vestige of their power. That thought gave Liora an idea. It thrummed inside of her as she toyed with the possibility. She had no idea if it would actually work, but it was worth a try. Liora pushed an image toward the snakes. The biggest snake reared back in surprise. Its yellow eyes watched her, questioning. The snake looked from her to the others. Their heads swayed from side to side, as though they conversed without speaking. The hole around Liora closed in, and she was afraid she would be crushed. Her chance at freeing both she and Devrin lost. The snake lowered its head again so that it was level with her. It opened its mouth. Hollow fangs, as long as Liora was tall, pulled down from the roof of its mouth. Liora knew she wouldn't be able to escape. With the press of the bodies, there was nowhere she could go. She reached for her knives, determined to at least give herself one last chance. An image hit her with such force that she winced. She stared at the massive snake mouth above her, her sight warring between the image she had been shown and what waited in front of her. She reached out for the gem and held it carefully in one hand. With the other, she grabbed onto one of the snake's fangs and stepped into its mouth. Before she could decide if she had just made the worst mistake of her life, the snakes unwound from each other and dove down into the pit at a speed that rocked Liora backwards and made her grip on the fang tighten. The snakes wound through their network of tunnels without slowing. Liora lost track of how long it took. She hoped Rucko would give her the time she needed. If they thought she was dead, Devon might already be paying for her failure. The snakes stopped as abruptly as they started. It took Liora a moment to realize they had reached the core. The head snake carried her carefully to the center, where the pile of gems waited. Just like the memory, the gems looked as though they were colorless pieces of glass. Eggs still waited in an organized circle around them, their shells hard and yellowed with age. A fuzzy green film covered them. Liora stepped carefully over the eggs. She knelt next to the pile and brought out the red gem. She set it on top of the pile, aware that the three snakes watched, their bodies motionless and attention on the red stone. Liora didn't know what she was expecting. She knew that the snakes had placed the gem with the others when they had originally returned it, but nothing had happened. She closed her eyes, hoping for something to come to her. "Push!"
"Stop helping her,"
the angry voice growled. Pain followed. It wasn't pain to Liora directly, but pain that she felt as a whisper that warned her someone else suffered. "Stay out of my head," Liora replied. She put her hand on the red stone, gathering her strength. Liora pushed it down her arm into the gem. It pulsed beneath her fingers. She sent more strength, careful not to do so too quickly, in case she overwhelmed it. The last thing she needed was to destroy the final gem that gave the snakes purpose for their lives. The gem grew warm beneath her touch, its red glow illuminating those beneath. Liora felt the heads of the snakes draw closer, but only the red gem responded to her touch. Liora pushed until she was exhausted. She tried sending energy into the gems individually, and also put as much as she dared into the red gem in the hopes that it would spread to the others. But nothing happened. Liora lost track of how much time passed, but still the gems remained colorless stones within the core. On impulse, Liora held out a hand. If the gems and the snakes were linked, perhaps it was the energy of the snakes that would cause them to glow again. The snake that had carried her leaned its snout forward. Liora rested her hand on the soft-scaled black skin between its slit nostrils. She closed her eyes, projecting peace to the snake even as she pulled. She felt the snake jerk in surprise, but it didn't move out of her reach. Liora turned to the gems and placed her free hand on them. Gently, she pulled the energy from the snake with her left hand and pushed it to the gem with her right. It appeared her efforts were in vain. She pushed and pulled, counting the beats of her heart, wondering how long she dared draw from the snake before it became upset. A light caught her eye. Her breath slowed. The gem beneath her fingers flickered green, the light wavering tenuously like a finger of flame, deciding whether to catch too tender or vanish at the smallest breath of air. The snakes pressed up to the first, their eyes on the gem. Liora felt their energies surge together and flow up her arm. She almost pulled back in fear that the power would be too strong for the gem. Instead, it burst into brilliant green light, flooding the core along with the red. Feelings of approval rushed to her from the snakes. They pushed and she pulled, sending the energy into the gems. Another ignited in a wash of orange, and a fourth in purple. As soon as Liora touched the next one, dark blue glowed from its core. Liora brushed her fingers along the pile, and the rest ignited with a glow so bright she had to squint to ensure that she touched them all. When Liora took her hand away, she stumbled backwards and nearly fell off the raised rocks on which she stood. A snake nose gently pushed her forward, riding her again with a bit too much strength. Liora stumbled to one knee, and her hand landed on one of the eggs. The shell bowed in beneath her weight. Something moved under her hand. Liora rose and stared at the eggs in surprise. The yellow that colored the circle of eggs around the gems faded as she watched. Other eggs began to move. A snout pushed against the inside of the egg she had touched. The soft shell of the egg thinned until a tear appeared. The snout pushed harder, forcing its way through. A tiny black snake slithered out. Other eggs tore and snakes wiggled through until there were dozens of them. The three huge creatures around Liora pressed their snouts into the circle, touching the baby snakes with great care. Liora backed out of the way until she reached the edge of the rocks. She knew she needed to return to Rucko's lair, but she couldn't do so empty-handed. One of the huge snakes pulled back from the gems and snakes. It regarded her with unblinking eyes for a moment before it turned away. Liora wondered what the stare meant. She couldn't take the red gem, not after seeing what it would do to the snakes. Uncertain what other course to take, Liora put her hand to the big snake's head and pushed her knee to get back to the pit. The snake didn't move. Liora pushed again, sure that the creature was just busy acting as a proud parent to the new snakes. Again, the snake ignored her. Liora was about to push harder when the other snake returned. The snake opened its mouth, and a body fell out. Liora stared at the sight of Rucko, curled into a fetal position, whimpers escaping from his mouth. The Cretan's cloak was shredded, and his body was bruised. Liora could barely believe that she looked down at the pompous dictator of the Rylok underworld. "Get up, Rucko." His head jerked up in surprise, and he stared at her.
Liora? You're alive?
"You are too," Liora replied. "For some reason, they let you live." Rucko rose to his knees and clasped his hands together. He raised them to the snakes.
"Thank you," he said. "Thank you for sparing me."
"They spared you for a reason," Liora hedged.
"Why?"
Rucko replied. Liora didn't know how to respond to his wide-eyed stare. She glanced up at the snake, and an idea occurred to her. She placed a hand on the snake's head. A humored, pleased feeling spread to her. She felt the snake sharing the feeling with the other two. Both of them pushed feelings of approval toward her as well. A smile touched Leora's face. "You're to be the protector of the core." Rucko's mouth dropped open. His gills worked overtime as he looked from the snakes back to Liora. "You and your Ryloks are to defend the young snakes and ensure that nobody steals any of the gems from the core ever again. If you fail in this, they will eat you and all of your so-called family without a second thought. If you lie, they will know. If you tell the truth, they will know."
"I'll do it. I'll do it,"
Rucko replied, trembling.
"Tell them I'll do it. I'm telling the truth. Honest."
The biggest snake's mouth opened. Liora stepped inside and held onto the fangs.
"How do I get back?"
Rucko asked. Liora gave him a steely look. "Swim." Rucko looked as though he was about to faint.
"I don't know the way out,"
he whined.
"I'll die before I get back. It's so dark out there, and I only have one more of these worms."
He pulled it out of his cloak pocket. He was about to kill it, but Liora leaned out of the snake's mouth and grabbed his wrist in a grip of iron. She took the fuzzy worm gently with her other hand and brought it to her cheek. She rubbed it softly and whispered nonsense words to calm its racing heartbeat. It took merely a breath of a gentle push to reassure the creature that it wasn't going to die. A thrum filled her hand. Liora realized that the worm was purring like the felis had done. A glow started inside, and soon rainbow light spilled over her fingers and down her arm.
How did you do that? Rucko asked. I thought you had to kill them to make them glow.
Liora glared at him. Death isn't always the answer. It's time you learn to value life more than wealth.
I will, Rucko promised. Please take me back.
As much as she didn't want to, Liora knew that if she didn't take him back to his lair, she and Devrin wouldn't make it past the Rylocks back to Reese. She held out a hand.
Don't make me regret this, she said.
Never, Rucko replied. The trip back to the pit felt much shorter than the journey down. Liora kept in the forefront of her mind the reason she had been forced into the pit in the first place. Her entire journey through the grunge had occurred because Rylocks had taken her breather out to let her die. Their plan had been to use her and throw her away, just as Rucko did with the worm bodies. She didn't trust them, and she didn't entertain the thought that they would uphold their promise with the snakes. She needed to do more. We need to include the Fikes. Rucko stared at her from the inside of the snake's mouth. He avoided the teeth and instead sat on the forked tongue, jumping every time it moved.
That's a horrible idea.
These creatures are smart, and now they'll be growing in number. The dynamics of life on Kree just shifted. If the Cretians don't find a way to live in harmony with them, there will be war. She paused, then said in a quiet voice, and I'm tired of war. They reached the pit to find Devrin standing on the platform where the gem had been. The fact that he had swam so deep into the darkness to find her touched Liora. The fear on his face at the snake's appearance turned to relief when the snake's mouth opened and Liora stepped out. He checked her over quickly, as though sure she was about to die from some injury she hid. Liora decided that he knew her way too well. I'm fine, she reassured him, but we've got things to do. Let's go. Devrin hesitated when she motioned for him to step into the snake's mouth, but he saw Rucko staring out at him, and his eyes narrowed. He wasn't about to leave Liora with Rucko, even if it meant entering the mouth of a snake to do so. Rucko unlocked the gate and pushed it wide open for the snake to pass. The spiky creatures that lined the throne room sucked in their spikes at the appearance of the giant from the deep. The snake passed without the worry of being impaled. Liora saw the amazement and fear on the faces of the Rylocks when they first spotted the snake, and then their leader in its mouth, riding unharmed but cowering at Leora's feet. She met the stares of Vist and the others, only to see them turn pale with fear. Liora pushed the image in her mind to the snake. It surged through the depths of the grunge and into the lighter waters of Reese. Thousands of Cretians turned to stare as the snake's black body wound around the coral reef higher and higher. She passed her room and continued up to the broad quarters of Mali's family. Liora glanced at Rucko. The empty eye-holes of the robe around his shoulders showed eerily against the snake's mouth. Ditch the robe, Rucko, she told him. I don't think it'll go over well in the higher reaches of Reese.
What? Oh, forgot about that, he said with an embarrassed look. It was just to keep up appearances, you know.
He shrugged out of it and wadded it up. To her surprise, he tossed it outside without a second's hesitation. At her look, he shrugged.
Not like I knew them. I didn't even make the thing. Found it behind the bone throne and thought it would help add to my stature.
Liora and Devrin exchanged a glance. Liora shook her head and looked back outside, just as they reached the highest section of the coral building. Somehow, the Cretians had already been warned about the snake. How word had traveled so quickly baffled Liora, but she was glad when they reached the open room of light that took up the uppermost level of the underwater coral and found all the ruling class present. It felt far more dramatic than she had planned to step from the snake's huge mouth to the floor of the crystal room. Liora, Mali said in a gasp. Brandis rushed over to her, breathing quickly through his breather. He looked from her gills to her hands, his eyes wide. I'm all right, she reassured him. I'll explain later. The fact that he couldn't speak beneath the water didn't keep him from hugging her, then checking her over for injuries and hugging her again. All the while, he kept one eye on the snake that towered above them, its slit eyes unblinking and tongue flickering out to take in the scents of the water-filled room. Devon stood quietly at Leora's side, and Rucko stumbled out to kneel wide-eyed in the splendor of the room. "What happened, Liora?" Melly's mother was the first to speak. On Cree, the dynamics of leadership fell to the women, and Liora had seen Madame Fike handle politics and trade with apparent ease. She had great respect for the woman that far surpassed the shrieking that same woman was prone to when she was excited about something. Liora looked from the snake to the Cretians that made up Mally's family and the ruling class of Reese. "It's going to be easier if I show you," she decided. "May I?" "May you what?" Madame Fike asked. "There is a lot to explain," Liora told her. "I'd rather show you than tell you, because firsthand is a lot more meaningful than a recounting of events." "How would you show us?" Madame Fike queried. She looked from Liora to the snake in uncertainty, but the creature hadn't moved since it released them into the open room. Liora touched the woman's hand and pushed an image of Rucko kneeling in front of the baby snakes into her mind. "Do you see that?" Liora asked, careful to keep the push gentle so she didn't overwhelm Mally's mother. Madame Fike nodded with amazement on her face. "Can you show all of us?" Liora motioned for them to link their hands. "Close your eyes," she instructed. "It's easier if you don't have anything distracting you." "A bit difficult with that beast watching us," one of Mally's sisters said. "Hush, Brinley. Have faith," Madame Fike directed. "Yes, Mother," the young woman replied. Liora pushed. She felt the surprise of the others as her memories filled their minds. Devon waited near Rucko in case the Rylock changed his mind about their agreement. Liora pushed the same image at him and felt his acceptance of it. She showed them Rucko leading her to the pit, her confrontation with the snakes, and the snakes' memories of loss after the gem disappeared. She showed replacing the gem and filling them with light once more, along with the birth of the baby snakes. She showed what she had told Rucko about his new position in Cree, and of her decision to include the Cretians. "These creatures are smart, and now they'll be growing in number. The dynamics of life on Cree just shifted. If the Cretians don't find a way to live in harmony with them, there will be war." Liora pulled away from Madame Fike and the others. Several of them grabbed their heads or stumbled despite how gently she broke the connection. "I'm sorry," she told them. "The effects should wear off soon. It's a bit harder if you've never had someone push to you before." Madame Fike appeared the least bothered by the push. She swam past Liora to reach the great snake. The creature's yellow eyes followed her. "We will do everything we can to help protect your young," she said. Liora was about to push the image that matched the woman's promise to the snake when the creature pushed a strong image of its own. Several in the room staggered and leaned against each other for support, but Madame Fike stood straight and received the push without flinching. The snake showed others coming from the pit, growing, moving among the coral city with the Cretians. "Exactly," Madame Fike said aloud. "We can learn to live in harmony. I'd much prefer that over watching my people be eaten."
"You just mentioned being eaten,"
Rucko said with fear in his voice. "Will peace be possible?" Mally asked. Her mother turned to her. "Anything is possible," she answered. "It's a matter of motivation. I am motivated to keep our people alive. This creature is motivated to keep its young alive. As long as we can stay on the same page, we can live in peace." She looked at Rucko. "And you will guard the gems." Rucko straightened beneath the weight of her scrutiny.
"Yes, Madame Fike, my people and I will guard the gems."
The Cretan woman's eyes narrowed thoughtfully.
"Do I know you?"
Rucko looked as though he was about to brush aside her inquiry, but he glanced at the snake. Liora remembered telling him that the snake could tell if he lied.
"You knew my father, Dran Ruck."
Madam Pike's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, your father was a great man. I wondered what became of his son after he passed. She tipped her head to one side. You always did have a penchant for leadership. I just didn't realize you had taken it below. Rocco lowered his gaze.
I have things to make up for. I beg the opportunity to do so.
Madam Pike nodded. Everyone deserves a chance. Make your father proud.
I will,
Rocco promised. Madam Pike looked at Liora. Your journey here has had quite the impact on our ocean planet. I hope I haven't upset the way of things too greatly. I imagine you have, the woman replied. At Leora's look, she smiled. Our role in life isn't to stand still and let the current flow around us. It is to shape ourselves to best fit the current, so that we can reach the furthest and have the greatest impact on those around us. She indicated the snake with a bow of her head. Our path may have changed, but the current presses on. It is up to us to not stand in its way, but to join its course. We will survive. The respect Liora felt for the woman grew. She saw the determined nods from Mally's siblings. And now you have a starship to catch, Madam Pike said. Your father is in contact and he is anxious to have you home. Liora took the fuzzy worm from the spot it had settled in on her shoulder. Madam Pike accepted the creature with a smile. It's been a while since I've seen any of your sort here, she said. A purr emanated from the creature. Madam Pike held out a hand to Liora. Thank you again, Liora Day. I hope we will see each other again soon. Thank you, Liora replied. I appreciate the hospitality you've shown. Cree will always be a place I think of fondly. Chapter 5. Liora sat inside the small lounge room of the 10 Devrin had flown from the Tucana dwarf galaxy. When she leaned against the seat, her back gave an angry throb, reminding her with sharp pain that she had missed spreading Sousa's salve across her burns for far too long. She sat forward again and rested her head in her hands.
Are you all right?
Liora sat up at Devrin's approach. It said a great deal about how tired she was that she hadn't heard his footsteps. I'm fine, she replied. Devrin stood in the doorway for a moment. He finally let out a breath and stepped inside.
Tarek would say he doesn't believe you and get you to talk, but I'm not so good at that.
Liora watched him take the seat across from her. He leaned his elbows on his knees and studied his shoes with a lost expression on his face. Leora's heart went out to him. Tarek didn't die for some little cause. Devrin looked up at her.
What?
She sat up, winced at the pain, and leaned forward again. You said Tarek gave up his life for some little cause. He didn't. Devrin dropped his gaze to his shoes again. Liora held out her hand. I need to show you. Devrin looked at her, his expression showing his exhaustion.
Is this necessary?
I could just push, but it's easier if I can touch you, Liora replied. After everything we've been through today, I don't know if I have the strength.
I wasn't questioning holding your hand,
Devrin said, cutting her off.
I meant about Tarek.
His voice softened, and he looked away from her.
I don't know if I can handle it right now.
Liora closed her eyes at the pain in his voice. She sucked in a breath at the echo that tore through her heart. It's necessary, she said in a whisper. Her eyes opened when his hand took hers. His eyes were already closed. She did the same, searching her memory for the one that played over and over again in her dreams, ending in a nightmare that she could never escape. Again she pounded on the glass, telling Tarek not to sacrifice himself to kill the moss entity that threatened to destroy the macrocosm. But Tarek was Tarek. He wouldn't let others suffer if there was anything he could do to stop it. And so he threw the bomb over his shoulder and said his goodbye with a look of love and a hand on the glass, a hand that would be imprinted on Leora's soul forever. A sound made Liora open her eyes. She gently broke the connection at what she saw. Devon held his eyes with his free hand. Tears dripped from between his fingers and fell to the floor with nearly silent splashes. As if he felt her watching him, he shook his head.
I couldn't do it.
His voice was strangled.
I just couldn't.
Couldn't do what? Liora asked. At the sound of his voice, the tears she had fought so hard to keep at bay trickled down her cheeks. It was a moment before Devon could respond. He put his hand over his mouth, and his words came out muffled. His eyes closed tight.
I couldn't face you. I hurt too much. I couldn't carry someone else's pain with him being gone.
He tipped his head to look at her, his cheeks wet.
I was a coward.
Liora shook her head. His face twisted and he turned away from her.
I blamed you.
I deserve it. Devon looked at her, his eyes searching her face.
Don't you do that. Don't you carry the guilt of his death on your shoulders. I spent years telling Tarek the same thing, trying to get him to understand that it wasn't his fault Dannon and Lissy had been murdered. He kept asking me why he hadn't been there, why he had lingered 5 more minutes than usual in the bay, why he hadn't been the one to face the DeMacklin.
Devon sucked in a shuddering breath.
He wouldn't want the same for you, Liora. He wouldn't want you to carry guilt that doesn't belong to you. I was wrong to blame you. You showed me what he did. He chose to throw the bomb. He made the choice to save all of us.
His voice gentled.
You know, Tarek, it was the only decision he would have made.
Leora's throat hurt. She couldn't say the words that burned in her mind. Live together or die together. He had left her behind, alone, lost, hurting even more inside than she did outside. He made her promise to live, then he left her with her hand on the glass and nothing to hold.
You don't have to keep it inside.
She could feel Devon watching her. She could open up to him, tell him how she felt, let go of the pain that made her chest ache so badly she could barely breathe. Liora kept silent. She sucked in a breath through her nose and let it out through her mouth. It didn't lessen the agony of the hole in her heart where Tarek used to be, but it cleared her mind and resolve. She was a DeMacklin. She would survive. I'm fine, she replied quietly. She saw Devon shake his head from the corner of her eye.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
He gave in and wiped his cheeks with his sleeve.
You're fine. I'm fine. I don't blame you for Tarek's death. He was his own person, and he would have done that 1,000 times over if it meant protecting others.
Liora nodded without speaking. Devon rose to his feet. He crossed to the door again. He was about to leave, then paused.
Thank you,
he said, his voice just above a whisper. Liora made herself look at him. For what?
For trusting me enough to show me what happened. I know that can't be easy for you.
Liora attempted a small smile. She knew it came off poorly. You deserve to know what happened. She picked up the tin of salve on the table in front of her and turned it over in her hands. She asked the question that had been bothering her. Did I do the right thing on Cree? A small huff of amusement came from Devon.
Which time?
Liora looked at him. All of it, I guess. Devon watched her for a moment. He crossed back to the chair and took the seat he had just vacated.
That was an unusual experience.
Tell me about it, Liora replied.
You had gills.
Liora rubbed the side of her neck. That was different for sure.
Do I dare ask how you found that out?
Devon's gaze said he guessed more than she had told him. Liora linked her fingers together. I have a knack for finding near-death experiences.
That's for sure,
Devon replied. He tipped his head, giving her a closer look.
You're exhausted.
Liora gave him the same look. And you appear ready to fight a dozen Gauls? Devon slouched in his seat and let his head loll back.
I should just fall asleep right here.
Do I dare ask who's flying this ship? He rolled his head to one side and glanced at her.
Your father may feel that I'm one of the best pilots he's ever seen, but even he chose a real pilot to travel half the macrocosm. I think he lost more nines than he was comfortable with.
Can't say I blame him, Liora replied. I may be responsible for a few of those.
Devon nodded. There's a chance he'll ask you to retire when you reach Corian. Of course, he doesn't have much experience with the stubbornness of Macrocosm.
That's true, Liora replied. I'll break him in. Devon smiled and closed his eyes. Liora toyed with the tin in her hands. She needed to use it. The way her back was starting to burn let her know things were going to get a whole lot worse if she didn't spread the cooling salves soon. The waters of Cree had caused the skin to tighten. She remembered belatedly that Sousa had warned her about being in liquid too long. The skin was still healing, and her body's reaction to the burn hadn't been pleasant.
What is that?
Liora glanced at Devon. He was looking at the tin she held. It's nothing, she replied. Devon sat up.
You brought it with you from Cree. It must have some importance.
Liora opened the tin. The sharp scent of sartan leaves and pine gum filled the air. It's just a salve. Devon's gaze sharpened.
I know that smell. My mother used sartan for burns.
Liora put the lid back on. Forget about it.
You're moving stiff, Devon said, watching her. I should have noticed before now. You did do something to yourself.
Liora shook her head. It's nothing. Devon leaned forward with his elbows on his knees.
Liora, don't lie to me. I may not have Tarek's or my mother's knack for medicine, but I'm not selfish enough to ignore a friend in need. Let me help you.
Liora wanted to deny his offer of assistance. Her Macrocosm side warned her against revealing her weakness. Yet the thought of spreading the salve, as exhausted and sore as she was, made her want to forget about it entirely. The stress, the bending and reaching would put on her aching skin, made her muscles tense, and her back tighten even more. She didn't know what the next day would bring, and argued with her Macrocosm instincts that it was better to be prepared than stubborn. Her Macrocosm side didn't agree. I just need it for my back, Liora said, keeping her tone light. It's no big deal. I guess I made things angry going out there.
Do I dare ask what things? Devon asked, rising.
He held out his hand. Liora wasn't sure she wanted to give it to him. It was the thought of the twisting and turning it took to spread the salve thoroughly that made her finally set the tin on his palm. Liora shrugged gingerly out of her Vintican shirt. She glanced behind her to see that Devon had turned to face the door in order to give her some privacy. Liora held the shirt in front of her for some semblance of propriety and leaned forward. The stress it put on the skin of her back made her wince. She heard Devon turn.
What on Verdan?
He breathed. A flush of red embarrassment ran across Leora's cheeks. I can take care of it myself, she said, rising. She turned to find an expression on Devon's face that she didn't recognize. His countenance looked as though he was the one in pain, but there was an anger in his eyes that made them dark and stormy. He watched her, but his gaze was piercing, as though he saw through her instead.
Liora, what happened?
She reached out a hand for the tin, holding the shirt in front of her with the other. It happened the day Tarek died. It's nothing. Give me the salve. She made a grab for it, but Devon backed out of her reach.
Your skin is melted, Liora.
Confusion showed in his eyes. He shook his head.
I've never seen anything like that.
Leora's lips pressed together in a tight line. She turned away from him. I had no choice, she said quietly.
What?
Devon demanded. Liora didn't know how to face him. She had never seen Devon so upset. He was usually the level-headed one of their group, except there wasn't a group anymore. It was just the two of them. The survivors, the scarred, whether it showed on their skin or not. I had no choice, Liora repeated. I would have died. Maybe that's the way it should have been. Devon fell silent. Liora stared at the wall, her gaze boring into it as though she could melt a hole through it and escape. A slight discoloration at the bottom edge of the white paint held her attention. The unemotional part of her mind noted that it looked like Stanchen hot sauce, the kind Obru used to pour on everything he ate. She wondered how her father would feel about someone eating so carelessly on one of his tens. A hand touched Leora's arm. She turned away.
"Liora, sit down,"
Devon said. When she didn't move, he repeated himself, his voice gentler this time.
"Liora, please sit down. I'm sorry."
She didn't want his pity or his understanding. She wanted to be gone from that room, far away from anything remotely related to Devon, Tarek, or the day Tarek had died. Yet she carried it with her wherever she went, and the pain of her back was a constant reminder as much as the pain in her heart. She would never forget, whether she wanted to or not. She took a seat facing away from him. After a few moments of silence, Devon crossed to stand behind her.
"I'm sorry,"
he repeated, his voice quiet.
"I guess I didn't expect this."
She heard him swallow through a tight throat.
"I didn't expect any of this."
She glanced back to see Devon with the tin in one hand and his gaze on the wall across from them. There weren't tears on his face, but she heard it in his voice.
"I didn't expect to be here without him, to be attempting to take care of injuries you've received and not have him here telling you to be more careful with yourself. Yet he's the one who's gone."
Devon lifted his head and met her eyes.
"I'm imprisoned by the excruciating irony of the course our lives have taken."
Liora nodded and turned away. No words could fill the achingly empty silence between them. They were on the same page, lost, searching for something that no longer existed, looking for the familiar face they would never see again. She rested her head in her hands, welcoming the agonizing pull of the skin on her back. Fingers touched her wounds, and the soothing cool of Sousa's salve brought such swift relief Liora felt her muscles relaxing beneath Devon's careful ministrations.
"There are deep marks here. Are they from the claws of those creatures in the dome?"
he asked, his tone level and voice quiet. Liora nodded. "From them and the Ketulans that attacked during the council meeting." Devon was quiet for a moment as he gently spread the salve, taking far better care than she usually did.
"So you were bleeding out."
Liora studied the scar on the palm of her hand. "I was dying. I felt it. There wasn't enough skin left for them to stitch, so I told them to burn it." Devon's hand paused. He began again, his movements slower.
"Chemical burns?"
"Yes. There was a medic on the council planet who knew how to do it. He had cauterized smaller wounds before. He said he would try."
"I can't imagine how painful that must have been."
Liora kept silent. Devon had finished applying the salve. She heard the sound of the lid being pressed onto the container.
"I'm sorry for the way I reacted."
His voice was distant. He had turned away to give her privacy again. Liora pulled the shirt gingerly over her head. Demaclans consider scars badges of honor. Obru used to say that a Demaclan without a scar isn't a true Demaclan. She paused, then said something she had told Tarek long ago. "Sometimes I feel like it's the scars holding me together, instead of the other way around. I suppose now it looks like it." Silence met her words. Devon was looking at the door, as though debating whether to leave. It was obvious by his expression that he was thinking of things other than her words. At least, she hoped so. She didn't know what made her say it. She wished she could take the words back the moment they left her mouth. She was stronger than that. She didn't need anyone else to understand her. She rose to her feet and held out her hand. "Thank you." Devon gave her the tin back.
"That can't be easy to spread on your own. Let me know when you need help again,"
he said. He crossed to the door and waited for it to open. Liora watched for it to close behind him before she said, "I can take care of myself." Chapter 6. As soon as the 10 landed on Corian, Liora saw her father dismount from one of the hovercrafts that sped around at exceedingly high speeds. She watched through the window as he hugged Brandis and took Mally's hand in both of his. The Cretan gave a shallow curtsy, smiling at both Brandis and Senior Commandant Day. When Devon exited the 10 behind them, Leora's father called him over. She could imagine the gratitude he expressed toward the pilot and captain. He had brought the Commandant's children home safely. Liora waited until the others had left the hangar before she stepped out of the 10's door. The last time Liora had been in the hangar, Tarek had been leaning against a pillar, his arms crossed and a smile on his face, as though he hadn't just narrowly escaped death. Liora couldn't help looking toward that same pillar again. She felt his absence as much as saw it. A tingling ran through the tips of her fingers where she had touched his face. A breath whispered across her cheek where his hand had brushed when he kissed her. Her ears longed to hear his voice, his sarcasm, his gentle teasing.
"Liora!"
her father called. Liora gripped the tin in one hand and walked down the ramp. When she stepped onto the hangar floor, she pushed down all thoughts of Tarek. They didn't make her stronger. In fact, they threatened to make her shatter into 1,000 pieces that would never fit together again. She refused to be weak. She wouldn't let her heart overcome her Demaclin training. Unfortunately, her father was on a completely different page. The Senior Commandant crossed to her and opened his arms for a hug. But before he touched her, he hesitated.
"Is it all right if I hug you?" he asked. "Am I going to hurt you?"
Liora shook her head. "I'm okay, Dad." He hugged her carefully, a father afraid to cause his daughter any more pain than she had gone through. It made her feel frail, like a cracked egg, as if he expected her to break open at any moment. Senior Commandant Day stepped back. He shook his head.
"I keep expecting him to walk down those steps. Tarek was a good man, a very good man."
"He was," Liora replied, keeping her emotions out of it.
"I wish I had taken the time to know him better,"
her father continued.
"Any man you choose to be at your side is someone I accept, of course, but I wish I had known him like you did."
"Me too."
"If Tarek was here..."
Liora shook her head. It was too much. She couldn't keep Tarek out of her mind if her father insisted on bringing him up. The carefully controlled wall she held around any thoughts, memories, or emotions related to him had so many cracks in it, a single push would cause it to crumble. "Dad, please, can we not talk about him?" The Senior Commandant watched her for a moment, caught off guard. He nodded.
"Of course, Liora. Anything you need."
"I need to talk about anything but him right now. Can we do that?" She hated that her tone was curt to cover the way her voice trembled at the request. Her father nodded.
"Of course, I understand."
He motioned for her to enter the hovercraft.
"Let's go to my office. We do have other things to talk about."
He paused, giving her a closer look.
"Unless you need some rest. You look tired."
"I'm fine," she replied. "I got a bit of sleep on the 10. Zandon's a good pilot. He kept the ride smooth." Her father climbed onto the hovercraft beside her.
"As you know, he's one of the best. I wouldn't trust anyone else to fly my children home. I'm just glad Devon found you."
Liora nodded, but didn't reply.
"The warriors you sent to join our defense fleet have been priceless. They're hard workers and have protected 3 of our ships against pirates and salvagers. Korgatan especially has shown amazing leadership qualities. I'm thinking of promoting him, but would like your opinion."
"He's trustworthy," Liora replied. She was glad the warriors created by the Cherem were appreciated for their skills. "The others naturally follow him. I think he's a good choice." Her father nodded.
"Then it will be done."
Liora watched the lights rush by on their way up the tunnel. A few seconds later, they stopped in front of the senior commandant's office. The guards in front saluted them both as they opened the doors. Liora wondered about her father's silence during their walk down the windowed hallway. He had requested her presence to discuss something. She had no idea what that could be. There was a hint of tightness to his eyes when he put his hand on the palm reader and waited for the door to slide aside. He motioned for her to take a seat on one of the incredibly comfortable chairs in his luxurious office, and when he sat on the one across from her, his fingers drummed on the arm of it, showing a nervousness she had never seen from him before. "Dad?" It took a moment for his eyes to focus on her.
"Yes, Liora?"
"You asked me to come here for a reason," she reminded him. An embarrassed expression crossed his face, and he sat up.
"I did. I apologize. I guess I don't know how to start."
His tone held Leora's attention. There was regret in his voice, along with something else. She couldn't decide if it was sorrow or shame. "You can tell me anything," she said. Worry about what he needed to say filled her for the first time. He had called her all the way back from Cree after telling both she and Brandis to recuperate there. It had to be related to something that had happened either on Corian or after their landing on Cree. "Dad, is the fleet okay?" A hint of a smile touched his gaze.
"Yes, the fleet is okay. Though I almost wish that was the reason I needed you here. It would be easier."
The way he skirted the topic bothered Liora. He had always been a straightforward person. His discomfiture set Liora on edge. "You're starting to worry me. Please just tell me what you need to talk about." The senior commandant nodded. He reached across the space between them and took Leora's hand in a fatherly gesture.
"I'm sorry, Liora. I guess I didn't think it would be this hard."
He let out a breath.
"I'm going to make this easier on both of us and just come out with it."
He paused, looked at her small hand that sat in his bigger one, and said,
"Liora, I lied to you."
Liora forced herself to smile. "I'm used to being lied to." He shook his head.
"This time, it's unforgivable. I didn't have a choice, or at least I didn't think I had one. I thought I was protecting you."
He paused, then changed his words.
"We thought we were protecting you."
Liora had no idea what he was talking about. "What do you mean?"
"I mean..."
Senior Commandant Day blew out a breath. He let go of her hand and sat up.
"Liora, I lied to you about your mother."
Liora sat back, winced at the pressure of the seat against her skin, and straightened again. "My mother was Teneva, Queen of the Macrocosm." Her father shook his head, making her words fade before she had finished speaking them. "You loved her," Liora tried again. "You said you met her on your ship. She loved you back."
"I loved Teneva," her father said. "I didn't lie about that."
His vague answers tried Leora's patience. She asked him straight, "Dad, what did you lie to me about specifically?" He met her gaze.
"Teneva was not your birth mother."
Cold ran through Liora. She shook her head. "I grew up on Rallian. She taught me about my heritage. She took care of me when Obru..." Her voice faded to nothing when the senior commandant shook his head.
"Liora, I shouldn't have let you go there. I was wrong."
"Let me go there," Liora repeated, her thoughts whirling. "Dad, you're not making any sense." The senior commandant sat forward. His expression was intent as he willed her to understand.
"Liora, I did care for Teneva when she boarded my ship. She was strong, confident, a woman who garnered respect from everyone who saw her."
He paused, then said,
"We spent plenty of time together and spoke in the cafeteria, as I told you. But it wasn't about our lives or potential future together. It was about you."
A chill ran across Leora's skin. But I wasn't alive yet.
You were 3 days old, her father replied, and being the daughter of the captain in a merchant fleet wasn't safe for you for many, many reasons.
Liora turned her head at his tone. What reasons? He let out a breath.
A foundling baby is a target for every major political body. If your presence was found out, assassins would be sent from every direction. The peril of one of your origin threatens the security of anyone in power. You can adapt. You can survive situations that would kill normal races, and every move you make sends ripples throughout the macrocosm.
The words beat against Liora with the toll of a drum. She shook her head, trying to make sense of what he was saying. You sent me away to protect me. He nodded.
I sent you to the one place nobody would think to look. Teneva promised to raise you as her own, to protect you, to make you strong.
Liora tried to remain calm. Are you saying I'm not a Demaclan? The thought was barely comprehensible. Being a Demaclan was all she had that kept her from falling apart. Her race, her heritage, everything had begun with the half-Demaclan blood in her veins.
You are a Demaclan, her father replied. His tone was urgent when he tried to explain it to her. With your foundling blood, wherever you were raised, you would take on the characteristics of the race who lived there. I figured that being adopted as a Demaclan would give you strength to draw on.
Liora shook her head. She couldn't understand what he was saying. She looked at him and her eyes burned with tears she refused to let fall. He tortured me. Her father's gaze lowered to the floor.
I didn't know, Liora. Honest, if I had known the condition in which you were living, I would have taken you away from them. When we heard about the death of Obruo's clan, there was no trace of you. The moment I heard rumors of a Demaclan causing a stir in the Macrocosm, I sent Brandis after you. It took years to track you down, but you are my daughter. I never gave up.
Her father saw the lost expression on her face. He touched her arm.
Liora, there is one constant in your life. I am your father, and that will never change. I promise you that.
Liora shook her head. Dad, there are no constants ever. One minute you think you have things figured out. Life makes sense, and people in your life fill it with purpose, meaning, and direction. She paused and shook her head. Then they are erased, torn away as easily as a knife slicing flesh. They vanish into thin air as though they never existed. And the only sign of them left is the hole in your heart they used to fill, the hole that becomes you, consumes you. She let out a slow breath. I am nothing left but a shell, Dad. Her father's expression was pained. The understanding on his face echoed the ache in her heart.
I know how you feel, Liora. When I lost Brandis's mother, I nearly took my own life. I would have if it wasn't for the fact that my little boy needed a father, and my little girl was out there somewhere.
Liora swallowed, her throat so tight she could barely breathe. My heritage is not my own. My people are not my own. Without Tarek, I have no purpose. Senior Commandant Day held her gaze.
You do now.
What do you mean? She forced herself to ask.
Your mother needs your help.
Liora sat back, caught off guard by his words.
Liora, I didn't lie to you to hurt you. I did it to protect you. Foundlings are a dying race. There are so few of them left that they are forced to hide.
What is killing them?
The right question is, who? Her father replied. The foundlings have been hunted for centuries by a deadly race known only as the Sadarine.
Leora's breath caught.
What is it? Her father asked.
I've fought them before, she replied. The commandant's eyebrows rose.
When?
After we destroyed the orbs. The Sadarin were the nameless ones from Rallian who killed my clan. She paused, then corrected herself. Teneva and Obruo's clan. They left me because they knew I would bring them to the orbs.
The orbs you destroyed?
Her father's tone was confused. Liora nodded. They wanted to use them to create a gateway to our galaxies, but I destroyed them and brought false orbs back to the Sadarin on Rallian.
Which is when Tarek was almost killed,
her father said. Exactly. The nameless ones and the Sadarin were sucked into the orb vortex and destroyed. We killed them all. They should be gone. Her father didn't look reassured. Instead, he rose and put a hand to the panel on the wall.
Show me the Valia file.
The screen wavered. Instead of an image, a voice came through. Julius, you have to warn her. The screen flickered, and the sound cut out for a moment. It came back on. She's not safe. None of us are. Dondrel is dead. They found... Again the fuzz. The sound gave a low thump, then returned. He's almost here. Warn her, Julius. Keep her safe. The sound cut off completely, and the screen went blank. It's her. Liora could barely say the words. Her shock was so great.
Who?
Her father asked. The woman with the silver hair. She was at the head of the council. Surprise showed on her father's face.
Ralil was at your hearing?
The name was one more thing Liora could fit into the puzzle of her life. Everything was jagged edges and gaping holes. As soon as two pieces fit together, something else vanished. Like the fact that Teneva wasn't her mother. Liora changed that thought. Teneva had raised her, sheltered her as much as she could against Obruo, and taught her everything she knew about the Demaclan heritage and what it meant to be strong in the face of adversity. Teneva was her mother. Ralil might have given her birth, but she knew who had guided her earliest steps and put the first knife in her hand. Teneva was her true mother. When the Ketulans attacked, I saved her life, Liora replied. Something about that statement bothered her. She remembered waving the woman over, protecting her when the Ketulans sliced at her with their merciless blades. She saw their metal bodies reflected in the woman's silver eyes. She had helped the woman to her quarters to get help. The memory wavered. Liora saw the woman at her side, beneath her arm, helping Liora to safety instead of the other way around. The blood from her back had coated the woman's hands. She had turned her medic over to Liora, waving away her own care. She had given Liora her quarters. The last thing Liora remembered was the feeling of safety and peace the woman had pushed to her, before Susa began burning her skin to cauterize the life-threatening wounds. She saved my life. The truth struck Liora. Her father watched her. He has her.
Who is he?
The senior commandant asked.
I've sent out mercenaries to track her down, but they've all disappeared. We have no leads. If you know anything about the man who took her, we'll be that much closer to saving the remaining foundlings.
Liora shook her head. I don't know. He's a voice in my head. She glanced at him, worried he would think she was crazy. Instead, he merely watched her, waiting for whatever she would say with an accepting expression on his face. She was grateful for that expression. He's dark and evil, that much I know. She argues with him, and somehow he has the ability to hurt her. He taunts me, telling me to give up, to lay down and die. Liora rose to her feet. I need to get her away from him before he kills her. Senior Commandant Day followed her to the door.
I don't want you to go running off alone after some unknown evil able to slay your race.
She waited impatiently for the door to slide open. "You don't know me very well," she told her father as she hurried down the hall. The door at the end opened and Liora paused. Devon, Hiron, Stram, O'Toole, and the majority of the crew of the SS Kratos waited for them. Each person was in a uniform bearing the blue and silver colors of Corian. Guns were in holsters at their sides, and each held a helmet for their atmosphere suits.
"I think I know you well enough,"
her father said, stopping by her side.
"Devon assembled a crew he felt would be competent for your mission, and Hiron has overseen the outfitting of the Kratos."
On impulse, Liora gave her father a hug. He let out a grunt of surprise, then wrapped his arms around her. "I don't know how to thank you," she told him.
"Promise me you'll be safe," he replied.
She glanced over to see a small smile cross Devon's face as he shook his head. Rescue missions and staying safe seldom, if ever, went hand in hand. He knew that was the last thing Liora would do. "I'll try my best," she answered, keeping it vague on purpose.
"Stay in touch. Don't take unnecessary risks. And above all else, come home."
Liora nodded. Her father put a hand on her shoulder, drawing Leora's attention back to him.
"Liora, come home again, please. I don't know how much longer I can stand to let you rush off about the Macrocosm, worrying if it's the last time I'll see you."
He blinked.
"The time I missed being your father as you grew up is the biggest mistake of my life. If I outlive you, it'll make that look like a quirk in comparison. I feel like I should go with you, even if you don't want your old man hanging around the Kratos."
Liora was touched by the emotion in his voice. "Dad, I know you're needed here. You have an entire merchant fleet to command and protect. Millions of families depend on you. In comparison, I'm one girl." She saw his gaze tighten, and he was about to protest, but she gave him a smile. "But I'm a girl whose father is Senior Commandant Day, creator and owner of the Corian merchant fleet. I have the instincts of a Demaclan and the heart of a human. With a little luck, we'll be back in time for the wedding."
"Wedding?"
her father asked in surprise. Liora grinned. "Ask Brandis. He'll laugh." Chapter 7.
"Did you tell Dad about the pressure from Mally's family?"
Brandis's voice made Liora turn. He stood in the control room of the SS Kratos as Devon's crew prepared it to depart. "I might have hinted at it," Liora replied. "Sorry about that." Brandis chuckled.
"I don't think you're sorry at all."
"That's true," she replied. Brandis looked around the room.
"It looks good. Dad mentioned his engineers made some improvements."
"They've been in here day and night since we took off in the 9s,
Hiron said from his seat near the main screens.
"It's like a whole new ship."
"Couldn't get them to give her a facelift?"
Zran asked, running his hand over the worn keyboard where Shathrin used to sit.
"I like it the way it is,"
Devon replied from the captain's chair.
"She's got character."
"Ornery and sassy, just the way we like her,"
O'Toole replied. The green-skinned woman grinned.
"I can't wait to go back out again."
"I thought you liked Corian,"
Zran said. O'Toole set her hand on his and gave him a warm smile.
"I like the company on Corian, but the Kratos will always be home."
He leaned over and kissed her.
"I should be going with you,"
Brandis said, drawing Leora's attention back. His words took her by surprise. "But what about Mally?" Her brother gave her a half-smile.
"I said I should be going with you. I'll definitely be staying with Mally, though I wouldn't mind getting further away from the kind of pressure her family's putting on us."
Liora smiled at him. "Half the macrocosm isn't far enough?" Brandis shook his head.
"Not unless the communicators fail. They have no qualms about contacting us at any time, day or night."
He tipped his head to one side.
"Think I could convince Dad to block out all incoming transmissions for a day, or even a few hours?" It would be divine.
If you do that, the Fikes might head to Corian. Brandis's face paled.
We don't want that. Madame Fike is, well, to put it lightly, a very persistent woman. I'll consider myself grateful we made it this far away.
Liora gave him an empathetic look. Good luck with all of that. Brandis hugged her.
Good luck finding your mother. Try not to upset too many gulls on the way.
Now you're just taking away all the fun, Liora replied, hugging him back. He waved at her and walked away down the hall. The door slid shut.
We're ready to depart,
Hiram said. Devrin looked to Liora for confirmation. Let's go, she told them. Chapter 8.
Look at that.
Everyone stared out the windows and at the monitors of the SS Kratos. The red planet couldn't be seen beneath the mass of Ketulan bodies surrounding it.
I guess we found out where the Ketulans went,
Hiram said. The mood that filled the Kratos control room was a somber one.
What do we do now?
Zran asked. He and O'Toole exchanged worried glances from their seats at the computers. The thought of catching the attention of the hundreds, perhaps thousands of Ketulans wasn't a pleasant one. Liora looked at Devrin.
It's your call,
the young captain replied. It was obvious by his expression that he didn't relish the thought of confronting the machines, but he waited for her word. We need time to think, Liora said. Devrin turned to his crew.
Hiram, get us out of here before we draw their attention.
Yes, Captain,
the yellow-haired Talistan said. He spun the ship around and gunned the thrusters so fast everyone had to grab onto each other and the chairs for support. Devrin cracked a smile when Hiram finally let up.
Thank you for your haste, he said with a hint of sarcasm.
Hiram nodded, his sideways eyelids blinking rapidly.
I don't think they followed us.
You didn't give them a chance, O'Toole replied with a breath of relief. Devrin turned in his captain's chair to face Leora's seat near the back wall.
So now what?
Liora shook her head. I'm not sure. A wall of Ketulans was the last thing I expected to find when we got here.
I guess that shows we're on the right track,
Stram said. The older man didn't appear thrilled at the knowledge. Yes, it does, Liora agreed. The ship is where the original Nameless Ones, the Satyrine, came from. If we can search the records, we might be able to find its origin of departure.
Last time we went out there, we were lucky to get out with our lives,
O'Toole pointed out.
Seems like we might be faced with that situation again,
Hiram replied, his expression anxious. Liora crossed her arms in front of her chest. The movement pulled at the skin on her back. She clenched her jaw and didn't let the pain show. What we need is a way to get through the Ketulans without getting everyone torn apart. Some sort of a diversion would be perfect, Liora said. Also, the Satyrine technology is completely different from our own. We're going to need help.
I know who can help.
The enthusiasm in O'Toole's voice surprised Liora. It could only mean one thing.
We need to go see Tremarius and Shathrin.
The small, green-skinned woman jumped up and down in her seat.
It's their wedding anyway. We promised we'd be there. A crewmate can't have a wedding without the rest of the crew present, right?
She gave Liora and Devrin pleading looks. The last thing Liora wanted to do was go to a wedding. Devrin read her expression.
She has a point,
he said with an apologetic smile.
Tremarius helped us with the orbs. He might know what we can do to distract the Ketulans. It'd be worth a shot.
Yes, it would,
O'Toole seconded quickly, as if she couldn't help herself. Liora looked around the control room in the hopes that somebody would side with her against going to the wedding. Hiram grinned at her. Stram merely shrugged his shoulders, and Duncan, the older man in charge of communications through the ship, nodded enthusiastically, so that the bands in his ears waved back and forth. Liora sighed. Fine, we'll go to the wedding.
Thank you,
O'Toole replied. She jumped up and hugged Liora. Liora suffered through it until the small woman dropped her arms.
I forgot we weren't supposed to do that,
she said apologetically. Devon nudged Leora's shoulder. Somehow, I think Warden Day will survive a little positive affection. It might even do her good. Liora speared him with a look. It will kill me. O'Toole and Zran burst out laughing. Liora rolled her eyes and turned away from the crew. As much as she hated to admit it, O'Toole's hug felt nice. It had been a very long time since anybody reached out to her that way. Liora clenched her hands into fists and walked down the hallway. Hiron, take us to Beatrice. Let's go watch the wedding. Devron's voice echoed after her. Liora needed to hit something. She paused at the first branching hall and debated whether to go to the engine room and ask Lieutenant Argyle if she could borrow some of his engine crew for sparring practice. She doubted he would appreciate having his men and women beat up, and also wasn't sure how her body would handle it. Her back didn't do well with fast movements. It was something she needed to ease into slowly. Liora ran a hand over the painting that ran along one wall. O'Toole's colorful craftsmanship depicted an underwater scene with two furry creatures swimming alongside each other. She wondered if O'Toole had seen the image in real life, or if she had created it out of her imagination. Either way, it felt as though the creatures were alive. Their details were so exquisitely captured, from their wide-webbed feet to the fine hairs that outlined their black noses. They may have been the happiest animals I've ever seen in my life. Liora didn't look up. Devon never was one to hide the sound of his footsteps. We went there on a mission for the Coalition, Devon continued, as if she had asked him. The oceans of Earth are filled with such diversity. It's hard to believe the planet used to contain 29% land mass. You don't need to do that. Do what? Devon asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. Liora glanced at him. Talk to me like I'm one of your crew. Try to make me feel included. It didn't work back when you were a Coalition captain, and it's not going to work now. Devon crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the opposite wall, with his gaze on the painting. Losing Tarek doesn't change things, he began. Heat ran up Leora's arms. It changes everything, she said just below a shout. Everything here has lost its meaning. The medical bay has some girl medic from Corian, and I can't even go down the same hallway his room is in because it kills me to know he's not inside. I know. Devon's quiet response caught Liora when she took a breath before lashing out again. She paused. I know about not going down that hallway. She looked at him, really looked at him. There was such sorrow in the depths of his brown eyes, and though there were smile lines around his mouth, she wondered how many of those smiles he forced, the same way that she did. Devon lowered his gaze to the floor. Since the moment you told me he died, I haven't been able to go down that hallway. His room hasn't been touched, walked in, or even opened. I asked the crew to leave it alone. Liora didn't know what to say. Devon had done the same thing when his father, the original captain of the SS Kratos, had passed away in a skirmish. Instead of taking over the spacious captain's quarters, Devon had stayed in his small room. That's not what I meant, Devon continued. He lifted his eyes to hers. What I was going to say was losing Tarek doesn't change things with the way you fit in here. You became a member of the Kratos the moment you accepted a position aboard this ship, and once a Kratos crew member, always a Kratos crew member. His gaze softened with understanding. You might not feel like you fit in here, but you do. Pay attention. You'll hear it in the way Stram talks to you like an old war buddy because you sniped to protect the ship together. You'll see it in the way O'Toole smiles when you walk in the room because she's not the only girl here, and she feels like she can talk to you. You'll see it when Jarston makes pie because he knows you like to have some with your lunch. This ship is the closest thing to home that I have, Liora admitted quietly. Devon nodded. He set a hand on the wall, as if greeting an old friend.
Yeah, no matter how many times I go to Verdan or other planets, I never feel quite as comfortable as I do on the Kratos. It's home.
His voice quieted.
Tarek and I grew up here. I lost my dad in these halls. The crew has become my family.
He glanced at her.
You are a part of that, you know?
Liora turned her gaze back to the painting. After all she had been through, she couldn't take the solemn mood. She forced her tone to be lighter. They do look happy. She could see Devon's expression out of the corner of her eye. He gave a slight nod, as if he accepted her attempt at diversion.
They didn't care that a huge ship had just landed in their ocean. They were just happy to play and include us in their games. I think O'Toole did a great job capturing the moment.
Liora rubbed the back of her neck. I think I'm going to catch some sleep.
Good idea,
Devon agreed.
I think we could all use some rest before the wedding.
I've never been to a wedding, Liora said. Is there anything I need to do?
Just watch and smile at the appropriate moments.
His gaze turned skeptical.
Is that asking too much?
Liora nodded. Definitely.
Devon gave a chuckle. That's what I thought. He turned back toward the control room. Get some rest, Liora. You deserve it.
Liora walked into her room. She could have slept on the bed. It was something she had learned to get used to on Kree. Instead, she pulled the blankets onto the floor and arranged them the way Tarek had when he found out she had spent so much time in a cage that sleeping on the bed felt suffocating. Feeling as though she had finally found home again, she closed her eyes and let sleep take over.
It's absolutely gorgeous here,
O'Toole gushed to Shatharan.
I had no idea it would be like this.
It's beautiful,
Zran said from O'Toole's side.
I'm glad you like it,
Shatharan replied. She was dressed in a dark violet and white dress that accented her purple hair and light purple eyes. It was obvious by her expression how much having her crewmates there meant to her. Liora looked around the grove in which they sat. The orange sky glowed with a warmth that she felt to her bones. The dark blue grass at her feet swayed softly in the warm breeze. Purple and white ribbons ran between the purple-leafed trees. The people on Tremarius's side of the family wore dresses and robes of white. Devon's crew had been offered robes of purple to wear over their uniforms. The fabric was as smooth as silk beneath Leora's fingers.
I'll see you guys after,
Shatharan said with a big smile. She took the arm Tremarius held out. He looked resplendent in his tailored black suit with violet cufflinks at the wrists of his 3 arms. His third hand was closed tight. Liora could picture the wedding bands he held within.
Welcome, loved ones, friends, and crew members,
the master of the ceremony said, with a welcoming wave of his arms. His flowing robes moved like wings with his gesture.
I invite you to take a seat and enjoy the beauty of this fine evening.
He turned to Shatharan and Tremarius.
Of course, you two have more important things to do than bask in the warm sun rays.
The pair smiled at each other. Both of them beamed as if they couldn't be happier than at that moment. At the robed man's invitation, Tremarius took Shatharan's hands in his.
Shatharan, Lulin, Ystendris, and Tremarius Blas Vickle, you have called your loved ones here to witness the joining of your hearts, minds, and through a kiss, your bodies, to be as one throughout your entire lives. It is attraction that brought you together, love that keeps you hand in hand, and the gathering of those who care about you to give you support in this endeavor. Your union is one blessed by the gods and overseen by the goddesses. May you live together in happiness and health for the rest of your lives.
Thank you, Tremarius said. The master of ceremony bowed, then held out his hands. Shatharan placed her right hand in his. Tremarius did the same. The robed man put their hands together, then wrapped a cord of purple and white around them.
With this rope I bind your hearts and souls in beautiful union. Do you, Tremarius, take Shathryn to be your wife throughout the rest of your existence?
I do, Tremarius replied. The man turned to Shathryn.
Do you, Shathryn, take Tremarius to be your husband throughout the rest of your existence?
Shathryn nodded. I do, with all of my heart. The robed man opened a hand toward Tremarius.
And now you wish to exchange rings?
Yes, your honor, Tremarius answered.
It is a custom of Shathryn's people.
He opened his third hand to reveal the rings. Shathryn took the silver one and placed it on his finger. Tremarius placed the gold one upon hers.
You are now husband and wife. Cherish each other for the rest of your long, beautiful days,
the robed man concluded with a bow. A cheer went through the crowd. Tremarius's family surged forward, sweeping the pair up in welcoming embraces. The crew around Liora joined them. Liora tried to smile. She was happy for them, grateful Shathryn had found love after losing Stone so tragically. She told herself that the wedding was for Shathryn and Tremarius. She had chosen to be there to celebrate their moment, to support them and let them know that she cared about what was important to them. But it hurt to know she would never share such a thing with Tarek. Through all of their conversations, their plans to never settle down, to explore the ends of the macrocosm together, she never once thought she would be doing it without him. Marriage had never come into their discussions. But no matter what plans she made or thoughts for the future, he had always been in them at her side. Whether they had a symbolic rope around their wrists or rings on their fingers, it didn't matter because their hearts had been bound together since the first time he kissed her. It hurt to know she would never stand with him in a circle of their friends and family and profess their love for all of the cosmos to hear. Liora walked away through the trees. She heard the footsteps of someone running after her. She didn't have to turn to recognize them.
Where are you going?
Devon asked when he reached her. I was at their ceremony. They're happy. That's enough, Liora replied without looking at him. She was afraid of the emotions that would show on her face. She didn't feel she could hide them any longer. Her hands clenched into fists.
It's enough, Devon replied. Shathryn was thrilled to have you there.
His voice became more distant as though he glanced over his shoulder away from her.
They're oblivious to anyone else right now, as they should be.
As they should be, Liora repeated. Devon put a hand on her arm.
Liora, wait. Where are you going?
She stopped walking. It took her a moment before she could turn to face him. She hoped he didn't see her quick attempt to wipe the tears from her cheeks. I need to hit something.
Hit me, Devon offered.
Chapter 9. Liora stared at him. That's crazy. Devon shrugged.
Why? You need to hit something. I'm very hittable. It's a win-win for everyone.
Liora shook her head. You're insane. She started walking again. Devon kept pace with her.
You feel like your chance to stand in a ceremony like that was taken away with Tarek's death.
Cold tingled through Leora's fingertips. She gritted her teeth. She took a stealing breath through them before she could reply. I don't care about the ceremony.
Obviously,
Devon replied in a wry tone that reminded her so much of Tarek, her heart ached. Leave me alone, she said, walking fast to put as much of the forest between her and the happy couple as she could. A glance over her shoulder showed that the crowd was well hidden behind them.
You're afraid I'll beat you.
Liora paused. The taunting in his statement almost brought a smile to her face, but not quite. She glanced at him. You've got to be kidding.
I've been practicing, in case something like this happened,
Devon replied. His statement struck her. Devon had been practicing in case she needed an outlet? It sounded ridiculous. "I'll kill you," she said. It wasn't a boast. Growing up training every day and fighting was very different from combat school and the coalition training Devon had received. She had seen him fight on many occasions. He was good with hand-to-hand, but much better with a gun.
"Probably,"
Devon said with one of his carefree smiles.
"Let's find out."
Liora looked around. The truth was, she desperately needed to hit something about 1,000,000 times so she could use exhaustion as a way to combat the pain of memories. She had hit the side of a ship before in a moment of desperation, but starships didn't strike back, and the metal hull left an impression in her knuckles she didn't relish. The bark of the trees around her didn't look appealing, especially since she didn't have anything to wrap around her hands. And the thought of shadowboxing felt useless, given the pent-up fury she felt. Devon's hands were already up in a guard stance. Though he smiled, there was a tightness behind his eyes, and a hint of something that resonated in her. He felt the same desperation, the same loss. The thought that he might need it as much as she did appealed to Liora. She struck out with a fast jab. Devon batted it aside with an open hand and danced to the left.
"Is that all you got?"
he taunted. A true smile touched Leora's lips before she followed with a left jab and a right uppercut to his stomach. Devon blocked them both easily and stepped backwards, his feet light.
"I can do this light stuff all day," he said. "Come on, give me something real."
Liora feinted right, dodged left, and landed a punch to his ribs. Devon barely winced. He followed with a roundhouse swing to catch her when she was open, but she closed her guard and blocked his punch with her forearms. She answered with 2 punches to his ribs in the same place as before, then stepped back before his jab could land on her jaw. He gave a respectful nod.
"Well played. I see some holes in my training."
He punched at her chest. Liora dodged to the right, punched toward his stomach, which he blocked, then caught his arm before he could pull back. She ducked under his arm and spun, using his weight as leverage to send him over her back to the forest floor. Her back reminded her that the move was going to cost her later. To his credit, Devon merely chuckled up at her.
"Nice,"
he said as he pushed back to his feet. Liora circled as he rose, wary in case he attacked again. "Did you really start training again?" Devon gave a self-deprecatory smile.
"What, you can't tell?"
"I can," she replied. It was true. Though she could block his punches and answer, he was much faster than before, and the power behind his blows was controlled. If it wasn't for her intense training, she would have been the one on the ground. Devon blocked her 2 punches and answered with one that brushed her cheekbone. When Liora replied with a roundhouse toward his ribs, he blocked it with his forearms, then snuck a jab in that landed on her stomach. Liora breathed out with the punch and gave him a surprised look. "Good hit."
"I got lucky,"
Devon replied. "I'm not so sure about that," Liora said. She watched him closely as they circled. His stance had changed and his movements had tightened. He lost many of the extra motions, conserving his energy so that he could apply the most power behind his punches. When he swung, it was with tight, precise skill. She was hard-pressed to dodge out of his reach and answer with a chop to his jaw that he blocked with a simple forearm swipe. Liora let out a sound of approval. Smooth. Curious to see what he would do, she feinted with a right hook and instead threw a roundhouse kick toward his head. When he blocked it with his left arm and punched toward her stomach in a perfect counterbalance, Liora used the same leg to block the punch, spun and swung for the back of his head. Devon ducked and swept with his left leg, catching hers before she regained her balance. Liora rolled when she hit the ground and came up in a ready stance. "You really have been training."
"I'm glad it's paying off," Devon replied. "Though the fact that you're still healing has a lot to do with it, I'm sure."
"Did you think I would attack you?" Liora asked. Devon shrugged. "You never know about the Macklins," he replied, his dark eyes twinkling with mischief. A laugh escaped Liora that caught her by surprise. Devon took advantage of her lowered guard to throw a hook at her jaw. Liora swung her right arm in, blocked his hook, and slid her hand up his arm in a chop. Devon ducked under both their arms, spun around, and kicked in a roundhouse toward her back. Liora ducked the roundhouse and was about to answer with a two-handed punch to his exposed back, but something about his tense muscles showed that he was expecting it. Instead, Liora dropped and spun, kicking his legs out from under him. As soon as he hit the ground on his back, she grabbed his leg, flipped him, and pinned him on his stomach with her arm around his throat. Devon gave a grunt of surprise. "I guess I have a bit more practicing to do," he said, forcing his words past her tight hold. Liora let him go and moved back to her knees on the grass to catch her breath. "That's the most combat I've done since my back was burned," she said. "I've got some practicing to do, too." Devon sat up. "It's good to know you could have killed me otherwise. I suppose I have your scars to thank for my life. Did we destroy your burns entirely?" The compassion and apology in his voice brought Liora back. She didn't need anyone to worry about her. "I'm fine," she replied shortly. "Do you remember that day on the Kirkos?" Devon's words caught her off guard. Thoughts of Malivian's ship flooded Leora's mind. She heard two voices talking. In her memory, she saw the flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, illuminating the cages and aquariums that made up Malivian's menagerie. The flashlight shone across her face, then away, and Liora saw them for the first time. Devon and Tarek, two young coalition officers filled with enthusiasm and the want to make a difference in the Macrocosm. "I don't want to talk about it," she said. "I do." When Liora rose to her feet, Devon grabbed her hand. She stared down at him. He never touched her, always maintaining the professional, respectful distance required of a captain to a member of his crew. She couldn't turn away from the despair in his eyes. As much as she was hurting, he hurt too. "Liora, something made me walk into that ship. We knew we shouldn't be there, but I wanted to go. I needed to go, and so Tarek followed me." His gaze was intense, with the want for her to understand. "It wasn't you, I know that. When I felt you speak in my mind, asking me not to leave you there, it was the first time I had ever felt someone push into my thoughts. Whatever drew me into the ship was different. It felt like..." He hesitated, then continued, "like fate held me by the hand and guided my feet. It felt as though every moment of my life centered on your dark eyes watching me from behind those bars. I would have come back even if you hadn't asked me to." Silence filled the grove. A creature flapped its small, leathery wings in the tree above them, then settled again. Liora shook her head. "Devon, I can't..." He cut her off. "I'm not asking for feelings, or to tell you that you owe me. I only want to let you know that there is a reason for this. A reason we are here right now. We are heading towards something, Liora. I can feel it. Whatever it is, it's big, and we're not going to be able to handle it alone." He met her eyes, his own impassioned by his words. "Liora, don't push everyone away, especially me." He swallowed as if his throat was tight, then continued, "Because you are the only one who understood Tarek the way I did. You and I know what we lost, and it's something that can never be replaced. I shouldn't have let you two leave Corian without me. Who knows what that one decision would have changed? I ask myself that every day." "You were obeying the orders of my father, your new boss," Liora replied. "You were protecting the merchant fleet." "I should have been with Tarek. We watched each other's back. I shouldn't have let him go by himself.
Don't push me away because I can't be alone with this.
Liora drew in a shuddering breath. When the silence felt so thick she could barely bring herself to break it, she said, "I'll try." Devon nodded. He knew not to ask more of her. It was enough that they were on the same ground together. Liora held out a hand. Devon took it, but instead of letting her help him up, he grabbed her foot with his other hand and yanked up as he rose. She let his strength throw her backwards and completed the flip, landing on her feet in a crouch with her hands up ready to block an attack. Devon stared at her.
I'm definitely going to need to learn that.
A true smile touched Leora's lips. It's going to take some work. Devon lifted one eyebrow in a challenge. He advanced with fists up.
Ready for more?
Always, Liora replied. By the time they made it to the meeting with Tremerius, both Devon and Liora were covered in bruises and breathing hard. My back may never forgive you, Liora said on their way into the room that had been set aside.
I forgot about that, Devon replied. Are you going to be all right?
Liora gave him a mocking look full of steel. Devon raised his hands with a laugh.
All right. I give up. You're fine.
Liora nudged him with her elbow, and he winced when she found the bruised ribs. Are you going to be all right? She asked, mimicking his tone.
Very funny, Devon replied.
He pulled open the door to reveal Tremerius, Shatharan, O'Toole, and Zran waiting for them.
What have you guys been up to?
O'Toole asked.
You disappeared after the wedding, Zran replied. We couldn't find you for the luncheon.
Devon glanced at Liora.
I asked Liora to show me a throw I've been working on.
Keep it up and you'll be giving her a run for her money,
O'Toole said.
I've never seen anyone train as hard as you've been.
Something changed in Devon's gaze when he glanced at Liora again. There was a hint of embarrassment, as though he didn't know the crew noticed how much he had worked. He cleared his throat.
We're missing the point here. Congratulations, Devon told the newlyweds.
He crossed to Shatharan and Tremerius and gave them both a hug. Shatharan gave Liora a huge smile over Devon's shoulder. She held out her hand, motioning Liora over. You know I'm against this, Liora protested. Everyone laughed when she allowed Shatharan to pull her into the hug. I'm happy for you, Liora told her. She looked at Tremerius. For both of you. He inclined his head in a graceful gesture and put his hand to his heart.
Your words mean the world, my dear.
I made it!
Hiram burst through the door, his chest heaving and sideways eyelids blinking rapidly. He stopped just inside the room with his hands on his knees.
Are you all right?
O'Toole asked. Hiram looked up at them.
Fine.
He straightened and took a calming breath.
Why do you ask?
Everyone exchanged glances.
No reason, Devon replied, his tone slightly baffled. Let's get this started, Tremerius said.
He gave Hiram another searching look, but the Talisman merely shrugged. Tremerius motioned for them to follow him to the table made of purple wood in the middle of the room. A tarp had been spread across objects on the table. Tremerius grabbed the corner of the first tarp and pulled it to reveal a Ketulan lying in pieces on top. A chill ran down Leora's spine. Devon approached the table with a hint of wariness in his stride.
Do I dare ask where you got a Ketulan?
You can ask, Tremerius replied,
but I won't tell. My sources are, shall we say, shy but efficient.
Devon nodded.
Fair enough. What have you learned?
Tremerius looked at Liora.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Liora, but Ketulans are an interesting sort once you get down to the circuits and wires of it all.
Liora didn't know how he knew what he did, but she nodded. Their minds are more than just circuits and commands. There's an underlying thought pattern.
Exactly. Thank you, Tremerius replied. I figured that with your particular skill set, you might be able to verify what it is that I have found.
He gave her a grateful smile.
In my exploration, I have found that Ketulans have two different drives. One internal that makes up their individual thought processes, and an external drive that delivers commands from an outside source. The outside commands take precedence over the Ketulans' inside processes.
Again he looked at Liora and continued.
Because of this, the council was wrong to deny recognizing Ketulans into the registry. I apologize for the inconvenience and crassness with which you were faced when you were there, and I have sent them a strongly worded letter.
Liora stared at him. You're a member of the council? Tremerius nodded.
That was the reason for my presence on Titus. I was asked to verify whether the coalition was ready for inclusion into the council for the unification and order of the cosmos.
He waved a hand to include Devon and his crew.
As you can guess, my answer was no. We don't need more individuals so narrow-minded and prejudiced.
He winked at Liora.
The council is already full of them.
Liora knew he wasn't there when the Ketulans attacked. One more friendly face in the audience wouldn't have helped much, given the stubbornness of those who refused to accept her side of what had happened. Do you know of Cheree Alsop? Liora asked. It was a shot in the dark, but one that struck home. Tremerius's eyebrows rose, and he said, his voice almost a whisper, You know. Liora nodded. Know what? Shathran asked.
Seriously, O'Toole cut in. You guys are talking about councils and whispering secrets. It's like we have no business being here.
Liora glanced at Devon. He watched them both with a puzzled expression. Liora fingered the knife strapped to her thigh for reassurance. She wasn't sure how much she could tell them. When she looked at Tremerius, he opened a hand as if to indicate that it was up to her. I have no right to ask you to come along when you have no idea what you're getting into, she finally said.
We're here no matter what you need,
Devon replied. O'Toole nodded.
Though it would be nice to have a little information. I feel like we're flying blind here.
I hate flying blind, Hiron put in. Liora kept her attention on the slain Ketulan. My father called me back from Cree to tell me that my Demaclan mother isn't really my birth mother. O'Toole gasped. Out of the corner of her eye, Liora saw Hiron open his mouth to ask questions, but Devon shook his head, and Hiron shut it again. I may have been raised as a Demaclan, but I'm not one. Liora couldn't help looking at Devon. She had to know what he thought about her words. She hadn't lied to him, but she hadn't told him all of the truth either. Devon merely nodded, waiting for her to continue. There wasn't judgment on his face, just confusion, as though he wondered why she had kept it to herself. My mother is a foundling named Cheree Alsop, Liora continued. She and my father decided that with the Satyrine assassinating our race, I would be safer raised in hiding.
They chose the Macklins to raise their child?
Shathran said, with horror in her voice. Liora picked up one of the Ketulans' claws. My dad admitted that it wasn't their best decision, but when they tried to track me down, the Satyrine had already killed my people. Devon's voice was quiet when he asked, Why did they leave you alive? Liora shook her head. I'm not sure. The only thing I can piece together is what the Satyrine said when they killed the Demaclan's clan.
What did they say?
Tremerius asked, his voice gentle. Liora closed her eyes at the memory of the voices. They said, She'll be the key to the end of it all. The girl from the stars. The girl without a soul.
The girl without a soul? Hiron spoke up. What does that mean?
Liora shook her head, but didn't answer.
The key to end it all? Devon repeated. You did end it all. You killed the Satyrine on your planet.
I didn't kill them, Liora said, meeting his gaze. Tarek did.
Maybe the prophecy was wrong.
Tremerius didn't sound convinced. Liora wasn't either. My goal is to end it all for them before they end it all for the foundlings. Whoever sent the Ketulans and the Nameless Ones has my mother. I need to free her from them, And the ship on the red planet is the key.
We'll help you reach your ship,
Zran promised. Nods of agreement came from the others.
I have just the thing for you,
Tremerius said. He grabbed the edge of the other tarp and pulled it back.
What is this?
Hiram asked in awe. He set a hand on the blue metal as if he couldn't help himself.
What if I told you there was a way to control the Ketulans yourself?
Tremerius replied. Chapter 10.
You have got to be kidding,
O'Toole replied.
Control the Ketulans ourselves? That'd be like having our own nearly indestructible army.
Hiram gave a visible shudder.
I wouldn't want an army like that. Better on our side than the other,
Zran pointed out.
Exactly,
Tremerius said. He held out a hand for the claw Liora held.
May I?
When she gave it to him, Tremerius's 3 hands made short work of putting the Ketulan on the table back together. He flipped a switch on the blue box he had unveiled and set a hand on the reader in the center.
They are stubborn creatures, but if you can reach their outer conscience, they will listen,
he said. He motioned to Hiram.
Go ahead. Connect the power cell.
I don't think that's a good idea,
the Talisman replied. He looked at Devrin.
Should I, Captain?
Devrin pulled out his knives. Liora did the same.
We know how to deal with them if it gets out of control,
Devrin replied. Hiram picked up the wire with shaking fingers and shoved it into the exposed fuel cell. The box buzzed. Then the Ketulan was up and spinning around. Shathran shrieked and hid behind Tremerius. Zran stepped in front of O'Toole. Devrin and Liora crossed to cover Hiram in case the machine got out of hand.
I've never seen one so still,
Zran said, his gaze not leaving the Ketulan. He was right. The Ketulan merely hovered there, turning slowly in a circle, as though unsure what to do.
Land on the table,
Tremerius said. The Ketulan hesitated. Tremerius's eyes narrowed.
Land on the table,
he repeated, pressing his hand more firmly to the box. For a moment more, it appeared the Ketulan wasn't going to obey. Leora's grip on her knives tightened. She blamed Ketulans for Tarek's death. If they hadn't dismantled the ship and sent it crashing into the dome, she could have gotten him out. Hatred for the creature flowed through her. The Ketulan, as if sensing it, turned to face her. It raised its claws.
Liora, calm your emotions,
Tremerius ordered. Liora realized with the start that her anger was clouding the Artidas' ability to control the Ketulan. Against her instincts, Liora lowered her hands. She took a breath and let it out, releasing her anger, and instead choosing to feel nothing at all. The Ketulan spun to face Tremerius.
Land on the table.
At his command, the machine settled onto the top of the purple table.
Dismantle your fuel cell.
The Ketulan immediately obeyed. It reached beneath it with a claw. There was a popping sound, and the machine fell onto its side. The revealed power cell showed the wire removed once more.
That was amazing,
Hiram exclaimed. Tremerius ignored him. He watched Liora with a concerned expression.
You overrode what I was trying to do.
I'm sorry, Liora replied. I'm not sure if I can do this.
You hate them that much.
It was a statement, not a question. Liora nodded. Tremerius didn't ask her to explain, something Liora was grateful for. Instead, he picked up the box.
You have to learn to control your hatred if this is going to work. Hatred is the counterbalance to love. They are both the strongest emotions a human can feel. If you can't control it, you are going to overrun anyone's abilities to keep these creatures from shredding your crew to pieces.
Liora was going to reply that she was a Demaclan, but the statement was no longer true, if it ever was. The anger and rage she had felt when confronting the Ketulan still whispered in her mind. I'm not sure if I can do it, she replied. Tremerius indicated the box.
If you can't, your crew's dead, he stated. That's a little harsh,
Devrin began. Tremerius shook his head. His gaze was intense. Liora, I don't know what happened, but I can tell you aren't the same girl I met on Titus. Your zeal has been tarnished. You are no longer innocent despite all you've gone through. You are scared, shredded. Only a sliver of that brightness shines through. Liora reminded herself that the blades in her hands were only for if the Ketulan got out of control. She could take verbal abuse. She had done so her entire life. Cutting down the man who had just married Shatharan wouldn't be in the best interest of her crew or her mission. Nonetheless, it took all of her willpower to slide the knives back into their sheaths. Tremarius put his hands on her shoulders. His free hand cupped her chin, forcing her to look at him. Show me. Liora glared at him, her eyes brimming with tears she wouldn't let fall. Tremarius lowered his voice. Liora, I need to know, please. She pushed the memories at him. They were fast, brutal. She didn't slow the pacing because she couldn't stand to feel the emotions again. She showed him the moss, the explosion, the hearing. She shoved what had happened at Cree to him. She refused to feel the glass beneath her hand or the way it felt to suffocate in the water. She showed her fighting the Ketulans and saving the council. She pushed the memory of her back getting burned just so she could give herself an outlet for the ache in her heart. She ended with the discussion with her father and his revelation about her mother. When she was done, the silence in the room was complete. Tremarius's hands fell away from her. A glance up showed tears on Shatharan's cheeks from where the woman stood near her husband's shoulder. Liora, she began, but her voice died away as if she didn't know what else to say. I had no idea, Hiron whispered. Liora realized what she had done. In her heightened emotional state, she had pushed at all of them instead of just Tremarius. I'm sorry, she said, ashamed at her lack of control. I shouldn't have done that. She looked at Devrin. His jaw was locked and his gaze distant. He had just been forced to witness the death of his friend again. She had caused him pain without even considering it. She didn't know why he still stood there. It was Zran who broke the silence. I think we've established why Liora hates Ketulans. His smile was forced, but he took the box Tremarius held. We probably shouldn't give this to her. O'Toole fell in stride.
I agree. I say our mission is clear. We kill whoever is holding Leora's mother hostage, save the Macrocosm, and return to living our peaceful, uneventful lives.
That brought a wry smile to Devrin's face. Since when have our lives been uneventful? She shrugged.
I don't know, Captain. You command a pretty boring ship.
Zran nodded. Do you think you could step it up a notch? We're low on our quota of fighting pirates and scavengers. I was promised skirmishes and near-death experiences when I signed on.
That's true, Hiron added. We could definitely use a little excitement. Going after a cosmos-destroying Saturn using a barely trustworthy Ketulan-controlling device, and in a ship that belongs in a museum on Jupiter sounds like just the thing. What do you think, Liora?
All eyes turned to her. She was amazed they wanted to help her after all she had shown them. They had seen the darkest sides of her. The bloodbath that was the battle with the Voss and the Cherem, her wish to die on Cree. Yet they waited for her answer without judgment in their eyes. Perhaps Devrin was right. Maybe she did have a place in their strange, dysfunctional but fantastic family. I think it's a horrible plan, she said with a half-smile. Hiron nodded.
Then it's agreed. Save Leora's mother and destroy the foundling assassin. Easy enough, right?
Sure, Devrin replied. Why not?
Don't worry. We'll find a way to make it complicated, O'Toole said.
Laughter filled the room. All right. Tremarius held up a hand. I'll train Devrin on how to use the box. But first things first. Before you guys leave, I want you to sample some of the amazing foods of Beatrice. My family happens to specialize in baking. If you don't roll onto your ship tomorrow, we're doing something wrong. He led the way from the room with Shathren holding his hand and the others trailing behind. It was obvious the promise of Beatrice's delicacies didn't reach deaf ears.
You know I didn't mean the Kratos was a relic,
Hiram told Devrin, his tone adamant.
I was caught up in the moment. It's a wonderful ship, and Leora's father had some amazing new additions put on her.
It's all right, Devrin replied. You were on a roll, I understand.
I was,
Hiram agreed.
It won't happen again.
You're entitled to your opinion, Devrin replied. Feel free to say what you'd like. The worst I can do is throw you in the brig. Hiram stared at him until Devrin smiled.
You're joking, the Talisman said in relief. I should have known.
He glanced ahead and saw that the others were leaving them.
I better catch up.
He took off running after the crew members. Devrin's steps slowed so he could walk beside Liora, but he didn't look at her. She felt the tension coming from him. I'm really sorry, she said quietly. I shouldn't have done that. You didn't need to see it again. I'm sure it wasn't the second time for you, he said, phrasing it as a statement instead of a question. Leora's voice was soft when she said, I relive it every night. Sleep has turned to nightmares. I can't stop seeing it over and over again. He glanced at her, and concern showed in his expression. Liora. Whatever he was about to say was cut off by Hiram's enthusiastic voice.
Liora, Captain, you need to try this fabulous Choxin dish Shathrin's new mother-in-law just created. It's to die for.
Devrin gave Liora a smile and made his way toward Hiram, leaving her to follow in his wake.
I just can't believe how beautiful your home is,
O'Toole raved. She motioned to Liora as soon as she drew near to the table.
Can you believe it?
It's very lovely, Liora replied. I'm sure you'll be very happy here.
Definitely, O'Toole gushed. I can just imagine little Tremariuses running around here. Although, that's rather hard to say. Do you have a nickname for him so you don't have to call Tremarius every time you need to get his attention? When your babies need tending, that name's going to get quite long.
Pink touched Shathrin's cheeks, but she nodded with a pleased smile. I call him Trius, like his mother does. He says he likes it when I say it.
That's cute,
O'Toole replied.
It's like a pet name. You are just adorable. I've missed you so much.
She gave her friend a hug. Liora slid quietly around the table so she wouldn't be required to join in. She spotted Devrin standing near the far wall with Tremarius. They appeared to be in deep discussion. Devrin looked up once and caught Leora's eyes. She glanced away and focused her attention on the plate of Choxin Hiram had given her. The fluffy, pastel-colored pieces melted onto her tongue, leaving behind the taste of mint and swarthan honey. Can we talk for a moment? Liora met Devrin's gaze. I'd like to go for a walk, Devrin continued. He cracked a smile. Unless, of course, you're too sore from the beating I gave you. You call that a beating? Liora asked. I've seen a half-it put up a better fight. Devrin snorted and waited for her to rise. Comparing me to an animal that does nothing but sit and eat all day should be insulting, but I admire them for their tenacity. They do have that, Liora conceded. They reached the door and Devrin led the way through to the clearing. He was silent as they followed the cobblestone path. Liora wasn't sure what he wanted, but kept silent to give him time to gather his thoughts. When Devrin finally spoke, his voice had a strange tone to it. Liora, Tremarius is right. You have changed. Her heart slowed. Liora wondered if she had reached the moment where he was going to take back telling her she was a part of the crew, the family. She couldn't blame him after what she had done. All of these things, these battles, killing so many people and creatures, losing Tarek, all of these have changed you. Devrin glanced at her. She couldn't read his expression. You're no longer the girl I freed from the Kirkos. Liora didn't know what he was getting at. She clenched and unclenched her hands, trying to remain patient. She felt on edge, as if every word he spoke mattered. Why she had placed her fate in his hands confused her. She was strong, independent, but also broken. If he said she was too broken for hope, she would believe it. He stopped. When she paused beside him, he finally met her eyes squarely. Liora, I should have known from the beginning that you were different. You survived so many situations that would have killed a normal human, or a Demaclan for that matter. You shouldn't be here talking to me. You're scarred, shredded, as Tremerius put it. And I know he wasn't just talking about on the outside. Tremerius knows things a person shouldn't be able to know about another individual. His tone showed that it bothered him. He lowered his gaze to the floor for a moment, his hands behind his back, and his expression indecipherable. When he finally let out a breath and raised his head, Liora saw the uncertainty on his face. Liora, I don't know what to say or do. I loved you the moment I saw you on the Kirkos. Leora's heart slowed and tightened, as if it was gripped by a fist. Devrin, I can't, she began. He cut her off with a shake of his head, his gaze pleading. Liora, please let me say what I need to. Otherwise, I might never get it out. He waited until she nodded before he continued. The only other person that went through as much as you have was Tarek. I was happy for you both to have each other, because you made each other more than what you were before you were together. You lifted each other up, helped the other through. You made Tarek smile. His voice choked off. He swallowed and ran a hand across his face. Liora, you are so much more than a human, a Demaclan, or a foundling. You are a being with so much heart, you don't have enough soul to contain it. It spills out of your eyes when you see someone hurt, trapped, or in need of your help some other way. It fills everyone around you with the want to rise above the lot they have accepted for themselves in this life. You make people want to be better, want to push themselves, want to help those around them. My crew would fly to the ends of the Macrocosm for you. Liora didn't know what he was getting at. There was a hesitancy to his words, as though they weren't coming out the way he wanted them to. He shook his head and shoved his hands in his pockets, then took them out again. He let out a breath. I know you don't have room for anyone else in your heart right now. Tremerius told me not to tell you how I felt. He said it was too soon, and it would only cause a rift between us. He looked at her with a half smile that only looked sad. That's the worst fear of my life. He shook his head and corrected. It's actually the second worst fear of my life. The first is that something will happen, and I will never have the chance to tell you how I feel about you. We're going against the biggest threat we ever have, and if Tremerius is right, few of us will come home. I would never forgive myself if I let you think for the rest of your life, however long it's going to be, that you lost the only person who loved you in this macrocosm. She didn't know what to say. Devrin saved her from searching for a reply. You don't need to say anything, ever. I just wanted you to understand. He gave her a small smile. I know Shathrin is waiting to give you a piece of the wedding cake. It's apparently a Vickle family recipe. I won't keep you any longer. He walked away, leaving Liora standing on the green cobbled pathway near the forest. She couldn't say which direction he went, because his words still occupied her thoughts in a whirlwind that forced away all else. She couldn't move and couldn't speak, even when the sound of footsteps came up behind her. Devrin just told you, didn't he? Tremerius sounded pleased with himself. Liora pushed through the turmoil in her mind enough to say, he said you warned him not to. Tremerius crossed two of his arms. The third held a purple and white slice of cake on a delicate plate. I've known Devrin since long before I ever heard word of the Demaclan stirring up trouble in the Macrocosm. He's got a heart of gold, that one, but also a stubborn streak. Liora glanced at him. Devrin does? Tremerius nodded with a smile.
Most definitely. He got it from his father, the man who saved more galaxies than he knew the day he refused to bring the Omniocasus back to the Coalition. The stubborn streak is the reason Devon freed you from the circus ship. And it's the same streak that made him back off when he found out Tarek had feelings for you.
How did you know that? Liora asked. Did Devon tell you? Tremerius shook his head.
Our young captain keeps his emotions close. It takes a lot of strength to portray positivity all the time, but he does it for his crew, and succeeds brilliantly. The thing they miss, because he hides it so carefully, is that Devon may be more captive than you or I ever were.
The thought caught Leora's attention. Captive by whom? Tremerius merely let a smile touch his lips before he handed her the cake he held and turned away.
Take care of yourself, Liora,
he said over his shoulder.
I look forward to seeing you again someday. Hopefully, sooner rather than later.
Liora was left staring down at the plate in her hand, feeling far more confused than she ever had been in her life. Chapter 11.
I wish you would have asked Tremerius's mother for her recipe,
Jarson said. He picked up another Choxin and took a bite.
This texture is so hard to manage. Whenever I try, it falls flat, and I have to turn it into taffy instead. I wonder if it has something to do with the abnormalities of the pressure in space. The cook on the SS Eos theorized that it was the reason his bread never rose.
He winked at Liora.
Though I told him it was because his yeast was from Ganymede. Everyone knows a good yeast comes from Callisto. They just know how to brew on party moons.
O'Toole laughed.
You see, Zran? That's another reason we need to go to Callisto. It'd be a perfect reason to visit after our wedding.
At her words, the talking in the Kratos cafeteria ceased.
Did you say wedding?
Jarston repeated. O'Toole's smile deepened, and she held up her hand. A ring with a blue stone in the middle glittered in the light.
I asked her after Shathran's wedding, Zran told everyone. It felt like the right moment.
Devon shook Zran's hand.
Congratulations. If you're going to Callisto, where are you going to have your wedding?
Argyle, the head of the engine crew, asked. O'Toole grinned at Zran.
I said Noah,
she said.
I've always wanted to go there,
Hiron replied.
I've heard the walls are made entirely of the moon's stone. The whole thing is supposed to glow.
Everyone looked at Hiron. He shrugged self-consciously.
What? I have 15 sisters, remember? They've been planning my wedding since the day I was born. Do you think they would help me?
O'Toole asked. Hiron nodded.
I'll let you talk to them. If I even mention the word wedding, I won't hear the last of it.
O'Toole gave him a look of relief.
I don't have sisters. Shathran was my best friend, and now she's gone, so I don't even know where to start.
She turned to Liora.
Would you like to help?
At Leora's wide-eyed look, everyone laughed.
Don't worry,
O'Toole told her.
I was just kidding. I can't imagine having a Demaclan plan a wedding.
She paused and caught herself.
I mean, a foundling, I guess. I don't really know what that means. Do foundlings plan weddings?
There was worry in her voice, as though she was concerned she had made a severe error with the Demaclan remark. Given everything Liora had accidentally shown them, she couldn't blame the woman. Liora shook her head and kept her tone light. I don't think so. My sense of decorating is completely atrocious. You definitely don't want me in charge. O'Toole gave a relieved smile and set a hand on Leora's arm.
That's okay. I'm sure Hiron's sisters can show both of us. I'd love for you to be there.
The question hung in the air. Liora thought of everything in front of them, the huge task they were undertaking, and the risk the crew willingly accepted even after she showed them what they were up against. O'Toole's hopeful expression held Liora. She was asking a member of her family for a favor, and Liora was that person. I would be honored to be a part of your wedding, she replied. O'Toole hugged her. The woman paused, as if she realized it was something Liora didn't like. She was about to pull away when Liora hugged her back. I'm so happy for you, she said. O'Toole smiled so big it amazed Liora.
Thank you,
she exclaimed. The speaker overhead buzzed and Duncan's voice sounded.
Captain, we have a problem.
Report, Devon replied.
We seem to have caught the attention of a coalition ship.
Tension filled the air.
Can it be avoided?
Devon asked. Hiram's voice came over the communicator.
The ship is a Platinum Eagle, and we're surrounded by Falcons.
Devon swore under his breath. Be right there. Everyone rose at the same time.
Have your crew ready in case we need to get out of here quickly,
Devon told Argyle.
Yes, Captain.
The older man replied with a salute. Devon ran out the door with the rest of the crew behind him. Liora took her place at the back of the control room as soon as they entered. The side of the Falcons facing their ship was reflected on the secondary monitors. The central monitor showed the Platinum Eagle, the Coalition carrier ship that dwarfed the SS Kratos. The back hatch was wide open. Armed Coalition officers stood in atmosphere suits beyond the landing bay, awaiting the Kratos. The computer buzzed.
Captain, we have an incoming transmission,
Hiram said.
Put it up on the screen,
Devon replied. He held his hands loosely behind his back and gave all appearance of being calm. Liora admired his ability to project nonchalance despite the tension she knew ran through him whenever his crew was in danger. A Coalition officer appeared on the screen. He had dark hair touched with gray at the temples and wore a black uniform without any stripes or decorations. Devon's shoulders immediately tightened and he straightened, lowering his arms to his sides.
General Stratus, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Devon asked.
General,
Hiram whispered.
We're in trouble,
O'Toole said in an undertone. Duncan leaned over to Liora and told her in a low voice.
General Stratus is the head of the entire coalition. He seldom, if ever, leaves Titus. That depends on who I am addressing,
the general replied. Devon held his gaze.
I am Devon Metis, son of the late Rius Metis, captain of the SS Kratos.
The general's eyes narrowed.
In order to be a captain of one of the coalition's Iron Falcons, I assume you have been sworn in by a colonel.
I was sworn in by Colonel Lefkin, but the colonel is a coward who gave orders for my father's death, tortured members of my crew, and sent mercenaries after my ship when I refused to bring in the Omniocassis. I've since destroyed the Omniocassis and removed myself from any affiliation with the coalition, Devon replied. The general didn't look at all surprised. Liora realized he knew exactly who Devon was and the history of the Kratos. A thrill of warning ran across her skin.
Yet you still fly one of our Iron Falcons, the general said. If you are no longer a member of the coalition, then it is time to turn your ship back to its rightful owners. Land, Captain,
he said, emphasizing the word with irony.
We shall discuss your relationship with the coalition in more detail.
The screen went black.
What should I do?
Hiram asked, his eyes blinking rapidly. Devon looked at the surrounding Falcons. If they tried to run, the Kratos would be shot to pieces. Devon gave the only order he could. Land.
Yes, Captain,
Hiram replied, his voice taut. Devon looked at Duncan.
Inform the crew that we're landing on a coalition carrier. I want everyone to lock themselves in the engine room. Tell Branson to bring every gun he can carry. If the general wants our crew, they're going to have a fight.
Duncan repeated Devon's orders as Hiram carefully steered the ship into the landing bay. As soon as the wide doors slid shut, the armed officers marched out to meet them. Devon looked around the room.
O'Toole, Zran, go to the engine room. Have them seal the door from the inside. I don't want anyone opening it without me present, unless it's a last resort. Duncan, go with them as well.
As soon as they were clear of the control room, Devon looked at Stram.
You too.
Stram shook his head.
I politely refuse.
A wry smile crossed Devon's face.
How is refusing polite?
If I may be frank, Stram replied, you're not a member of the coalition, and we're landing on a coalition carrier. You have no authority here. This is my ship, Devon pointed out. Not if the general has a say in it, Stram replied calmly.
Liora realized Devon had expected an argument. Otherwise, he would have ordered Stram to go with the others. There was a light in the captain's eyes that showed his approval of Stram's rebellion.
What should I do?
Hiram asked. Devon turned to the Talistan.
I leave it up to you, my friend. I'd recommend going to the engine room before they seal it. Otherwise, you can stay here with Stram and keep the engines running, in case we need a quick escape.
I'm going with you,
Stram said. Devon set a hand on the older officer's shoulder.
You were my father's second. I trust you with my life. I need someone here to protect our ship and crew as the first line of defense. He gestured to the rows of officers below. You'll do me no good down there. If they open fire, you have my orders. He gave the man a stealing look. My captain's orders, to take off with the crew and get free of this carrier if you can.
Yes, Captain,
Stram replied, his voice grave. Devon left the control room. He paused when the door slid shut and looked at Liora, who followed close behind him.
Any chance I can convince you to stay here? If I remember correctly, the Coalition managed to kill you the last time you dealt with them.
The memory of her heart stopping after Colonel Lefkin's torture made her heart skip a beat. Not my best moment, she replied, keeping her tone light. At least we can hope it'll be better than that.
You're setting the bar pretty low,
Devon said as they walked down the ramp toward the waiting officers. That way it'll only be uphill, Liora replied under her breath. A Gaul with the stars of a major on his shoulders met them at the bottom. Calypsans armed with automatics stood on either side of him.
Devon Metis, I am under orders to escort you to General Stratus's office.
The Gaul speared Liora with a glare.
You, and only you.
Devon gestured calmly to Liora.
Liora is my second. She has a right to be at whatever conference the general calls.
The Gaul opened his mouth to argue, then shut it again and turned.
Remove their weapons,
he barked at the biggest Calypsan. The hoofed giant obeyed. He pulled their weapons free with calloused fingers and tossed them to a guild salamandan.
We're expecting those back when we return, Devon said.
Liora glanced at him, wondering where the sarcasm came from. Perhaps it had always been there. She just hadn't noticed.
Follow me,
the Gaul said in his gruff voice when the Calypsan was finished. The Calypsans fell in on either side of them. Liora felt dwarfed by their escort. It was an intimidation tactic. If the general knew how many Gauls and Calypsans she had fought in her life, he wouldn't have bothered. As it was, she hoped it meant he didn't know who she was. The less the events with Colonel Lefkin came up, the better it would be for them. To her dismay, the first face that met them when they entered the general's massive meeting room was that of the colonel himself. Other armed officers waited at stations around the room. Liora didn't see anything but the colonel. Leora's steps faltered. Devon must have felt her hesitate because he glanced at her.
It's going to be all right, he whispered. I won't let him hurt you. I promise.
His hand slipped into hers. The action caught Liora off guard enough that she stepped forward. The cruel smile that spread across the colonel's face said he had noticed her hesitation. He crossed his arms in front of his chest.
Liora Day, I've been counting the seconds until we could be together again.
It took every bit of Leora's Demaclan training to keep from launching herself at him. Fear, the true cold tendrils that raced down her spine, spurred the fight or flight of adrenaline through her veins. The man had killed her, actually and intentionally caused her death. Her skin burned as if her nerve endings remembered the pain of the electricity surging through her.
You won't lay a finger on her,
Devon said.
I'll do whatever I want,
Colonel Lefkin shot back.
You will not,
General Stratus said from behind the desk at the end of the room. The colonel's face paled at the general's tone.
But General, he protested, these two almost killed me. They attacked Titus. They're a threat even now.
He glared at Liora.
You can't trust a Demaclan. She'll stab you in the back if you so much as look at her wrong."
He gave the general a pleading look.
"We have unfinished business, Liora and I. I'd be happy to take her to a private room for questioning, if you would allow it. I am extremely efficient at extracting information."
The general's tone showed his distaste when he replied,
"I've heard of your particular skills. I didn't come halfway across the macrocosm to let you have your way with young girls."
The colonel sputtered,
But, General, don't let Liora fool you. She's got a beautiful face, sure. She can flay you with her eyes. She may look young, but she's got the heart of a murderer. I've lost more men to her than— Shut up, Colonel."
The man shut his mouth so fast, Liora heard his teeth click together. The general rose from behind his huge mahogany desk.
"Don't mistake camaraderie dictated by office to be a form of friendship, Colonel."
He crossed the room.
"I've seen the recordings from Titus on the last occasion Liora Day was there. That is the particular reason I have traveled halfway across this blasted macrocosm like a Chinook on a wild tarlon hunt."
"General," the colonel said, his tone one of complete confusion. The general let out a sigh as if the man's incomprehension annoyed him to no end.
"Colonel, you were accused of despicable actions to the point that circumstances proved necessary we bug any room you had access to."
He glared at the colonel.
"Unfortunately, a man of your standing has access to practically every room on Titus, so it required a lot of bugs. Fortunately, our obstinacy paid off. After Liora escaped with the help of her comrades, every recording on Titus was reviewed. Do you know what we found?"
The general motioned, and the wall behind him turned into a screen. A view from the corner of the small room in which Colonel Lefkin had tortured both her and Tarek was revealed. Tarek sat cuffed to the chair in the middle of the floor, while Liora stood fastened to the loops on the wall. To Leora's dismay, the general then proceeded to show the entire torture session. By the end, she couldn't bring herself to watch. Instead, she studied the general. She had seen unreadable people, but General Stratus beat them all. He watched the screen with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. She didn't know if he was happy about it or upset. She told herself that there was no reason the general would be mad, besides the fact that the colonel had completed the torture without his express approval. He would be on Colonel Lefkin's side. Brandis burst into the torture room and shot the guards. Liora remembered how strangely the sound of the bullets had echoed around the room. She heard Tarek calling her name. The colonel was on the ground with the guns of Brandis's men aimed at him. Liora was lowered down. She turned away at the sight of them carrying her from the room. She knew soon after that her heart had given out from the stress of pulling Tarek's torture to her, so that it didn't kill him.
"What do you think about that?"
the general asked, his tone level, almost amiable. The colonel didn't know how to react. He sputtered, then said,
"Well, General, I should have had more guards at the door. The fact that the rebel scum could take coalition prisoners from the room was something I hadn't considered. I should have been armed and—"
The general cut him off.
"Colonel Lefkin, you are hereby under arrest for the torture and attempted manslaughter of prisoners who should have been under the coalition's protection when they were captured on Titus."
The colonel's mouth dropped open. Chapter 12. The general grabbed Colonel Lefkin by the lapels and pinned him against the wall.
"Your treatment went so far below the standards of even simple humanity that you revealed a new low I have only seen matched amongst the scum of Pion 7.
His face drew closer to the colonel's rapidly growing red one.
"You are stripped of rank and position within the coalition and will go on trial as soon as we return to Titus."
The general threw the colonel into the waiting hands of the Calypsans.
"Get out of my presence,"
the general growled.
"This was all a ruse?"
the colonel sputtered.
"This was a necessary ploy to uncover rumored illegal and unethical activities by members of our governing officers. The only way to solidify the case against you was to ensure that one of the many you have tortured survived. I thought we would be fortunate to find Devon Metis for testimony, but now that we have Liora Day, your trial can go forward."
At the general's nod, the Calypsons dragged the protesting colonel toward the door at the other end of the office. Colonel Lefkin struggled in their grips, but couldn't make any headway in escaping.
"She's the Macklin scum!" he yelled over his shoulder. "She hid the Omniocassus. It's Coalition property."
The door shut behind him. The general rubbed his forehead with the appearance of a headache before he returned to his seat. He glanced up and found Liora and Devon staring at him.
"Please, have a seat,"
the general offered. Liora and Devon looked at each other.
"It's all right," the general said. "We have a great deal to talk about, but I need to start with the matter at hand."
Liora let go of Devon's hand and sat on one of the chairs across the massive table from the general. Devon followed.
"Liora Day, will you sign a complaint against Colonel Lefkin for his ill treatment of you and your comrade?"
He paused and glanced at the paper near his hand.
"Tarek Donovan?"
"I will," Liora replied quietly. The general looked at Devon.
"Does Tarek Donovan happen to be aboard your ship? Another testimony would help significantly with this case."
Devon shook his head. Tarek died in an explosion saving the Macrocosm. His words sounded so casual, yet so important. Liora would never have been able to summarize that moment so succinctly. The general's gaze showed his surprise for the briefest moment before the detached expression returned.
"Is that so? Unfortunate. We could have used him in this case."
The general looked at Liora again.
"Will you undergo questioning in a trial to ensure that Colonel Lefkin is held accountable for his actions on Titus?"
Liora nodded.
"I need a verbal answer,"
the general said.
"Your words are being recorded."
He gestured to a small black box in the middle of the desk. It was the only object there besides the papers near his elbow. "I will," Liora replied. Devon sat forward in his chair.
"General, as we speak, my crew is sealed inside the engine room of the SS Kratos to protect themselves against a hostile takeover."
The general gave one shallow nod, as if the information didn't surprise him in the least.
"Your father would have ordered the same thing. I'm pretty sure he did on a few occasions, actually. He was betrayed."
The general nodded.
"I've heard rumors of such a circumstance. Unfortunately, we have no hard evidence to hold against the colonel. But with Liora's testimony and the recording of the torture session, he won't escape justice any longer."
He met Liora's gaze.
"I need to ask you about the Omniocassus."
"I destroyed it," she replied. "The orbs are gone, as they should be. It was a trap to allow the spread of a cosmos-wide plague that would have affected planets and all members of mortal kind alike. That is what Tarek died destroying." The general watched her for a moment. When he finally nodded, it was with respect.
"I am grateful for his sacrifice. His father and I were friends before the death of his mother. It was through his recommendation that I approved Devon Metis and Tarek Donovan's entries into the Coalition."
Liora glanced at Devon. The surprise on his face was genuine.
"I had no idea."
The general nodded.
"Edrin Donovan is a good man. A very good man. I lost track of him for a while after your admission, when you were placed on the Kratos under Captain Metis. I guess he figured he had done what he needed to ensure that his son was taken care of, and he joined our ranks again in the administration division."
Liora spoke up. "General, can I ask a question?" He nodded.
"Of course."
"Are we prisoners aboard your ship?" The general rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
"Liora, you have a questionable history with the Coalition. I have reports that you are responsible for the deaths of more than a few of my officers."
He tipped his head to the side.
"While my initial reaction was to question these reports in light of your small stature, I have to take into consideration the Demaclin tattoos that mark your skin, and also the footage taken on planet F-104 of the Cetus Dwarf Galaxy, showing an individual with these same tattoos taking down numerous Coalition officers. As such, We will detain you for further questioning to be done before a trial of your peers.
A trial of her peers? Devon replied. Are you going to find a Demaclan jury? The general shook his head.
There's no way.
Then how is it a trial of her peers? Devon shot back. That's ridiculous. Liora was merely defending my crew. The coalition turned on us, on Colonel Lefkin's orders.
Again, we have no proof of that,
the general pointed out. But she saved the Milky Way galaxy when she destroyed the Omniocassis, and it nearly cost her life, Devon said with a hint of desperation in his voice. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't even be here. The moss would be sucking away the life of your precious Titus and the rest of Jupiter's moons. The coalition would be nothing more than the memory of an overlord federation unable to unite long enough to do more than argue about the type of currency they should use.
That's not in question here,
the general replied calmly. He lifted a hand and 2 more Calypsans stepped forward.
Please escort Liora to her cell.
Her muscles tensed. The general speared her with a look.
Let me remind you of your crew members on the Kratos. At this time, we are allowing them to remain where they are. If you fight, we will bring them to trial as accessories to your actions. Do you want to see them tried for murder as well?
Ice ran through Leora's veins. She rose without another word. Liora, you don't have to do this, Devon protested. He stood as well, but at another nod from the general, 2 Calypsans pushed him back into his seat.
We're not through, Captain,
the general said. Liora didn't want to leave him there, but the thought that fighting would bring the rest of the Kratos crew to answer for her crimes made her follow the Calypsans out the door. She was led down another hallway into a room where she searched more thoroughly before being escorted into a bare room without so much as a bench. The door slid shut behind her. After pacing around the room so many times she lost track, Liora sunk to a crouch against the far wall. She couldn't stop thinking about the crew. The thought of them waiting sealed in the engine room without knowing what was going to happen was nearly unbearable. She wondered if Devon was right. Her thoughts strayed back to the reassuring feeling of his hand in hers. It hadn't felt awkward, and perhaps that was what surprised her so much. Instead, it had felt right, like his reassurance was something normal. It had felt the same way during their training session, when they settled into a smooth rhythm of blocks and punches, winding around each other in a fierce dance, laughing, teasing. Thoughts of Tarek rose to her mind. What would he say? She countered the question with, what would he say about what? They hadn't done anything. That was the truth. So Devon helped her work through the guilt she felt at Tarek's death. She was there for him the same way. Yet she had left him alone in the general's office. After the things Colonel Lefkin had done, even with the general's promise that he would get the proper punishment for his crimes, she didn't trust any member of the coalition that wasn't impaled on the knife she was so aware was gone from her sheath. The door slid open, and a man stepped inside. He waited for it to close again before he met her gaze.
Liora Day?
She looked him up and down. He carried his gun like a seasoned veteran, not a rookie who entered a room with the safety on, planning to ready the weapon when the prisoner attacked, instead of before. His finger rested beside the trigger, tapping quietly as though her lack of response bothered him.
Are you Liora Day?
There was something familiar about him. She couldn't put her finger on whether it was his stance, his eyes, or the line of his jaw. Whatever it was, her instincts whispered that she should trust him. I'm Liora Day. Relief showed in his gaze.
Liora, come with me.
She rose warily. Where are we going?
To your ship, he replied. You and Devon need to get out of here.
He put his hand to the panel beside the door, and the door slid open. He checked both directions, then motioned for her to follow him. She hesitated at the door. Why are you doing this? She asked.
I'm a friend of Devon's. He's waiting for us outside the landing bay. He refused to go any further unless I came back for you.
He shrugged and gave a wry smile.
I can't argue with that.
Liora stared at him. The smile. It was Tarek's smile. She made herself ask, "Are you related to Tarek Donovan?" He nodded, pushing his dark hair off his brow with the back of his hand.
I'm his father. Why?
Liora shook her head. She couldn't find the words to speak.
It's clear, Edrin said. Let's go before the sweep comes back.
Liora followed him up the hallway. Edrin had beat Tarek, causing fractures and pain to the point that Devrin's parents had adopted him into their own home. Edrin had disappeared shortly after that. It was all she knew about him. Tarek had seldom spoken of him. As much as Leora's heart had gone out to the thought of a small boy raised under a heavy hand, she had grown up beneath Obruo's staff of needles and various methods of torture designed to make her fail. She wondered why being raised to Macklin made that all right, when being raised human had turned such actions into cruelty. She had lived a skewed version of a childhood. She knew that for certain. Yet she wondered at the expression on Edrin's face when she asked about Tarek. There was pride there, a slight smile. Despite all of Tarek's hatred toward his father for the way he was raised, his father still loved him.
How do you know Tarek?
Edrin asked as they jogged down the next hallway. Liora didn't want to reply, yet the question hung in the air between them. I met him on the Kratos.
Is he your friend?
Edrin pressed. A glance at her tattoos said Tarek's father knew of the circumstances around the murder of Tarek's family. It took a while for us to warm up to each other, Liora replied numbly.
I can imagine,
Edrin replied with a chuckle.
Tarek's a hard egg to crack.
Liora wanted to hit him, yet his words slowed her. Edrin spoke in present tense about his son. His questions were current, his expectations clear. The hardest part about losing Tarek, besides living every moment with a hole in her heart where her best friend had been, was telling Devrin. Did she really have to do the same to Tarek's father? Edrin? The man glanced at her over his shoulder.
We're almost there. Just stay close. We'll find a gun or something so you can protect yourself while Devrin and I check the hangar.
He jogged a few steps further before he said,
Tarek must be aboard the Kratos. He's a stubborn boy. He used to argue about the Coalition, like it was the doom of humanity or something. I would have been surprised he joined, except he was always dogging Devrin's coattails. I wonder if he changed his mind.
Tarek was killed. Edrin's steps slowed. He halted and looked back at her.
What did you say?
He died saving others, Liora continued.
Of course he did,
Edrin replied. He turned away from her, his actions brusque.
Of course he did.
He checked his gun, flipping the safety off and then back on, pulling out the clip and glancing at the bullets before shoving it back in. With all of the actions, he never actually looked at his gun. His gaze was distant and his eyes clouded. Liora thought she might have seen a glimmer of tears, but it vanished in the next moment.
Of course he did,
Edrin said, his words stronger. He continued down the hallway.
Full-headed, strong-willed, Coalition brat. That's what he was.
He spoke to himself, his tones low. Liora bristled at his words. Tarek Donovan was the best man to ever fly in this macrocosm, she said, her words clipped short. Edrin stopped in his tracks and turned around. You don't deserve to say his name if you're going to lie. Say another negative word about him, and it'll be your last. 4 officers appeared at the corner behind Edrin. Their eyes widened. Liora couldn't let them sound the alarm. She ran past Edrin and pulled the knife from the sheath at his waist as she did so. She was about to cut 2 throats with one swipe when she remembered her promise to Shathrin just before dealing with Coalition officers the last time. Stone, the revolutionary Shathrin loved, had just been killed. With tears in her eyes, the woman with purple hair had begged Liora to avoid killing anyone if she could.
The thought that other women would be left without their men was too much for Shathren to bear. Liora had agreed. She couldn't go back on that promise now. Liora shoved the knife into the first man's shoulder. Using the blade handle for leverage, she swung around him and kicked one of the other officers in the back of the head so hard he slumped to the ground. She drove her elbow into the side of the first officer's head twice and tore out the knife as he fell. An officer raised his gun. Liora sliced his arm so that he dropped the weapon. She shoved the blade into his shoulder, ripped it out, spun it in her hand, and slammed the hilt across his jaw hard enough that he turned halfway around before falling to the ground. The final officer had his gun all the way up. Liora ducked underneath it, punched twice full power at the man's ribs beneath his arm, swung her right arm up, and forced the gun toward the ground before he could pull the trigger. She spun around, tearing the weapon from the man's grip and coming full circle to aim the barrel at his head. Shock showed on his face. Liora gritted her teeth against the temptation to pull the trigger. Instead, she slammed the pistol into the side of his head, and he fell to join his companions. Edrin spoke up behind her.
"I'm not sure what to say right now."
"Don't say anything," she replied. Chapter 13. Liora shoved the gun into the waist of her uniform. She would rather fight with her knives, but given the fact that the gun was the only thing she had available, it would have to do. She held the knife out to Edrin. "Here." He raised both his hands.
"You keep it. I think it would feel the inferiority of my skills if I took it back."
Liora gave him a humorless look. "It's a knife. It doesn't have feelings." She shoved the blade into her empty sheath and strode past him without glancing back. She heard Edrin hurry to catch up.
"Is there a reason you didn't kill them?" he asked. "I thought for sure you would."
When she didn't answer, he continued with,
"I never thought I'd see a Demaclan fight in real life. You hear rumors, but nothing like that. They didn't even have a chance to call for backup. It was incredible."
Liora ignored him. Edrin let out a breath.
"Look, you obviously knew my son. I'm sorry about any offense I caused. You just took me by surprise."
He paused, then said,
"I had apologies to make. They wouldn't make up for the way I was to him, but I wanted to let him know I regretted the things I did."
His words were quieter when he said,
"I'm sorry to hear he'll never know."
Liora wasn't sure what a father needed when it came to comfort. Consoling someone in the face of losing a loved one wasn't one of her strengths, especially considering she was often the one causing the death. "He was the best man I've ever known." Out of the corner of her eye, Liora saw him wipe his cheeks. A slight wry smile touched his lips that reminded her too much of Tarek.
"Coming from you, that means a great deal."
Liora didn't reply. She was relieved when she saw Devrin standing at the doorway to the hangar. The Kratos waited beyond the glass. She could make out the forms of Hiron and Stram standing on the loading ramp. "Where are the Coalition officers?" she asked when they reached Devrin.
"Edrin took care of them,"
Devrin replied. "With what army?" Liora asked, amazed. The number of Coalition members who had surrounded their ship when they were escorted to General Stratus made her Cheram army look puny.
"Just me,"
Edrin replied. He waited as though he wanted her to ask for more information. When she didn't give in, he explained.
"It helps that I'm the colonel pressing charges against Colonel Lefkin. Besides General Stratus, I'm the highest-ranking official aboard this ship."
Liora stared at him. "I just took down 4 of your men."
"You didn't give me a chance to order them to stand down,"
Edrin replied.
"I'm just glad you decided not to kill them."
"You didn't kill them?" Devrin repeated. A light came to his eyes, as though he just realized something. "Don't tell me you're still holding up your promise to Shathren. It's going to get you slaughtered." "I killed plenty on the Cheram planet," Liora shot back, with a bad taste in her mouth. "Maybe letting a few live won't make a difference."
"It did to them,"
Edrin said. Devrin led the way to the ship. He glanced at Liora when they reached the ramp. "Here, before I forget." He held out Leora's knives. She took them,
grateful to have them back. "Let's get out of here," he told Hiram.
Gladly, Captain.
Hiram replied with a relieved nod. He disappeared inside with Stram close behind. Devon turned back to Edrin.
"Thank you again for getting us out of there. Your timing couldn't have been better."
They shook hands.
"Stop them!"
The command rang out across the landing bay. They heard officers enter the hangar at the far end, hidden from view behind the Kratos.
"Are you sure you're going to be all right?"
Devon asked.
"You put your neck out for us."
"I'll be fine,"
Edrin replied.
"It's my word against those I outrank that you escaped with a blade to my throat."
Edrin held out a hand. Liora placed the knife in it. He wiped the blade on his sleeve before he drew it along the side of his neck. Blood welled up from the shallow wound.
"We have a lot to talk about,"
Devon said. Edrin tried to smile, but failed.
"I heard about Tarek."
Devon looked at Liora, then back to Edrin. She knew he wondered how much she had told Tarek's father. The sound of officers running toward them echoed in the landing bay.
"Another time,"
Edrin said. Devon nodded. "Another time. Take care of yourself."
"You too,"
Edrin replied. Devon and Liora hurried up the ramp.
"Devon?"
The captain of the SS Kratos turned.
"Thank you,"
Edrin said, his tone heartfelt. Devon nodded.
"Tarek was my brother, through and through. I don't have any regrets."
"I do,"
Edrin said.
"But that's on my head. Get out of here. I'll cover for you."
"Swarm the ship!"
a voice yelled. Devon put his hand to the panel and the door shut. They could hear officers arguing beyond.
Captain?
Hiram's voice called over the intercom.
"Get us out of here,"
Devon ordered.
"The colonel promised us a straight shot."
"Will do,"
Hiram replied. They felt the ship rise and the sounds of voices faded. Devon leaned against the wall, as if exhausted by all that had happened.
"I didn't expect that."
"Did you know Tarek's father was a coalition colonel?" Liora asked. Devon shook his head.
"I heard a few rumors."
He slid down the wall to sit on the floor.
Tarek always laughed them off. Neither of us really thought his father would ever join the coalition. The man was always against organizations like that. He used to tell Tarek he was stupid for wanting to follow me into it.
He fell silent, his hands on his knees and his gaze on something Liora couldn't see. She didn't know whether to leave him to his thoughts or stay and comfort him. Such things went far beyond the scope of her social understanding. She took a step toward the door when his voice stopped her.
"Can I show you a memory?"
The request was something Liora had never expected. She turned slowly. "Are you sure?" Devon nodded.
"I trust you."
There was something to the statement. It sounded final, unwavering. It struck Liora deeply. She sank down near him, settling onto her knees. She opened her hand, but for some reason, couldn't bring herself to reach for his. "It's, well, easier if I hold your hand," she said. She felt embarrassed, but couldn't explain why. She lowered her gaze. "It helps the connection." His hand slipped into hers. Liora closed her eyes at the feeling of his touch. She couldn't help the memories of another hand that flooded her mind.
"Liora, are you okay?"
"Yes," she replied. She pushed the memories away and found the center of calm. It took a tentative pull to gauge the strength of the memory. She felt Devon's fingers twitch in hers in surprise. She gave him a moment to get used to the sensation, then pulled again. The memory flooded her mind with a power that surprised her. It was important to Devon, something he had remembered often. As much as she feared the emotions that pressed against her, she wanted to know what meant so much to him. She lowered the walls she had placed around her heart to protect whatever was left after losing Tarek. With a shaky breath, she let the memory wash over her. She saw Devon as if she watched him from a few feet away. He was young, probably around 7, but his dark brown hair and laughing brown eyes were unmistakable. He held a string, teasing a little furry creature that batted at it. A strangled shout sounded. Devon was immediately on his feet and running. His heart pounded in his chest, not from the exertion, but because he knew what was happening. It was occurring too frequently as of late, and getting worse. If he didn't get there in time, he didn't know how far it would go. He cleared the edge of the forest that separated the two houses and paused. Edrin was there in the front yard, his face twisted in rage. He held a huge stick in one hand. The hoe that was supposed to be on the end lay discarded near the door. The man stumbled slightly, then righted himself. 4 bottles of the ale the man usually drank lay discarded around the front porch, 3 more than his usual afternoon session. Devon's father said that Temla's brew was hard stuff. Devon wondered who had given the man so much when he didn't have the money to pay for it. Tarek was at Edrin's feet. He lay curled around his arm, holding it close. A sob made his body shudder. Edrin brought the stick down, and Devon heard the sharp thud. Tarek cried out.
"Leave him alone!"
Devon shouted. His small voice rang out as he darted across the space that was left and threw his body over Tarek's.
Devon, get away,
Tarek said. There was no more pain in his voice, only all-encompassing fear for his friend.
Get out of my way, whelp,
Edrin growled. He pushed at Devon with his foot.
"I won't,"
Devon replied. He locked his small arms around Tarek so the man couldn't move him. The stick hit Devon so hard his breath left him in a gasp.
Teach you for interfering,
Edrin spat.
You and your goody-goody parents. Oh, my dad's a coalition captain.
He hit Devon again. This time the crack across Devon's shoulders made him cry out.
Devon, run,
Tarek pleaded.
"I won't let him hurt you,"
Devon replied, holding on to his friend as tightly as he could with his small hands. The stick struck him again. This time, Tarek rose like an angry Ursulus disturbed from its winter slumber. The boy, only a year older than Devon, set him to the side as easily as if he was a newborn felis and stepped in front of him like a shield.
Don't ever touch my friend again,
he shouted at his father. Edrin took a step backwards in surprise. He struggled to focus on his son. Anger lit his face at the boy's defiance.
Teach you to confront me, boy.
He raised the stick. Tarek didn't wait for it to come down. Instead, he rushed his father, barreling into him at waist level. Given the boy's small size, a normal man wouldn't have gone down, but Edrin was drunk, and something akin to the rage of a beast seemed to fuel Tarek. Edrin hit the ground on his back, and his head rebounded off the flat metal piece of the broken hoe. He stopped moving. Tarek stood staring down at his father's still form.
"Is he dead?"
Devon asked with fear, touching his voice. No adult had ever hit him like that. He had seen Tarek's father do it to his friend, but never with quite the rage he had just shown. Devon's shoulders and back hurt where the stick had struck them. Tarek shook his head. His chest is still moving. Devon couldn't tell if his friend was happy or sad about this statement. Tarek clutched his arm to his chest. Devon could see where the bone was coming through the skin halfway to his elbow. Blood dripped to the ground. A dark bruise colored the side of Tarek's face, and a trickle of blood showed along his hairline. Protectiveness welled up in Devon.
"Come on. You're staying with me. We won't ever come back here,"
he told his friend. He ducked under Tarek's good arm. Tarek let him lead the way. They didn't look back.
My mom patched Tarek up, and he stayed with us. A few days later, we heard that Edrin had gone. It was only when we got older that my dad told us he had ordered Edrin to leave and never return. He said Edrin should have put up more of a fight, but he just packed up and left.
Devon glanced at Liora.
Tarek never talked about him. When he married Danon, I offered to send out a search for his dad so he could be there, but Tarek refused.
Liora thought about the memory. "Why that one?" she asked. "Why show me that memory?" Devon's brow furrowed.
Tarek was always the strong one, a leader even though he never wanted to lead, a fighter
the first one in a fray, the best shot. No matter what he did, he succeeded because he was more determined than any person I ever met. He paused, his expression torn. He studied the wall across from them and said, "That memory was the one time I was the strong one. I protected him instead of the other way around. I got him out of there and brought him home." He looked at her. "That was the one time he needed me. I truly believe that if I hadn't gotten there, his father would have killed him. Edrin had beaten him plenty of times, but never to the point of breaking his arm. The fact that he kept going showed that he didn't have any sense left. He would have killed his own son."
"That's why he told you thank you, out there by the hangar," Liora said.
Devon nodded. "I think so. He found me in the cell on the ship. It was like he knew I was there, and he was biding his time to get me out. I'm not sure what would have happened to us if he hadn't been there."
Liora kept silent. She had built up plenty of animosity toward the man who had destroyed Tarek's childhood. Hers had been similar in some ways, but far different in others, because the Macklins were expected to raise their children with that type of abuse to toughen them so that they can survive the Macklin lifestyle. Even though the race as a whole had become far less aggressive in its dealings with others, there was still the expectation that each child be able to defend his or herself. The fact that Obruo took this to a completely different level was another matter. For Edrin to raise Tarek with such brutality, when those around him lived a life of love and security, seemed far crueler. The images of Devon saving the older boy's life showed the reason for their deep connection. She glanced at Devon and saw him sitting against the wall, his head bowed, and his hand holding his closed eyes as tears ran between his fingers.
"I should have been there, Liora. I should have gone with you."
The heartache in his voice gripped Liora hard. Before she was even aware of what she was doing, she had moved next to him and put an arm around him. He leaned against her, his head still bowed, as he fought to control his tears. Seeing Devon cry did something to Leora's heart. He was the man who had saved her from the Kirkos. He had come back for her instead of leaving her in Malivian's cruel hands. He was the one who had been so kind as to invite her into his crew to save her life and give her a purpose. He had been there every step of the way except one, the step in which Tarek had been torn so viciously from both of their lives, the step that would haunt them each to the ends of their days. "It's okay," Liora said, her voice quiet.
"No, it's not," Devon replied. "I should have been the one to throw the bomb. He should be safe, here, with you."
He didn't look up when he spoke. His free hand punched the floor. Liora pushed calming emotions toward him.
"Don't."
Devon's words stopped her. A wash of cold ran over her at his denial. Devon opened his eyes and looked at her. The agony in his deep brown gaze clutched her heart.
"Don't soften this for me. Don't make it go away. Tarek deserves to have those mourn his loss. His friends were few and far between. It's only right that his death should tear us to pieces."
Liora closed her eyes. The pain she had pushed so deep, the emotions she hadn't been ready to address, all came bubbling up with such abruptness, a sob escaped before she could stop it. Devon lifted his arm. Liora ducked underneath and leaned against his chest. They cried together for the loss of the man who had changed them both, for the cruelties in his life that had made him who he was, and for the love that, despite everything, had shaped his every action. Liora cried the tears she had fought so hard to keep at bay, and it was wonderful to have someone to share the heartbreak, someone who understood, someone who loved Tarek, even if it was in a different way than she. It was the love that he deserved. Chapter 14.
Are you sure this is going to work?
Liora glanced at Hiron. The Talistan looked from Devon, who stood with his hands on the box in the control room of the SS Kratos, to the Ketulans who ringed the red planet in even more numbers than the last time they flew by.
I'm not sure,
Devon replied. He looked at Liora.
How are you feeling?
Liora felt the gazes of the rest of the crew. Those who had been in the room when Tremarius revealed the box knew how important her reply was. I am very carefully not feeling anything, she said. Devon nodded.
Hiron, take us closer.
I hope you know what you're doing,
Stram said, his voice tight.
Trust him,
O'Toole replied.
And don't interrupt. Tremarius gave very specific instructions. Do not interfere in any way.
Devon closed his eyes as the SS Kratos drew nearer to the Ketulans. Liora took a tentative pull, careful not to jar his concentration in any way. The emotions she felt from Devon were jumbled. Fear mixed with anger, the need for control, tangled with the stress of not messing up. The life of every member aboard the Kratos rested on his shoulders. Ketulans began to drift toward the starship.
They're coming,
Hiron whispered.
Quiet,
O'Toole replied. Claws came out to glitter in the light that shone from the Kratos.
We're in trouble,
Stram said.
They're getting too close.
Let him concentrate,
Zran replied. Devon's hand wavered on the box. Liora worried that even though Tremarius had assigned the captain to be the one to use it, the Artitas may not have considered that the Ketulans were responsible for taking Devon's best friend from his life. Leora's heart clenched. Their tales were very similar. Perhaps if Devon had been the one with the box in the room, the Ketulan would have attacked the way it was about to before Liora regained control of her emotions.
Easy,
Liora whispered. She pushed feelings of calm and control toward Devon. His eyes opened halfway, and he glanced at her, then closed them again. She saw his shoulders relax and his hand press firmly to the box.
What are they doing?
Hiron asked. Liora looked at the screen. The Ketulans that had been advancing with their blades out hesitated. Those closest to them began to back away. They spread out, drawing to either side.
They've made us a path,
Stram said with amazement.
Let's go,
Devon ordered. He kept his eyes closed, his full concentration on the box in his grasp. Hiron's hands shook as he steered the starship carefully between the rows of machines. The glint of the ship's light on their claws made a tremor run across Leora's back. She could feel them tearing into her skin, gouging deeper and deeper.
They're closing in,
Hiron said.
Liora,
Devon whispered. Liora realized her fear was crossing to him. The Ketulans outside moved closer. Liora shoved the emotions away and pushed comfort and strength instead. She saw Devon's jaw unclench and the Ketulans moved back. Hiron landed the SS Kratos on the red planet. He had to yank his hands away from the controls. His fingers remained white where they had pressed the board so tightly in his stress.
Now what?
O'Toole asked, her voice quiet.
I'll show you,
Devon replied. There was the hint of a small smile bringing up the corners of his mouth. Liora wondered what he was up to. A glance out the window showed the Ketulans surrounding the Kratos, hovering, waiting for an order. At Devon's quiet command, Stram pressed the panel and opened the hatch to the outside.
The atmosphere here isn't safe to breathe,
O'Toole began. Devon cut her off with a shake of his head.
We'll get suits on in a minute. Watch.
They followed him out into the red planet's bright daylight. Squinting, Liora made out the huge ship that had crashed into the red sand. The huge holes in its sides showed the reason for its crash. The hull was halfway buried in the blowing dust.
How do we get the coordinates from that?
Zran asked.
We don't need to,
Devon replied. He paused, waiting like a storyteller for the perfect timing, then said,
We're going to fly it.
What?
Hiron replied.
You've got to be kidding me,
Stram said. Devon merely smiled and closed his eyes again. To Leora's amazement, the Ketulans that had surrounded the Kratos in a cloud flew toward the partially submerged ship.
As the astonished crew watched, they exchanged their claws for tools. "What did you do?" Liora asked. Devon glanced at her with a smile.
"I altered their orders. Instead of killing us, for whoever controls them, they're to fix the ship and take us back to whoever controls them."
"That's genius,"
Stram said.
"I told you to trust him,"
Hiram replied. O'Toole rolled her eyes.
"What about worms?"
Zran asked. He eyed the sand in front of them with uncertainty.
"Am I the only one who forgot that a worm devoured an entire coalition troop in one gulp?"
"We can take a gull," Hiram offered. "We won't touch the ground, so it can't track us. I'll fly you guys to the ship, drop you off, and follow you in the Kratos. That way, if something goes wrong, we aren't relying on an escape vehicle built by the enemy we're going to fight."
"That sounds logical,"
Devon said.
"Talstons are always logical,"
Hiram replied, with a pleased expression.
"They just aren't always the strongest as far as courage is concerned. I get to fly the ship I love and leave you guys to figure out that alien wreck."
"Smart,"
Zran replied.
"I'm with the Talistan."
Me too,
O'Toole seconded.
The thought of going on that ship gives me the creeps.
It took far less time for the Ketulans to fix the craft than Liora thought it would. Afterwards, despite the crew's trepidation, the machines seemed content to wait for their next orders. "Think we can get them to fly it?" Liora asked, as Hiram took them over in the gull. Devon gave the Ketulans a skeptical look.
"There's one way to find out."
The ships drew near to the black star cluster. The monitors around the alien craft showed asteroids circling the larger planets. The Ketulans didn't slow. They weaved between the huge asteroids with deft proficiency. Hiram's voice came over their headsets.
Captain, things are getting a bit tight."
"It's probably best if you keep some distance. We don't know what we're going to find when we get to our destination. Stay on the outskirts," Devon ordered. "Track us so you can pick us up if you need to."
"Will do, Captain,"
Hiram replied. They watched the Kratos fall back to the edge of the asteroid belt.
"Guess it's just us then,"
Devon said to Liora.
"I can still hear you loud and clear,"
Hiram replied over their earpieces. Devon rolled his eyes while a smile played about his mouth.
"And here I thought we'd be going into this alone."
You're never alone, Captain,
O'Toole told them. Liora chuckled at the exasperation on Devon's face.
"Why did I agree to communicators?" he asked her.
"Because you need my expertise when it comes to navigating the intricacies of the macrocosm,"
Hiram replied.
"Thanks," Devon said with a wry smile. "That was supposed to be a rhetorical question."
"That means you're not supposed to answer, oh great learned one," Zran said.
"I know what it means,"
Hiram shot back.
"Let's keep the banter down," Devon told them. "We're going to need to concentrate. We've reached the planet."
They watched the surface draw near. Out of all the planets in the macrocosm, this is what he chose for his home base? Liora asked. It seems a little cliché.
"I would have gone with anticlimactic," Devon replied. "I mean, seriously, jagged ridgelines, deep crevasses."
He paused, then leaned closer to the window.
"Is that lava?"
It's quite heartwarming, Liora said. Look, he rolled out the welcome mat. The Ketulans steered the ship toward a deep canyon. Yellow and orange lava shot up on either side. Fire burned along the rocks. They continued deeper into the crevasse until the rocks closed overhead and they flew inside a wide tunnel. The rocks around them glowed an angry, fiery red. Flames were stirred up by the breeze caused by their wake.
"This is a little more like it,"
Devon said quietly. They both stared at the huge opening in the tunnel ahead of them. The rocks spread to either side were clear like crystal or diamond, and they glowed from within with the same red fire, creating the appearance of an entire room of glass, waving and flowing with the dance of flames.
"There she is."
Liora saw her as soon as Devon said it. Her mother, the woman with the silver hair, lay on a crystal table at the top of long steps chiseled out of the stones. She was motionless, and her eyes were closed. "Do you think he killed her?" Liora asked, barely daring to say the words. Devon shook his head.
"He needs her for leverage against you. If she's dead, you could just turn around and leave. He wanted you here for a reason. He'll keep her alive until he has you where he wants you."
The ship stopped at the bottom of the long staircase. When the doors opened, heat battered against Liora and Devon.
"We do this together,"
Devon said quietly. Liora nodded. Together, they started up the stairs.
"Liora Day, my least favorite being in the macrocosm."
The Saturn's voice sent a chill down Leora's spine. She hated the way it grated right through her, tainting every part of her with its searching, searing tones. She drew her knife and saw that Devon's gun was in his hand. He held the box that controlled the Ketulans in his other arm.
"No firearms for you, Captain,"
the Saturn drawled. Devon cursed under his breath and dropped the gun. The sound of the weapon clattering down the steps was loud in the cavern. He shook his hand. Liora could see the imprint of the pistol's grip burned along his palm.
"I didn't think you'd bring a friend,"
the voice continued, echoing down from the top of the stairs.
"Actually, I figured your friends had all abandoned you by now, what with you letting that human Tarek die the way he did."
Liora bristled. Devon grabbed her arm.
"Don't let him get to you. That's what he wants."
She took a calming breath and led the way up.
"What is it with you?" the Saturn asked. "Why won't you just give up and die? You don't know the woman I have. She abandoned you the day you were born. What kind of a mother is that?"
Liora couldn't help herself. The kind that cares about the life of a child, unlike you, assassin of foundlings. The Saturn gave a grunt of approval.
"So, you know the truth about your heritage. You know your father left you with the Macrocosm to be raised in abuse and hatred. What kind of a parent could he be? Are you tired of being abandoned, Liora? You know I won't abandon you."
"I wish you would," Liora muttered.
"No, you don't,"
the Saturn answered in amiable tones, as if they were talking about the price of fried bannerang.
"You need the balance."
"You upset the balance by killing the foundlings," Liora pointed out as she climbed. A laugh rolled down from the Saturn. It was dark, spiteful, and sharp to Leora's ears.
"The balance was upset long before that. You think you know foundlings, that they're some honorable, trustworthy race, above pride and ego because they founded the races. Look well, Liora Day. Behold the truth."
The crystal staircase and rocks around them reflected images from every facet. Liora saw foundlings, beings with a variety of features morphing to match the atmospheres and landscapes of the planets on which they landed. Their children, as new races, took on the same features, filling the planets with families, people with hopes and dreams.
"They made themselves out to be lords and gods," the Saturn said.
She saw structures erected to worship the foundlings, a myriad of images of foundlings being praised, bowed to, and offered goods and sacrifices flooded through the crystal pathway. On many planets, the sacrifices came at a high price. Young girls and young men led like Xanderben to the slaughter. The foundlings didn't stop them. Instead, they seemed to revel in the attention, lauding good crops for harvesting planets, a multitude of creatures for hunting, rain on desert planets, and lavishing gold in return.
"It's not my place to say whether they were right or wrong," the Saturn said. He paused and gave a dark chuckle. Actually, it is. They preyed upon the strength of the people to stay alive. They didn't have to. There were other ways, but they chose to take the easy route. They got greedy, and their people became strong.
Liora reached the top of the steps with Devon at her side. A long, flat expanse of glowing crystal met them. Halfway between the top step and the table upon which Leora's mother lay, the Satyran stood. His skin flowed and writhed like black living flames. His eyes were piercing and yellow, deep and hypnotic, yet emotionless. The turn of his mouth was cynical. There wasn't a throat behind his curled lips, only an endless black void that gave the appearance of being far deeper than it should have been.
I am Satyran, the last of my kind, but the foundlings didn't create us as one of their many people to rule. Do you know why?
His eyes narrowed, and he said,
Because the Satyran were foundlings.
"You're lying," Devon told him. The Satyran waved his hand, and the crystals showed images once more.
I chose not to be beholden to the admiration of the races like my brethren,
the Satyran said.
Instead, I encouraged the races to rise up, one by one.
The images shifted to show people burning their temples and destroying the altars. Statues of the foundlings were smashed. Pyramids were pulled down. With each form of rebellion, the foundlings lost power from their people. As they did, their forms faded, and they became the insubstantial beings Liora knew from Rallian. They became voids, bitter, angry, cursing those they created for forgetting about them.
You betrayed your own people,
Devon said. The Satyran smiled. It was a bone-chilling thing.
The irony is in the balance, he said. Good, evil, it didn't matter. I felt their choices were wrong, so I made them right. In doing so, I doomed myself to their fate, because the macrocosm will have its balance.
He met Leora's gaze.
Oh yes, it will have its balance. An effect for every cause, consequences to every action.
He waved a hand.
Meet the consequences of your actions, Liora.
Forms detached from the shadows. Leora's heart slowed. She recognized members from her Demaclan clan, beings long since dead. Their eyes were black, but their bodies were real. The first reached for her. Liora batted the hand away. Another hit her in the head, so hard she staggered backwards a few steps.
Fight, Liora, Devon called out. They're not the people you knew.
Liora glanced back to see others around Devon, fallen members of the coalition, officers they had killed. Scavengers and revolutionaries advanced toward him. Devon pulled out his knife and stuck it through an officer's eye. The man fell to the ground and disappeared. Claws sliced across Leora's arm. She drew her knives and lashed out at the creatures from the moss cave. Each time her knife sunk into one enemy and it hit the ground, its body vanished, and two others took its spot. Voss and Cherem, members of Galded Obruo, blew up. Officers and scavengers. Malivian came out of the darkness, along with Vogan, the boy she had killed to become a member of her Demaclan clan. Liora fought them all, slicing and parrying in a whirlwind of blades to keep from falling at their hands. Each body hit the ground and disappeared. By the time attackers stopped coming, Liora was fighting to draw a breath. She had lost count long ago of the numbers she had slain yet again. The Satyran gave a deep chuckle.
That's right, Liora. Face the consequences. Each of them died either at your hand or because of you. Confront the impact you have had on the macrocosm, girl from the stars, the girl without a soul. If my puppets can't take you down, perhaps this one can.
Liora looked to the Saturn's right, and her heart slowed. Chapter 15. Obruo, or the black-eyed being who wore Obruo's body, stepped from the darkness. He held a knife in each hand. The sneer on his face was so familiar, Leora's stomach turned. Devon gave a yell. Liora glanced back to see him clutching his stomach. He parried the claws of a creature Liora didn't recognize and shoved his knife through its skull. It fell to the ground. She turned back in time to block Obruo's attempt to stab her in the throat. It took both knives and all of her skill to keep the Demaclan's blades at bay. They whirled through the air. The clink of metal on metal and the whisper of air split by the blades were loud in the chamber. Wherever his attacks snuck through her defense, the knives marked her skin. Liora felt the sting of a dozen cuts along her arms and chest. Panic rose at the realization that he was toying with her, causing her pain instead of finishing her outright. He was as cruel in death as in life, and fear that he would finally win burned in her chest.
Let him win,
the Saturn's dark voice taunted.
Give us the balance you speak of with such authority.
Never, Liora growled through gritted teeth. She found a hole in Obruo's guard and took it. The blade with the purple stone in the hilt sunk into his chest where his heart was. Obruo staggered backwards with a look of surprise. When he hit the ground, his body vanished. Clapping sounded. Liora looked up to see the Saturn give one more clap, then cross his arms.
I'm really looking forward to this one.
A tingle ran along the back of Leora's neck. She turned slowly, afraid of what she would see. The darkness parted, a fiery curtain of red that lit the man before her in an otherworldly light. Liora bit back a gasp. Tarek, his eyes black and without feeling, advanced toward her, one step at a time.
What a conundrum, the Saturn said. Do you slay your love again the way you let him die in the dome? Will you let him kill you so you don't have to feel your blade slide into his very real skin? Will you let your guilt dictate your actions?
Tarek was almost to her. Liora took several steps back. Her grip on her blades loosened. The knife from the Kratos fell to the crystal ground with a ringing peal.
It's not him,
Devon yelled. Pain colored his voice. Out of the corner of her eye, Liora saw him collapse against the wall. He slid to a sitting position, his hands clutching his stomach. Tarek, or the shell of Tarek that stood before her, lunged forward with two serrated knives. Liora knocked one away, creating an opening to his throat. She could have sliced and taken him down, but the thought of feeling her knife cut through his skin made her hesitate. Tarek brought his blade back in a sweep that cut across Leora's shoulder and nicked her neck.
You got to kill him, Liora,
Devon said. She heard him struggling to breathe. His attackers were gone, but he was battling for his life.
Can you kill your one true love, Liora?
The Saturn asked, his voice taunting.
Can you be the one to let his life slip through your fingers the same way you did when you left him to die in that dome?
Tarek's knife got through her defenses again, slicing across her back when she spun. The pain that burned along her scarred skin made her cry out. Tarek advanced, stabbing her in the thigh.
Liora!
Devon gasped. If Tarek got through her, he would kill Devon. She knew there was no way the Saturn would let him live. There was no choice, not anymore. She would protect Devon if it destroyed what was left of her. Liora clenched her jaw and gripped the knife with the purple gem in the hilt. She blocked a double thrust toward her stomach, spun around him, and shoved her knife through the back of his ribs into his heart. Tarek stumbled, and his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees. Tears flowed down Leora's cheeks. She grabbed the hilt of the knife and pulled it out. Tarek fell forward and vanished at her feet.
"That must have been difficult," the Satyran said.
"Your turn," Liora replied. She strode toward him, scooping up the other knife as she did so.
"Not just yet," the Satyran interrupted. "There's one more person I'd like you to meet."
The shadows to his side massed instead of separating. When they collected, a tall form with death-gray skin and black eyes watched her.
"You didn't know you had a half-brother, did you?" the Satyran asked, his tone casual. "Besides the puny human one, of course. Ryo has been dying to meet you, haven't you, son?"
When the young man smiled, the teeth revealed were nearly black and pointed. "No." Everyone looked at the table behind the Satyran. Raeliel, Leora's mother, watched them. Her arms, legs, and torso were bound to the table. Tears showed on her cheeks, and there was something in her eyes when she met Leora's that resonated in Leora's chest.
"Don't make them fight, Lyleo. Please," she begged. "There is good in Ryo. Don't do this."
The Satyran's face twisted. He turned toward her, his tone sickly sweet.
"I haven't been called that name in centuries, my love. Is the thought of your children at war bringing back those feelings of love?"
"You used me," she replied with vehemence in her voice. "You took Julius Day's form and impregnated me with your son."
The Satyran nodded.
"I did," he replied succinctly.
Raeliel looked at Liora.
"Your father and I knew we had to bring balance back, to give the macrocosm at least a chance."
A toothy smile spread across the Satyran's face.
"You hear that, precious girl? Yours was a birth of necessity instead of love."
"It was both,"
Raeliel said.
"Enough with you,"
the Satyran spat. He opened his hands, and the bands that held Leora's mother to the table sparked.
"Leave her alone,"
Liora yelled. Raeliel let out a yell of pain, then fell silent. Her eyes closed.
"You have greater things to worry about than your mother,"
Raeliel replied. He turned to the shadow at his side.
"Your entire purpose is for this moment. Don't let me down." "I won't, father,"
Ryo replied. He pulled bladed weapons as long as his arms out of his black robes as he advanced. Liora settled into a fighting stance. When he attacked, blocking the first 2 blows made Leora's arms ache. Each hit of blade upon blade sent shockwaves all the way to her shoulders. He battered her again and again. Her rear foot slipped and she fell to her knees. She continued to block, holding the blades against her arms when her fingers were too numb. The blades sliced the skin of her arms where they were exposed. The Ventican shirt she wore did little to protect her against the relentless attack. Liora felt fear pushing at the back of her mind. Ryo was strong, stronger than she was. He didn't appear to feel fatigue. He just kept hammering at her. Leora's arms were weakening. She didn't know how much longer she could keep it up. But he didn't have any holes in his guard. Whenever she tried to goad him into making a mistake, she paid for it with blood. Her arms faltered.
"Liora, take my strength."
Devrin's voice was weak. Liora could hear the rasp of his voice. He was bleeding out from the wound in his stomach, yet he was offering her strength to defeat Ryo.
"We're both lost if you don't," Devrin said. "Do it, Liora. Do it now."
Liora didn't want to. Ryo rained down several more blows. Leora's left arm gave, and one of the blades sunk into the top of her shoulder. She gave a cry of pain. There wasn't any other choice. She hated that the Satyran had put her in such a position. She pulled from Devrin. The strength wavered, then filled her, flowing through her body and up her arms. Liora surged to her feet. Ryo's eyes widened, and he took a step back. Liora pressed her advantage. She battered him, honed her strength toward speed, and did a fast spinning sweep with her feet that knocked his legs out from under him. Knowing any hesitation could mean death for both her and Devrin, Liora launched herself on top of Ryo and put a knife to his throat.
What just happened?
The Satyrn's question echoed through the chamber.
Ryo, did you just lose?
The disgust in Lylil's voice made Ryo struggle. Liora pressed the blade tighter to his neck so that it cut into his skin. His struggle stopped.
Go ahead. Kill him,
the Satyrn said. There was a hint of tightness to his voice, but a glance at him showed narrowed eyes and pure anger.
Do it.
Liora stared down at Ryo. He asked her to kill him. He wanted her to do what Lylil demanded. He was giving up.
Kill him,
the Satyran repeated.
Kill me,
Ryo said. He lifted his neck, pressing it against the blade. Red blood welled up against the gray skin. Liora stared at him.
Do it,
he repeated. Pleading filled his voice. The realization that he was begging her to take his life struck Liora. No, she said quietly.
Have mercy,
Ryo said. I am, Liora replied. Ryo shook his head, heedless of the blade at his throat.
This isn't a life. I don't want to live like this.
There was a flicker of humanity in his gaze, of someone lost, trapped, without the torchlight's flicker to cut through the darkness of the cave. He was a lost soul, his life taken by someone else before he was even born. Come back with me. Ryo stared up at her.
Like this? I am not a human, Liora. I am a beast, made only to destroy you, and I lost. Kill me.
He grabbed her hand and tried to force her knife through his throat. Liora ripped her hand free and backed away. You are whoever you choose to be, she said. That's the thing about foundlings like us. If we don't like ourselves, we can change. We adapt. She pushed acceptance at him, understanding, hope. She saw his features relax.
No,
Lylil growled.
You can't have him.
The Satyran pushed his energy into a mass and propelled it toward Ryo. Liora shoved Ryo out of the way. The blast hit her with such strength, it ran through her, surging to the tips of her fingers and the ends of her toes. The hatred and strength the Satyran threw at her was fueled by the fear of what she could do. She felt envy, rage, and desperation. The centuries of his life he spent gathering his strength for that moment undermined whatever power she had left. Liora felt the rush from Devrin be snuffed out. Her wounds and the energy she had spent fighting those who had died warred against her. She felt the power coursing through her nerves, shredding her joints, her muscles, her bones. The energy was tearing her apart from the inside out.
Liora!
Devrin's voice was muffled. Liora looked down at her arms. Her skin glowed with the same dark fire that filled Lylil. The evil pushed through her, bringing up the memories of everyone she had killed, the pain she had caused. It tore her apart with whispers of her wickedness, remarks of her maliciousness.
That's right, darling, the Satyran said. Let the evil consume you. Belong to it. Embrace it. It chooses you because of the darkness of your heart, of your soul. Join me, become a Satyran. Together, we will control this macrocosm.
It would be easy to give in. All of the guilt Liora carried could be chased away. She would be like Ryo, acting on Lylie's whims, a pawn in his game. She was good at hurting people. The de Macklins had seen to that. If only she could get rid of her conscience.
You are good,
Devon shouted. Liora could tell by the weakness of his voice that he was using up the last of his strength.
You are pure, Liora,
he said, his voice weaker. She saw him fall to the floor, his hands on his stomach.
Remember Tarek. Remember your father.
His voice was barely a whisper when he said,
Remember me.
The last note became her rock. She held on to it, even as her body drifted away from her. She still had her soul. She still had everyone she had fought for. The note gave her a focal point, bringing her back together. Even though her body had been destroyed by the Saturn, she still had her essence. No matter how many times she had been told she was the girl without a soul, it was the one thing they could never take from her, the thing that made her who she was. She shoved the Saturn's power back with such force that he stumbled against the wall. A golden glow took over where the black flames had been. It ran along her torso and limbs, creating a body of pulsing light. Lylil held up a hand to shield his eyes.
What are you?
He asked. I am balance, Liora replied. Her voice resonated off the walls. I am everything you needed me to be. You destroyed good. You cultivated evil. And so I was born. The counterbalance to your actions. She drew closer to the middle of the chamber. Her feet floated just above the crystal floor without touching it. The golden glow resonated through the walls, turning the cave from red to pulsing burnished light. That's why you haven't killed me, Liora continued. She held his gaze, and even though he cringed away from her glow, he couldn't lower his eyes. Without me, there is no you. He looked away. That action acknowledged the truth of her statement. Liora looked at Devon. He lay on the floor with blood pooling between his fingers. His eyes were half closed, but when she drew near, his pain-filled gaze met hers. I figured it out, she told him. I know how to end this threat to the Macrocosm. Devon shook his head. He read her decision on her face. He knew what she was going to do.
Don't,
he forced out. Speaking made him cough, and blood colored his lips. Liora lowered to her knees beside him.
Don't do it,
he forced out, but he couldn't move to stop her. Liora put a hand on his cheek. He closed his eyes at her touch. She put her lips to his, pushing healing energy and love through their connection. She heard Devon suck in a breath. When she lifted her head, she saw that the wound he clutched had been healed. Satisfied, she rose to her feet again and faced Lylil. If I am your balance, then I am also your only hope. She crossed the floor toward him. Chapter 16.
What are you doing?
The Satyran asked with fear in his voice. Meet me in the middle, Lylil. We can both survive.
Never,
he spat, moving away from her. What of dreams? She asked.
Nightmares,
he shot back. What of hope?
Despair.
Liora gave him a smile. The expression appeared to terrify him. I used to think being raised a Macklin would be my greatest strength, she told him. She looked back at Devon. He was on his feet, blood staining his clothes from a wound he no longer bore. But in truth, being human has taught me something far more powerful than fear, strength, or endurance.
What is that?
Ryo asked. Liora met her half-brother's gaze. His eyes had changed from black to a shade of blue so beautiful, It would have rivaled the waters of Greece. His skin was shifting from dark gray to lighter tones. When she smiled, he smiled back. The expression was bright and clear, like a child's after a sickness has passed. Liora spoke to her half-brother. What I have learned from humans is that no one is all good or all evil. We carry both parts inside of us. We are always striving to be the best part of ourselves. As long as we keep growing and moving in the right direction, there is hope. Humans are very resilient creatures, perhaps the most I've ever seen in all of my travels, because they don't know when to give up. Liora dove at the Satyran. He froze in surprise when she passed all the way through him and amassed again on the other side. He staggered backwards with a hand on his heart. The glowing black aura vanished. His skin solidified. Liora felt her body pull back together. She let out a breath. Devrin took a step toward her, but she held up a hand.
"What did you do to me?"
Lylil asked. He stared at his hands in despair. For a moment, I was all that was good in me, Liora told him. You brought my evil to the surface, and the light in my soul forced it away with the shackles of my body. She opened her hand, studying the familiar scar on her palm. When I passed through you, I gave you half of the good in me, and took part of the evil you hold so dear. She smiled at him. I created balance in each of us.
What are you talking about?
I've made you human, Liora told him. Lylil stared at her. His eyes showed his horror, his fear. He shook his head, trying to deny it, but his body was proof enough. The robes of evil he had worn so proudly now shrouded his shoulders as a simple cloak. His eyes met Liora's. Though they didn't have their bitter glow, the hatred in them still simmered in their dark depths.
You think you've beaten me, but you're wrong, he spat. I may be in this mortal state, but in the end, I am Satyran. I will live far past the death of this body. Your precious people, however, will not.
That caught Liora's attention. What are you talking about? Lylil crossed his arms in front of his chest.
As we speak, an army is massing toward your treasured home planet.
Liora shook her head. Rallian is not my home. He gave a slow nod of acknowledgement.
Oh, I know. I meant the home you have chosen in your heart.
Corian, Liora breathed. She could see her father in her mind's eye, directing his fleet, caring for millions upon millions of people, oblivious of the threat heading toward them. She saw Brandis and Mally, happy, carefree. She wondered if her brother had proposed. He loved Mally. Of that she had no doubt. She also knew how many waited on Cree for the word of their engagement. The thought of them in danger filled her with adrenaline. She grabbed Lylil by the throat. Send them away.
That's the irony of it all,
he replied with a twisted smile.
I didn't send them in the first place, though it would have been a good idea, implementing an attack on the people you love, while you bombard me here with thoughts of light and balance, would have been brilliant. It would have been the perfect way to tear you down and show you just how deeply you have failed those you care about.
His smile spread.
No, you did it yourself. They're all after you, Liora Day, destroyer of peace and happiness. The Coalition General demands your head. You started this when you first stepped onto the heap of junk, Kratos.
Devrin bristled. Lylil ignored him.
The Macrocosms are the Coalition enemy. You doomed your people before you even realized it. Say goodbye to your newfound father. I hope you treasure the moments you had together, because he will die cursing your name.
Liora met Deverin's gaze. We need to go.
On what ship?
The Satyran asked.
Did you think you could just float out of here, and my machines would take you home?
Lyleel raised his hand and the box next to Deverin exploded.
The Ketulans answer to me, the Satyran said in a low growl, and I say for them to kill you and anyone you have ever come in contact with.
He glared at Liora.
Curse you for turning me into a mortal. When this body dies, I will come after everything you have ever loved.
His gaze took on a malicious twinkle.
If my Ketulans leave anything behind. Liora, we've got to get to the ship, Deverin said.
Wait, Liora replied. She couldn't leave Ryo and her mother with the Satyran. He was right. He would shun his mortal state as soon as he was able to, and regain the power he had as a nameless one. Liora dropped to her knees. She heard Deverin run forward. She closed her eyes and put her hands to the crystal floor. The crystal resonated with her energy. She gave a slight push, testing the power of the planet. It pushed back with more strength than she was prepared for. The energy was fast, voracious, as though the planet itself was eager to get rid of the evil residing within it. The Council for the Unification and Order of the Cosmos is going to have another mark against me, Liora said with a half-smile. She pulled, and the strength of the planet surged into her arms. Liora directed the power along the crystal floor. It circled around the Satyran and rose in columns.
What are you doing?
Lyleel protested. The crystal reached to the ceiling, and then the columns expanded, enclosing the Satyran completely.
Let me go!
He yelled. The crystal encapsulated his feet and grew up his body, effectively pinning him in place. You won't be able to cause pain in this macrocosm any longer, Lyleel, Liora said. I am the girl who ends it all. The Satyran are done controlling the cosmos. She gave one last push, ensuring that he was trapped completely. The crystal solidified, then continued to grow outward. Even after Liora pulled away, the walls thickened to the width of a man, then an Ursulus. By the time it reached the thickness of a Banta ox, she couldn't see or hear Lyleel's protests.
Will that hold him when he's a Satyran again?
Deverin asked. I'm not sure, Liora replied. He sucked a lot of power from the core. The planet's not thrilled about how it's been used. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in there for a very, very long time.
Let's hope so,
Deverin said. He and Liora ran to the table. Ryo waited beside it, his expression one of wariness. Liora grabbed one of the bands and cut through it with her knife. Ryo watched her slice another one. He grabbed two more in his bare hands and pulled. Both snapped and fell away, freeing their mother.
I'll carry her,
Deverin told them. He was about to slip his arms underneath her body when Ryo shook his head.
I've got her.
He gently lifted Lyleel into his arm. The silver-haired woman's head rested against his chest. Faint humming grating noises sounded from down the stairs.
The Ketulans are coming,
Ryo said.
I know another way.
He led them past the Satyran's crystal chamber and into a small alcove. The ground changed from crystal to stone the further they rose. Ryo carried the woman with tireless effort, despite the number of stairs they climbed. Deverin kept checking the communicator. After several breathtaking minutes, he was able to get through.
Hiren, we have a problem.
Let me guess. The Ketulans no longer listen to you, and they are intent on our destruction,
Hiren replied. At the Talistan's dry tone, Deverin paused.
How did you know that?
Well, I decided that the safest thing to do in case that very thing happened was to become an asteroid.
Deverin sounded incredulous when he repeated, You became an asteroid?
Yes, among the other asteroids, Hiren continued. We attached to one of these massive rocks, and we've been watching the planet in case that sort of thing happened. The Ketulans swarmed out a few minutes ago. We would have attempted to contact you, O'Toole cut in, but we were afraid the sound would draw them to us.
As it is,
Zran pointed out.
He's right,
Hiram said.
They've marked our location. We've got to leave.
Catch us on a flyby, Devrin instructed. The faster we can get out of here, the sooner we can notify Corian of the danger.
Danger,
Stram repeated. Corian is under attack. Try to pull them up for when we reach the ship, Liora instructed.
Yes, Warden,
Stram replied. Devrin looked around. Down below, the ship they had flown in on was in a million pieces. Apparently, the Ketulans took their jobs very seriously. Liora followed the captain's gaze to a small outcropping about halfway up the canyon wall.
Hiram, I've got our meeting place. It's going to be interesting.
Why do I think that's the last possible thing it's going to be?
Hiram replied.
Interesting and difficult beyond all belief are two entirely different concepts.
Depends on who's saying them,
Devrin shot back as they ran up the steps that had been carved into the wall. Several moments later, the SS Kratos burst through the thick atmosphere. Ketulans surrounded the ship, grabbing at pieces and repairing their machine comrades felled by Stram shooting from where he was strapped to the hull.
Where are you?
Hiram asked. Liora and Devrin waved. Liora glanced back at Ryo. They're friends. You can trust them, she reassured him. He shook his head.
I don't think I can trust anything anymore.
Liora pushed calmness and acceptance toward him. It felt strange to use the emotions to help her brother cope, but after all he had been through, it was exactly what he needed.
I can feel what you're doing,
he said. There was a hint of obstinacy that made her smile. You can trust me. He nodded.
I know that.
His easy acceptance of her felt good. One step at a time, then.
What's the first step?
He asked, watching her closely. To get on that ship, Liora replied. At that moment, the Kratos flew past with the dozen or so Ketulans cutting into its sides.
I see them,
O'Toole shouted into the communicators, loud enough to make Devrin and Liora cringe.
That's a big step,
Ryo pointed out. Well, I couldn't make it too easy, Liora replied. He leaned against the wall in his dark robes, their mother in his arms, and his eyes on Liora. His lightning gaze swept behind her, and his eyes widened.
Look out,
he warned. Liora ducked at the sound and spun, unsheathing her knives as she did so. She stabbed the blades into the fuel cell of a Ketulan and yanked them back out in a practiced move before it fell to the ground. Beside her, Devrin did the same. 3 other Ketulans attacked. Liora took down one, Devrin the other, and a bullet clipped the third to send it spinning into the canyon below.
Nice shot,
Devrin said over his earpiece.
Thank you, Captain,
Stram replied. The ship flew up next to them. Hiram opened the hatch, and Stram helped them aboard.
Incoming,
Hiram said over the intercom.
Get us out of here,
Devrin told them. The hatch closed, and the Kratos sped back out to space. Devrin turned around to look at Liora and Ryo.
Straight to the medical bay,
he said. Liora was about to protest, but he speared her with a look.
I know whose bay it used to be, but I also know you're covered in wounds that'll fester if they're not tended to. Tarek would want you to take care of yourself. Raeliel needs to be monitored, and Ryo could probably use a bit of monitoring himself. I'll see you both after you've had a chance to tend to your needs.
He left Stram to help them and strode up the hallway. Ryo stared after him.
He's certainly good at giving out orders.
A hint of a smile touched Leora's lips, and she nodded. Yes, he is. When they reached the medical bay, Liora sat on the table, telling herself over and over not to look for Tarek in the familiar setting. Raeliel was hooked up to an IV on the far bed. Estra, the new medic from Corian, said that her vitals read like one in a coma. Ryo couldn't say what the Satyrine had done to her. Their only hope was to wait and see if she pulled out of it. He has so many broken bones that were never properly treated, Estra told Liora. She showed Liora the report from the diagnosis machine she had run across Ryo's body. He's had so many wounds. There are scars here that should have killed him. Estra looked at Liora. I don't understand it. Ryo came out of the small washroom. He had discarded his dark robes for a simple blue Kratos uniform. The effect softened his features and made him appear less intimidating. There was a bandage across his throat from the shallow wound made by Leora's knife. He pushed his snarled hair back from his forehead and gave them both a searching look.
Are you talking about me?
Definitely, Liora replied. According to the reports, you should be dead. That made Ryo smile. He liked to smile. It was as if getting away from Lyleel brought out a happier side of him that had never had a chance to exist until he was free. Do you remember how you got them? Estra asked. Ryo looked at Liora.
I have no idea. I actually don't remember much at all about growing up.
Liora nodded. Getting you away from there was the best thing we could do. The intercom buzzed.
Liora, we need you.
On my way, she replied. She ran up the hallway with the feeling of ghosts charging at her sides. How many times had she made the same flight? She touched the painting of the happy underwater earth creatures and turned at the next corner. The control room door stood open. I didn't mean you had to hurry, Devon scolded her as soon as she stepped inside. All things considered, you should probably take it easy. The bandages across her arms, the stitches that kept the wounds along her shoulders and back together, and the bruises on her face contradicted her when she said, I feel great. What's going on? Devon shook his head and gestured toward the monitor. We can't reach your father. It seems the Ketulans are blocking radio signal. Leora's heart slowed. She leaned against the back of the captain's chair. How do we get word to them?
Maybe we can send it elsewhere? Hiram suggested. Is there anyone else we can call?
How about Tremerius? Liora suggested. I'm sure he and Shathran would help.
We've already tried, O'Toole said. That was my first thought, but the Ketulans aren't allowing anything in that direction.
Liora thought for a moment. If we can't warn them to defend themselves, we'll send an army to them.
What are you suggesting?
Zran asked. There's one perk to being the Demaclan queen, Liora replied. Time to put that to use. Chapter 17. The sight of starships battling Ketulans and Coalition spacecraft met their eyes when they finally reached the Tucana dwarf galaxy.
I've got your father,
Hiram said. He quickly moved the image to the main screen. Senior Commandant Day looked haggard and angry, his uniform tattered instead of straight and pressed like he usually wore it. There were cuts on one of his cheeks, and even though he stood with straight shoulders, the exhaustion on his face was clear.
Liora, I'm so glad to see you safe.
We couldn't reach you, she replied. I sent the Demaclans.
Which we greatly appreciate, her father said. Imagine my surprise when I woke up this morning to the report of a Demaclan battalion surrounding our planet. It didn't take long for word from the Coalition, demanding that we turn you over to them.
Did you tell them I wasn't there? Senior Commandant Day shook his head.
Doing that would have sent them searching for you. If we fight them here, I know exactly where they are.
Liora was amazed at her father's stubbornness. At what cost? She asked. He gave her a grim smile.
At the cost of keeping my daughters safe. The Coalition have the numbers, but our ships outmaneuver them. We can open a pathway for you to land. If you stay out there, they'll have you for sure. The Ketulans have done a great deal of damage, but my troops are holding strong.
He lifted an eyebrow.
It's a good thing I stopped relying on the Coalition for defense.
Yes, it is, Devon replied. He looked at Liora. While the Kratos is a strong ship, I'd rather get us into some nines so we can give a little payback. Liora nodded. You read my mind. Let's land. Her father gave several orders to men and women around him.
At my signal, the path will be open. I'll have ships waiting for you, he told them.
His gaze lingered on Liora.
It looks like you've had quite the ordeal. Are you sure you want to fly?
This is my war, I need to be a part of it, Liora replied. Her father gave a nod of respect.
So be it. I'd be out there if I wasn't needed here.
He was about to turn away. I brought Rayleel, Liora said. The senior commandant paused. She's in a coma. The Saturn wasn't kind to her. I've also brought Ryo, her son, and my half-brother. Her father nodded.
They'll be well cared for.
Thank you, she said.
Take care of yourself out there, he replied. When things calm down, we have a lot to talk about.
The next few moments were filled with silence as the ships readied to clear a path. Outside the Kratos, rockets from the Demaclan crafts peppered the sides of the Coalition starship. 9s and 10s from the Quarian army sped in and out, delivering major damage and then speeding out of harm's way. On every side, Ketulans tore ships apart with a speed and aggression that was terrifying. Liora saw the body of a Coalition officer be ripped from his ship and shredded before 3 Ketulans attacked his Iron Falcon. His body floated in 2 halves through the darkness.
Now,
Senior Commandant Day commanded.
Head straight through and don't slow down until you breach the atmosphere.
Yes, Commandant,
Hiron replied. The screen switched to the main view of what was in front of them. Hiron hit the thrusters just as the first ships cut through, clearing the path ahead moments before the Kratos reached it. A huge Coalition Iridium Osprey moved across the path. Hiron didn't slow, but his eyelids blinked rapidly, betraying his nervousness. At the last possible second, 2 9s shot through the bottom of the ship, blowing it in half. The Kratos passed through the debris and into the Quarian atmosphere.
Why did I sign up to be a pilot?
Hiron asked as he slowed the ship for the descent.
You don't live for those moments?
Devon replied. There was a hint of irony in his tone, as if he already knew the answer.
I probably lost 20 years of my life just then,
Hiron said, giving the captain a wide-eyed look.
I'll never get those years back.
You can stay on Quarian. You deserve it,
Devon replied. It looked for a moment as though the Talistan would accept his offer, but then Hiron shook his head.
No, Captain. We've been this far together. I'd rather win a war under your command than watch it from the sidelines.
Count me in,
Zran said.
Me too,
O'Toole called from his other side.
If you think I'm sitting this one out, think again,
Stram said. He leaned against the huge sniper rifle he had used to pick off the Ketulans.
I got a taste for blood and I need to appease it.
Everyone stared at the older officer.
Today is your day, then,
Devon replied. Stram nodded.
Yes, it is.
Senior Commandant Day was as good as his word. As soon as they landed in the hangar, they were led to 9s, already fueled and waiting for them. Leora's heart gave a beat of regret at the thought of the day's end destroyed by Ketulans in the Triangulum Galaxy. She climbed up to a ship named simply the Hunter. She pressed the starter, and it welcomed her by name.
Ready for this?
Devon called over the helmet communicator.
Ready,
Zran said.
Ready,
O'Toole echoed.
Ready for blood,
Stram said. A smile crossed Leora's face. Ready, Captain.
Good to hear,
he replied.
Stay close, guard each other's 6s, and don't take unnecessary chances. We can do this if we keep our wits about us. They may be bigger and have more firepower, but we have speed and maneuverability. Use it to your advantage.
Good speech, Captain Metis,
a voice replied. The sound of Xanden's voice made Leora's smile widen. Glad to know you're still up there, she said.
Well, you know, these Coalition officers know how to pack a lot of punch into their tiny missiles, but they often underestimate what happens when the ship they are aiming for is in front of one of their own. And then, suddenly the 9 is gone, and they blow themselves to smithereens. Quite entertaining, actually.
Yeah, Creedon said.
You'd think they'd learn the first time. Apparently it takes several for the lesson to sink in.
They're figuring it out, Cray said. We got to change tactics.
That's where we come in, Devon said. Are we clear?
Clear as it's going to get,
Xanon replied.
We'll defend you through the atmosphere. Once you're on top, it's a Tarlon shoot."
Sounds promising, Hiram said. Why did I sign up for this?
"For the thrill of the hunt," Stram replied.
That's my kind of pilot, Tanlia said. Get on up here. I'll be more than happy to watch your six.
"On my way,"
Stram said. The holding doors opened, and Devrin's shadow of death moved forward. Liora glanced out her window as the ship's automatic takeoff propelled her forward. Rayleel was being carried from the SS Kratos on a stretcher. Ryo walked at her side. He lifted a hand to Liora. She waved back, and then the ship shot through the doors.
We should get auto takeoff on the Kratos. Do they make auto landing? O'Toole asked. Things would be a whole lot less bumpy. My landings are fine, Hiram replied. You just don't appreciate them. I appreciate not being shaken up like one of Charleston's jelly salads, she shot back. That doesn't even make sense, Hiram said. He doesn't shake them.
They burst out of the atmosphere and into the dark reaches of space. Ketulans attacked first. Zran's team shot down the machines as fast as they could, but all of the machines had left the Coalition and Demaclan ships to attack Liora's pilots.
They're everywhere,
O'Toole called out.
There's one on my wing.
"Got it,"
Zran told her.
You have two on you,
she said with panic in her voice.
I've got them, Tanlia said. They're on you guys thicker than Swarthans.
Liora knew they were after her. She called into her intercom. Chief de Serpo, Chief Aniholo, do you copy?
Copy. Copy.
Relief filled Liora at their gruff voices. The Ketulans are after me. They're picking my team to pieces. I'm going to sweep by your ships. Can you clear them? Chief de Serpo was the first to reply.
"We'll do it. We've been taking them out all night. The Ketulans don't stay down."
We have to destroy them all, Liora replied. Otherwise they rebuild each other.
"We're on it,"
Chief Aniholo said. Liora pressed the communications button to connect her back to her team. Devrin, I'm going to fly to the Demaclans. The Ketulans will follow me. Keep the team away. We don't need them picked off. The Demaclans can handle them.
"I'm going with you," Devrin replied. "Otherwise, you'll be pulled apart before you reach their ships."
A glance up showed the Demaclans moving into position, while the ships from Corian kept the Coalition at bay. But the distance was greater than Liora had anticipated. Be careful, she told Devrin.
You too,
came his reply. At his orders, the other ships fell back. Liora and Devrin hit their thrusters. The ships launched forward. Every Ketulan in the system fell in on each side. Liora and Devrin were hard-pressed to shoot the Ketulans off each other's wings and hulls. By the time they reached the Demaclans, Liora was grateful Devrin had come along. They hit the line of ships and surged through. The Demaclans fired the moment they passed, and the Ketulans lit up with small explosions that vanished immediately in the inhospitable void of space. The Ketulans couldn't clear the mass of ships. Their cloud was picked apart one by the Demaclans' careful aiming, until the last one was destroyed.
"That was amazing,"
Zran shouted when they cleared the ships.
Incredible,
O'Toole breathed. Liora wanted to celebrate their near escape with death, but someone else had anticipated their actions. While the Demaclans were occupied with destroying the Ketulans, and the other 9s were on the other end of the system, Liora and Devrin had come through the fray, only to end up face to face with 5 Coalition Iridium Ospreys, with missiles aimed at them from every direction. Her communicator buzzed.
"Liora Day, this is General Stratus. How fortunate to see you again."
Liora calmed her thundering heartbeat. General Stratus, the pleasure is mine. How have you been? The general's voice darkened at her banter.
"You are under arrest, yet again, for the deaths of numerous Coalition officers. There will be a trial, and you will face justice equivalent to the extent of your wrongdoings."
I won't, Liora replied. The general's voice carried annoyance when he asked,
"And why is that?"
If I committed these murders, as you suggest, How do you intend to make me pay for them? She asked. In order for justice to be truly allocated, you must take into consideration that the acts I've committed were in defense of the Omniocassus, a bomb with such magnitude it would have taken out an entire galaxy if used properly as the Coalition wished. In destroying the Omniocassus, which is what I was attempting to do when your officers tried to stop me, I prevented the loss of millions of lives that would have been forfeit had the bomb been in your possession. She paused, then said, In truth, General, perhaps I should be rewarded for saving millions in the name of the Coalition, instead of suffering for the few lives it costs to keep you from being a mass murderer yourself.
That's all supposition,
the General began. Is it? Liora shot back. We have a recording from Officer Metis, where he was instructed to bring the Omniocassus to the Coalition. When he refused, Colonel Lefkin gave the order for his death and sent out mercenaries to kill the Kratos crew, an act which, if morality is in question, was entirely against the justice system, which you so wholeheartedly support. Furthermore, you have brought an entire fleet across the Macrocosm to bring me in, and in doing so, you have endangered the lives of all the people on the planet Corian. Was it your intention to cause such fear and reckless endangerment just to bring me to Titus? The General sputtered. Liora sat back in her seat. General, I can promise you several things. First, that if you attempt to bring me in, many more Coalition lives will be lost because I no longer have faith in the Coalition justice system, and I will fight with every considerable skill I have to keep from ever being in your clutches again. She heard the General's intake of breath and pressed on. Second, if any of your Coalition officers so much as attempts to set a foot on Corian, I have a Demaclan army and a merchant fleet ready to take this battle to the Milky Way galaxy. I don't think you would like this waged on your own home turf. Think of the lives at risk, given that Demaclans are known to fight to their last dying breath, and also that my father's men and women are fighting for their homes. I would consider this a losing battle on your part, both in the cost of waging a long-distance war and the lives placed on the line because of some vendetta against a single girl. The Demaclan ships, finished with wiping out the Ketulans, turned and positioned themselves as she spoke. A glance in the monitor that showed the area behind her ship revealed more than a dozen Demaclan crafts lined up and ready to defend her. The Corian fleet waited above and below them, a considerable army that would challenge the Coalition ships the General had brought. Silence fell. After a moment, the General broke it with,
Is there anything else?
Liora couldn't help the smile that crossed her face. Yes, General. I know of 2 young couples who would like to get married on Iceno. I am asking for safe passage for their wedding, security, and the chance to leave again without altercations.
Who's getting married?
She heard O'Toole ask.
We are, for one,
Zoran replied. O'Toole squealed with happiness.
Brandis is for another,
Tanlia said.
I don't know if you've heard, but he asked Mally yesterday. They are so cute together.
Leora's heart pounded as she waited for the General's reply. Everything hinged on his ability to be rational. She was counting on the fact that he hadn't become the Coalition General lightly. It wasn't an easy position to carry. After what she had seen her father do for Corian, she could sympathize with an overwhelmed man working to keep his people safe and justice system in place. She hoped he was rational enough to not let one single girl upend his entire organization.
There will come a time when you will pay for your actions, Liora Day.
Liora knew the acceptance in his tone for what it was, a dismissal. As there will be for yours, she replied.
Until that time, the Coalition fleet will return to Titus. Should I hear a word of a Demaclan girl causing havoc and death in the Macrocosm, you will be the first on my list.
I promise to not give you reason to write down my name, Liora replied. There were several breathless moments when Liora and Devon stared at the iridium ospreys, wondering if the general would go against his system of justice and command his ships to shoot them to pieces before the other ships had a chance to fight back. To Leora's relief, the ospreys reversed their thrusters. Seconds later, she and Devon were left looking at the black void of space they used to occupy. Xandon gave a whistle.
Who would have thought you could talk down an entire coalition fleet? That takes some pretty solid guts, he said.
Speaking of guts, I might have thrown up in here,
Hiron replied.
I thought we were all goners.
You get to clean out your own ship, Cray said.
Disgusting,
Creedon muttered. Chapter 18. 3 months later, Liora stood next to her father on the moon Isino. The entire interior of the moon had been carved out in such intricate detail that everywhere she looked was a work of art. The beautiful white stone pillars of the wedding room arched from the floor to the very high ceiling. The pillars were crafted with flowers and vines on every inch of space available. The pews in which the wedding parties sat ran halfway across the floor, with an aisle in between for the couple to walk. The benches with wide sweeping backs had also been carved from the interior of the moon and etched with intricate happy scenes. White soft silk pillows lined the benches for added comfort. Overhead, green living vines covered the ceiling with flowers of white and silver. They flowed down the columns and around the pews in delicate swirls that gave off a heady, tantalizing scent. It looked as though the entire room and the whole interior moon was a garden for the rare vines that thrived in the unusual Isino atmosphere. The effect softened the white and added to the beauty of the stone craftsmanship. "Hey, look," Devon whispered from Leora's side. She followed his gaze to the carvings on the back of the bench in front of them. 2 furry little creatures with flippers and soft-looking noses swam beside each other.
"Those are from Earth," her father said. "I saw them once. They're very happy."
Devon's fingers slipped into Leora's. Warmth ran up her arm. She squeezed his hand and he smiled at her. Her father smiled at them both before turning to the woman on his other side.
"You look absolutely beautiful,"
Liora heard him whisper. Raylil's cheeks brushed with pink, and she leaned against him. Her fingers tangled in his. Leora's father was right. She looked breathtaking in the silver gown that matched her hair and her eyes. Little white flowers had been woven in her hair and along her dress. Next to Raylil, Ryo watched the proceedings in silence, but with a look of joy on his face. Liora appreciated the way he met each situation with such positivity. It felt as if the creature with gray skin and black eyes she had fought on the Saturn's planet had vanished, and her half-brother took its place.
"Here they come,"
Devon whispered. Everyone rose when intricate music flowed from the walls and columns. Liora felt self-conscious in the black and gold dress she wore. The shoes Shathrin had picked out felt tight on her feet. She couldn't help fidgeting with the hem of her dress when she stood up.
"You know you look absolutely ravishing,"
Devon whispered in her ear. His lips brushed her skin when he spoke. It sent a tingle along the back of her neck. "I feel out of place," she whispered back. The smile on Devon's face deepened.
"You'd be more comfortable fighting hordes or brawling in a tavern on one of the Galded than wearing a dress."
"Definitely," she replied.
"That's why I love you,"
he said. Liora stared at him. It was the first time either of them had said the words. The feelings and attraction between them had deepened to something Liora held very dear. But besides a few kisses when no one was looking, or holding hands in the dark, they hadn't addressed it out loud. Both of them wanted to respect Herrick's memory, and they each hurt in their own way at his loss. To hear Devon say the words made Liora want to cry, both out of happiness and heartbreak. Losing Tarek had been the hardest thing she had ever experienced in her entire life. Yet beside her stood the man who had slowly been winning her heart with kindness, acceptance, and perseverance. She loved him. There was no denying that. For the first time, she felt she could be true to the memory of Tarek and still allow herself to live, breathe, and accept how much Devrin meant to her. "I love you too," she replied. The joy that filled Devrin's face made his dark eyes glow. "They look so beautiful," Raeliel said. Gasps and exclamations filled the air as Brandis and Mally entered the room. A few steps behind them, Zran and O'Toole followed. Brandis and Mally wore the robes of Cree. Brandis's were Corian's colors of blue and silver, while Mally's robes were lacy and delicate, in flowing greens and blues. O'Toole wore a flowing white dress with a high waist and a blue sash around it. Zran was dressed in a tuxedo with a dark blue overcoat that set off the blue streaks that ran across his hands and face in the markings of his people.
"They look so gorgeous,"
Shathrin said to Tremerius. The couple stood behind Liora and Devrin. It warmed Leora's heart to see them so happy together. The betrothed couple walked to the dais at the end of the white room. Vines wrapped around the stand, shrouding it in flowers. Stram stood on top in a black suit. There was a very pleased expression on his face when the couples approached him.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here as witnesses to support the joining of these two beautiful couples in matrimony."
Stram's gaze ran over the crowd. He smiled at Liora and Devrin before returning to his speech.
"The promise of one heart to another is something I take very seriously. I myself lost my wife of 10 years way back before I joined the Coalition and the SS Kratos under the senior Captain Metis. While there was nothing I could do about the sickness that took her away from me, the years we had together were something I have cherished for the rest of my life."
He put his hands on the stand and leaned forward to address the couples.
"Love is timeless, my dear ones. Love is the strongest type of power, the greatest form of compassion and empathy, and it comes from the most vulnerable parts of ourselves. Love each other. Cherish the person next to you. Remember that after this day, you no longer live just for yourself. You get the joy of having someone at your side, acting as your support, your motivator, your biggest cheerleader for the rest of your lives. In return, you are choosing to do the same for them. If you can put aside thoughts of self and replace them instead with thoughts of we, us, and together, you will succeed in marriage as well as in life."
He held out a hand to Brandis and Mally. On it glittered their 2 rings.
"Do you, Brandis Julius Day, take Mally Fike to be the wife of your heart and soul, the one you turn to in times of joy and sorrow, your steadfast rock, your wings, and the light in your life for now and every eternity?"
"I do," Brandis said, his gaze on Mally as if she was the only person in the room. Stram turned to Mally.
"Do you, Mally Fike, take Brandis Julius Day to be the husband of your heart and soul, the one you turn to in times of joy and sorrow, your steadfast rock, your wings, and the light in your life for now and every eternity?"
"I do," Mally said. There were tears in her eyes that made the joy on her face that much brighter. Stram held out the rings. Brandis slipped his on Mally's finger. Liora could see the glitter of the golden gem in the middle from where she sat. Mally put her ring on Brandis's finger. They held hands, their faces glowing as Stram spoke the final words.
"Brandis and Mally, I now pronounce you husband and wife for the rest of time without end. May your lives be filled with peace, happiness, and joy to share together forever. You may kiss and complete this marriage."
Brandis lifted Mally's flowing silver lace veil. She tipped her head up, and he kissed her gently on the lips. The crowd applauded. Shrieks of happiness came from Mally's family.
"What is that?"
Leora's father asked her. Liora held her ears and smiled back. There was no point in replying. He wouldn't have been able to hear her anyway. After a few minutes, Stram held up a hand. It took several more moments before Mally's family stopped their celebration long enough to remember that there was another wedding to be performed. Everyone watched Stram carry out the marriage between O'Toole and Zran. Liora thought with a pang of regret that Zran's mother should have been there to see her son wed. She hoped that after everything that had happened, the fact that the Zemarian was happily marrying a member of the Kratos crew helped to make up for the guilt she felt at his mother's death. The impact of Obruo's destruction was lessening, and Liora let it go with gratitude. She was ready to move on, just as Zran had. They would choose lives of happiness to uphold the memories of those they had lost. As soon as Stram pronounced the final words, a shout of happiness went up through the Kratos crew. Everyone surged forward to congratulate the newlyweds. Devrin put a hand on Leora's arm, holding her back.
"I wanted to talk to you about something,"
he said, his voice toned for only her to hear.
"What's that?"
Liora asked. Devrin tipped her head up with both of his hands, his touch gentle. He pressed his lips against hers and kissed her deeply, as he never had before. Leora's hand slipped up to his head, tangling in his hair as she kissed him back.
"Whoa!"
Liora glanced to the side and realized that everyone in the Iceno wedding room was watching them. Creedon's mouth was open. O'Toole and Shathrin exchanged matching grins, and Leora's father nodded at her brother. Liora stepped back. A blush ran across her cheeks. To Devrin's credit, he pulled Liora to his side and said, "Can you blame me?" Laughter and smiles broke out across the crowd. Liora and Devrin walked arm in arm up to congratulate the couples. The grins and knowing looks everyone exchanged around them said that their growing affection for each other hadn't gone unnoticed.
"We have a gift for each of the new couples,"
Senior Commandant Day said when things had calmed down. He led the way out of the wedding hall and along the main chamber. Passerby congratulated the couples while men and women in silver ensured that they had a clear path to travel.
"Do you know what this is about?"
Devrin asked. "I have no idea," Liora said. Her father overheard them.
"Seems like you might find out yourselves soon enough,"
he said. Devrin's fingers slipped into Leora's. When they reached the hangar, O'Toole and Mally's gasps could be heard from the door. 2 copper crows painted in bright colors waited with their hatches open. Signs that read, "Congratulations, Mally and Brandis," and "Congratulations, Frayne and Zran," hung across the doors.
"Enjoy a layover at Callisto for some fun before you take a trip to the forest planet of Danson in the Tadpole Galaxy,"
Senior Commandant Day said.
"You can stay there for as long as you like."
He glanced at Devrin, then told O'Toole and Zran,
"Or for as long as Captain Metis can do without you both."
The shrieks and hugs escalated. Liora stood back and watched, happy to see their joy. Devrin stayed at her side. She suspected he was glad for their reason to avoid the middle of the fray. By the time the newlywed couples took off, even the Fike family appeared exhausted. Madame Fike paused at Leora's side.
"I don't know if anyone told you, but whatever you did for the snakes with returning power to the gems has entirely transformed Kree. It's like we have a brand new ocean. The fish are more plentiful than we've ever seen them, and the Tinemite have returned with such fortitude, even the flounded can't eat it all. We don't have to outsource anymore. You've given us our lives back."
She pulled Liora into a tight hug, then grabbed Devrin into it as well. Both of them were amazed at the woman's strength. Liora couldn't help the smile that spread across her face when the woman waved goodbye. She promised herself she would visit Kree again to see the changes and to ensure that Rucko was holding true to his word.
"That was a beautiful ceremony,"
Devrin told Stram.
"I'm glad they trusted me to do it,"
Stram replied.
"It was an honor."
"You performed it very well," Tenlia said.
The pilot from Zandon's crew gave him a flirtatious smile.
Care to talk about defense tactics?
My favorite topic,
Stram told her. They wandered away in deep discussion about fighter positions against larger crafts. Liora and Devrin smiled at each other.
So, you like my daughter?
The stern tone made them both turn. Leora's father gave Devrin a look of steel.
I made you the captain of my defense fleet to protect my planet, not steal my daughter from under my nose.
Senior Commandant, that was not my intention. It just sort of happened, Devrin sputtered. Leora's father turned his gaze on her. Something in their depths made her want to smile, but she kept her expression solemn to match his.
Is this true, Liora? Did this just sort of happen?
Liora nodded. It wasn't planned, but we've been there for each other more times than I can count. We lost people we cared about, and we survived horrible things together. Her father raised an eyebrow.
What about love? That's most important, isn't it? Is there love?
Yes, most definitely, Devrin replied. I love your daughter with all of my heart, and more than anything else I've ever cared for in this macrocosm. She is everything to me. Liora and her father both stared at Devrin. Senior Commandant Day looked at Liora.
You know what I say?
What do you say? Liora replied, unable to look away from the man at her side.
I say you better keep a hold of this young man. He's a keeper.
A smile of relief spread across Devrin's face. Liora threw her arms around her father's neck and hugged him. I will, father, she promised. When she released him, the senior commandant held out a hand.
Promise you'll take good care of her.
I promise, Devrin replied, shaking his hand.
Julius!
They turned at the sound of Raeliel's voice. Liora loved the peace and happiness that flowed from the woman whenever she walked into a room.
Yes, my love,
the senior commandant replied.
I was wondering if you would care to go for a walk with me. I would love to see more of Iceno.
I would love to,
Leora's father said. He looked at Liora and Devrin.
You two take care of yourselves. Try not to disappear. A father likes to know what's going on in his daughter's life.
He gave Devrin a stern stare.
I'm talking to you, son.
Yes, Senior Commandant. When he walked away to join Raeliel, Devrin let out a breath.
I thought he was going to shoot me.
Liora gave a little shrug. He's not that bad. They walked slowly toward where the Kratos was docked. Not bad. In the words of Hiron, I may have lost a few lives back there. Liora slipped her arm through his. Was it worth it? Getting permission to date the senior commandant's daughter? He hesitated, and when she nudged him in the ribs, he grinned. Definitely. His arm slipped around her waist, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. I have something to show you, Devrin said. There was a strange tone to his voice that made Liora lift her head to look at him. What is it? It's a bit of a trip from here, but we shouldn't be long enough to worry your father. Up for a ride? Always, she replied, intrigued by his secrecy. They were almost to the Kratos when a voice stopped Liora.
Liora Day, are there any rumors of trouble I need to be concerned about?
Liora turned just as General Stratus stepped out from behind the closest Iron Falcon. None, General. We were just leaving. He inclined his head.
Glad to hear it.
Liora didn't ask which part he was talking about. If the general went back on his word and gave the order, 1,000 troops could be on them in a heartbeat. Ships would ring the moon and prevent them from taking off. Liora would be trapped with no choice but to fight her way out. It was a decision she had made far too often in her life, and one she was hoping to never have to make again. Thank you for this opportunity, she said, keeping her tone calm. My brother and our crew members greatly appreciate your generosity. He inclined his head again, then looked at Devrin.
I hear you're a captain in the Commandant's army now.
Devrin nodded. He touched a finger to his forehead in salute.
I'm glad you and the Commandant have worked things out, he told the general. I also heard that the Council for the Unification and Order of the Cosmos has invited you to have a seat in their next session.
The general nodded.
They extended me quite the honor.
He looked at Liora.
I heard a rumor that I might have you to thank for that."
"They owed me a favor," Liora replied. "I figured it was time to put it to use. The coalition has shown great improvement over the past several months, and I feel the addition to the council would be a valuable one." General Stratus gave what could have passed as an actual smile.
"You're upholding your word to stay out of trouble, and you're unifying the galaxies. What's happened to you?"
Liora smiled back. "I don't know, General. I guess I figured I should try things on the other end of the spectrum. You know, go for peace instead of chaos." That brought a true smile to the General's lips.
"It fits you, I think. Consider yourself welcome to Titus whenever you'd like to visit."
"Thank you," Liora replied, touched by his consideration, and also humored by his stressing the word visit. Neither of them wanted to consider what would happen if she actually attempted to live on the coalition moon.
"Travel with care, you two. I hear there are revolutionaries and scavengers out there."
The General paused, then said,
"With you roaming the galaxies, I fear for their safety."
That brought a laugh from Liora and Devrin. The General left them staring after him. Liora couldn't help the smile that stayed on her face long after they had departed on the Kratos. Chapter 19. Liora walked beside Devrin on the desert planet of Pion 7. She had no idea why he would bring her to the slave planet, but she didn't ask questions. When Devrin had the pensive look on his face, she knew to give him the time he needed to talk to her. They walked between the rows upon rows of cages containing members of every race Liora had ever seen. The slaves called to them in a variety of languages, begging to be bought and taken away from cruel taskmasters who gave them little to drink and even less to eat in order to save money while they waited to be purchased. Leora's heart went out to them, but she didn't stray from Devrin's side. He led them around a corner.
"There it is,"
he breathed. Liora waited for the dust from a small whirlwind to clear. When it did, her heart slowed. There, half buried in the sand, was the SS Kirkos. Leora's hand itched to pull her knife.
"Scavengers hauled it out here for scrap. I doubt they got paid much with the hull half gone. It probably wasn't worth the effort it took to bring it all the way from Leptos, but I suppose they had to try."
The ship loomed over her when Liora walked forward. A very tattered, barely legible sign near the doorway read, "Malivian Circus, the finest in all the cosmos." There was a poster next to it, sealed onto the hull with the clear protectant Malivian used to say was stronger than any fire. Liora stared at the picture of herself in the cage. Her gaze looked fierce, her hands gripping the bars and an unnerving glare on her face. The poster read, "Only the bravest dare to let a Demaclin touch their mind." Liora set a hand on the picture.
"I know you've had nightmares about this ship,"
Devrin said, his words quiet.
"I thought that if you could see it, it might help those go away."
Liora looked back at him. She didn't know what to say. Being near the ship made it all feel real again. She heard the animals in the cages, felt the bite of Malivian's torture devices.
"We can go inside,"
Devrin said.
"I've cleared it with the owner. He says he doesn't know what anyone would want with this junk heap, but we're welcome to it."
Liora walked to the door. The hatch was halfway open. Sand filled the hallway inside. Liora stepped in and waited for her eyes to adjust. Devrin pulled his gun from his holster and flipped on the gun light. Liora led the way. Tiny motes danced in the light ahead of them. She trailed a hand along the walls. They were familiar, yet foreign. Each step felt surreal, as if she walked in a dream. Leora's footsteps slowed when she neared the hull. Parts were burned, and a slight breeze pushed sand through from several holes in the walls. Scattered patches of light showed the cages lying on their sides and on the floor. Liora heard again the squawks, chirps, and calls of the animals that had occupied them. She passed through the space between, stepping carefully around the debris. She rounded a corner, then stopped. Devrin stepped to the side of her. The light from his flashlight swept past it once.
then came back to rest on the cage with the thick metal bars that had been fastened to the floor and the wall to prevent her escape. Liora remembered how it had felt to hold those bars, to fight against them in despair, to be trapped like the slaves outside. She crossed to the bars and touched them from the outside, something she had never done before. "If it wasn't for you, I might still be in there," she told him.
Devon shook his head. "Not a chance. You would have found a way out."
Liora met his gaze. "You were my way out."
He nodded. "And I'm so glad I was. You've made my life so much better now that you're a part of it."
"You've become my everything," Liora replied. She looked back at the cage. "I'll never be in one of those ever again."
"We can burn this ship,"
Devon told her.
"I brought explosives if you would like to use them. I've already paid the owner off."
Liora blinked at the offer. While it appealed to her, there was something else she wanted more. "There are slaves out there. Lots of them."
"There are,"
Devon replied. There was a light in his eyes that told her he was anticipating her next words. "Somebody needs to get them out," she said. Devon nodded.
"Somebody does."
Liora gave him a searching look. "What's going on here?" Devon responded with a small shrug.
"I figured you would do this when we got here."
"Do what?" Liora asked. Devon motioned toward the cage.
"What you always do. You want to free the oppressed and abused. You want to be the one who gets them out of their cages. It's what you do."
"And you're all right with this?" Liora asked.
Devon smiled. "Why do you think Xanden's bringing the nines? Several of our coalition buddies, Edrin Donovan included, are waiting just above the atmosphere for us to give the word."
Liora stared at him. "Are you kidding?" Devon held out a communicator.
"Give the order, Warden Day."
Liora pressed the button. "Guys?"
"Ready when you are, Warden," Xanden replied.
"Prepared to kick it and bring back lives," Creedon said.
"We're here for you,"
the voice Liora recognized as Edrin's said. She took a stealing breath and stepped through the hull once more. The slave city beyond the ship looked small, yet she knew how many other cities there were on Pion 7. They would have their work cut out for them. "Let's do this," she said.
"Yes, Warden,"
everyone replied. Ships entered the atmosphere from above. Liora and Devon watched them arm in arm as they stood in the doorway of the Kirkos.
"It all started here,"
Devon said, his voice quiet as he held her close. Liora nodded. "The circle is complete." Devon held something up. Liora glanced at him, then stared at the ring that glittered on his palm.
"Ready for your next circle?"
he asked, dropping down to one knee. Liora could feel the tears of happiness welling up in her eyes. She blinked quickly and managed to keep them at bay. "Ready for anything as long as it's at your side," she said. Devon slipped the ring on her finger and rose back to his feet. They entwined their fingers together. Devon lifted her hand to look at the ring. It was then that Liora noticed the stone. Somehow, Devon had gotten the purple gem from Tarek's knife and had fashioned it into the most beautiful ring she had ever seen.
"Do you like it?"
he asked. "I love it," she replied. She threw her arms around him just as the first ship landed. The dust rose and then settled. Liora could see the slaves in the distance, trapped inside their cages. Their slavers approached as more ships landed. The slavers pulled out weapons, as if they guessed why Liora and the others were there.
"Looks like we get a fight,"
Xanden said, jumping down from his cockpit. Liora smiled. "I like a good fight." Thank you for reading Day's Hunt. I hope you enjoyed it. While Day's Hunt is the last book in the series, there is a branch-off series following Liora's son called The Pirate from the Stars. It is available now on Amazon. Or if you're in the search for a new kind of werewolf series, try the Wolfborn series, available on Amazon. This has been Girl from the Stars, Book 5, Day's Hunt. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michele Carpenter. Copyright 2016
by Cheree Alsop. Production copyright 2021 by Cheree Alsop.